life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible, the things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
10 years ago, Les Olsson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Olsson IT. There's a spark in every child. A spark of energy, of curiosity, of possibility. But too many Native American children face poverty and life in survival mode, putting the childhoods they deserve out of reach. They need a safe and supportive place to grow. A place like St. Joseph's Indian School.
You don't have to worry about where your next meal's coming from. You don't have to worry about somebody coming in and hurting you. Here you can just be a kid that plays basketball, or a kid that plays on the playground, or a kid that does art, and they can really work on themselves and be who they're meant to be.
For almost 100 years, St. Joseph's Indian School has served a greater purpose beyond the classroom, caring for children in mind, body, heart, and spirit, turning the spark in every child into a lifelong flame and a brighter future.
You help light a spark in a kid, and it feels so good. You just want to light a spark in every kid.
Light a spark today at stjo.org. Children everywhere are making lists and checking them twice. But for Native American children, holiday wishes can look a lot different.
My holiday wish is to be warm.
Many of these boys and girls live in deep poverty and have for generations.
I wish for a yummy holiday meal.
But for the students who spend much of their year at St. Joseph's Indian School, the holidays aren't just about wishes. They're about hope for the future.
My holiday wish is to have a brighter future. And thanks to St. Joe's, it's coming true.
And at St. Joseph's, an impressive 96% of students graduate high school, putting their dreams and wishes within reach.
Happy holidays from all of us at St. Joseph's Indian School.
Learn how holiday wishes come true at stjo.org today.
Teachers are dynamic leaders, shaping a new generation. They bring a variety of perspectives from diverse backgrounds, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world. Achieving this takes skill and expertise. They're tireless explorers, creatively discovering a universe of solutions, telling stories, experimenting, inspiring, mentoring, connecting cultures, and connecting with each other. Leading by example. Experience the unique joy of helping students thrive. Teaching is a journey that shapes lives. Are you ready to begin? Explore teaching at teach.org, a campaign supported by the U.S. Department of Education, Teach.org, and 1 million teachers of color.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Bengals have it first out of the Browns' 45-yard line. Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. Here goes Miles. He got him! He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett. Sack number 23. The new single-season sack king. And the Browns defense mobs their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line.
4th down and goal from inside the 2. Shotgun snap, fake the handoff, throw the fade right side. Puka reaches up and palms it with the right hand. Touchdown Puka, touchdown LA on his head. Puka Nacua scores it and the ball don't lie.
4-man rush coming. Rodgers back, lofting left, has a man wide open. It's Calvin Austin. Touchdown Pittsburgh Steelers with 55 seconds remaining. What? He was wide open. And with 55 seconds left, the Steelers are up 26-24 with Boswell on to try the extra point. Here's the snap. Here's the hold. Here's the boot by Loop. And that kick is no good. No good. It's wide right. No he good. Missed it. Loop missed it. And your Pittsburgh Steelers are AFC North champions.
Highlights from the final day of the NFL regular season. A couple of really good games. The Bears coming from 16 points down to tie it up, and then they lose on a field goal at the end. But it was topped by the Steelers and the Ravens. A defensive struggle for 3 quarters, PK, and then it was nonstop touchdowns, big plays.
One right after another.
And a missed extra point and a missed field goal. Oops. Kicking game in that stadium has always been shaky. Apparently they have swirling winds or whatever. We saw 2 guys slice big kicks right at the end of the game. Pittsburgh's in. Baltimore now resets. It's the Monday after the regular season, Black Monday, so people getting fired. Atlanta, Cleveland now with openings, and more to come.
Who else?
I heard the Giants, but I don't see anything about them.
They already fired their coach.
So,
They did that weeks ago.
You're right. Raiders, maybe, I would think would be possibly next up.
Cleveland just came down.
Cleveland Stefanski.
Yeah, he just said that.
Yeah.
Anybody listening around here?
No. Nobody listens at all. The successful coaches, are they successful enough? Would Green Bay and Buffalo make changes if they don't have deep playoff runs or a Super Bowl? Would Pittsburgh or Baltimore make a change? Long-standing guys. I think there's eyes on a lot of teams waiting to see what would happen.
Tomlin?
No, I don't, but I think there's enough speculation I can't completely rule it out.
I can.
You're completely ruling it out, 100%.
He may step aside, but they're not firing him.
Okay. Well, that would still create the opening. Anybody else out there I'm leaving out? Arizona, would they make a change?
What's the difference?
Yeah, okay. A job open for somebody, but that'd be a hard division to turn things around in the way the other three clubs are going right now. Travis Kelce said he doesn't have a timeline for a decision on what his future holds as he just completed his 13th NFL season and could retire, or will he come back for year 14?
Sure he does. He's going to have it by August.
Maybe he'll have an earlier timeline. Right. Maybe July.
But he said he didn't have one. But he does. He'll have it by August.
I think he'll have it before then.
Right, which means he has a timeline.
Maybe it's March.
Regardless, it's not a question of when, it's a question of does he have a timeline? Yes, he does.
Brown star Myles Garrett got the single-season sack record, his 23rd. Strahan and T.J. Watt had 22.5. He got 17 games, blah, blah, blah. They got 16. DJ at PK.
#college football.
So we've had a coaching carousel, but now in the NIL transfer portal era, we got the quarterback carousel. PK, you were talking about Sorsby to Texas Tech, $5 million. That happened. Josh Hoover left TCU and went to Indiana. Chris Signetti into the portal for the third year in a row. Michigan State wide receiver going there to join him. He's viewed as the top wide receiver on the market. And UCF gets their quarterback from James Madison, Alonzo Barnett, who led the Dukes to the playoff. Sam Levitt visiting Kentucky, expected to make a visit to LSU. Thinking is that he'll get at least $5 million, maybe more than that.
Boy, I'm so glad that I'm me.
Why is that?
Because there's no way that I could have any passion for winning with all this stuff.
Oh, just buying the team, taking all the fun out of it.
This is, there's nobody has any guide, anybody, and like Levitt. Well, I mean, Levitt transferred once before, and he's looking for something. Now he's looking for something again. I mean, if I were dating and I dated a married person and that person left me, wouldn't that be on me? Already that person's cheating. These people are moving around. Rocco Beck going to
Penn State.
Penn State,
following his coach.
I mean, Sorsby, this is his third school. I mean, this is ridiculous. They've taken the fun out of it from the standpoint of competition. Now, I've never been into the winning losing anyway. It's all about the fun portion of it. Like last night watching the game, it didn't matter to me who won, but I was entertained. It's nothing more than an entertainment show. And the winning and losing now at the college level, I mean, this is an absolute joke. And then the Kentucky guy's going to go to ASU, so they're going to make a trade like UCLA and Tennessee did late last year. I don't know how people could still maintain their fandom in terms of winning and losing after seeing all this.
But don't you expect they will?
Sure.
Well, the winners will certainly.
Yeah.
Will the losers walk away? I mean, losing teams are more likely to have empty stadiums. We all know that. But do people walk away more quickly? Do they walk away more quickly from a mediocre situation?
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. They walk away. But then if the team wins again, they'll come back. Like, it's coincidence that Locke doesn't have much interest in Stanford when he used to come on and talk about them in the middle of the basketball season.
Yeah.
Because they were winning. Well, now they're not winning.
It's been a while, yeah.
And wait, they'll win again. And suddenly the ACC or whatever concoction that they're in won't matter as much. It's all smokescreen. Oh, I'm not interested. I will not be hurt by them.
Do you think that some of the people who walk away just stay away? I mean, is the game really hurting itself, or it recreates itself and there'll be another shootout like there was yesterday afternoon was pretty good and last night was sensational?
Yeah, I mean, that's the NFL, but
right.
They're all under the same rules,
yeah,
basically.
Georgia and Ole Miss, that was sensational. Some of the other games were a little lopsided, a little boring, but some people like to watch Alabama get hammered for 3 hours.
I have been out for a good while, but I'm in because I enjoy watching. It's fun, but I don't take it seriously. And so
they need people to take it seriously, though, and pay, $200 a ticket, $400 a ticket, whatever. They gotta have those people taking it seriously.
Yeah, if your team's winning, yeah. That's you get. my point is take it for entertainment. I mean, this is so over the top. There's no such thing as you are who you are, you know?
It's a good day to be a whatever.
Smith Soden was a Ute. He turned down BYU. He turned down BYU and stayed at Utah. Well, now he's in the portal. I have no clue what he's going to do. And nor am I criticizing Brendan Sorsby or any of these guys. Who wouldn't go for $5 million? And Cody Campbell's running around on Twitter with himself out there as a pitcher, a photograph of him. You know, I mean, we're going to do this, and okay, big guy. I mean, you go. It really means that much. This is all silly, but it's still fun, and I'll still pay attention and all. But like I said this time last year, watch out for Texas Tech. When we get to the year 2030, we're going to look back and see they're either going to win it every time or they're going to be right there every time on one for one.
Well, Texas Tech had a really good team, but the quarterback play wasn't nearly good enough. Cincinnati had a really good quarterback. The team wasn't good enough. You know, if you could just put those two teams together, PK, get a really good team. And now in this era, they can put those two together.
And for $5 million, I would advise the kid to do the same thing.
Yeah. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
We had too many times where they were able to get in between two people, end up on the ball. They do a great job of moving it and cutting behind it, and we weren't able to control the ball, the point of attack with our switching. I think that's the biggest thing that stood out to me defensively. Obviously, we struggled in certain moments to rebound, and that's something we can continue to clean up. I thought we needed to be more physical on the baseline, in particular, finding cutters who are going to rebound. But, you know, offensively, I continue to be really pleased with our team. 62 points in the paint. We're moving the ball really well. Obviously, didn't shoot it great from the free throw line tonight, but offense continues to be something that I think our team is doing at a high level.
Utah Jazz lose to the Golden State Warriors 123-114 Saturday night. Steph Curry was amazing in the third quarter, and the Jazz were done in the fourth. Marking in 35, not enough. They're 0-2 on this road trip, and in Portland tonight, they wrap it up with the Thunder Wednesday. So if they're going to win on this trip, you would think tonight is the night.
Well, I hope not. I mean, Portland's 6 games under 500. Offensively is fine. Be a good offensive team and at a high rate, at a high level, as Hardy says, as long as you continue to lose at a high level.
Keep that draft pick, finish that rebuild, and then let's go. 8 o'clock for the tip, 7 o'clock for the pregame here on the Zone. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Devin Booker made a game-winning three. The Suns beat the Thunder 108-105. Score that probably matters most to Jazz fans is Denver now very shorthanded, and the Nets got a win. They're 11th, so only one win behind the Jazz. Nets win 127-115. Care about anything else in the NBA? Lakers beat Memphis, so they remain just kind of all right.
Well, they're without 2 starters now. So, I mean, they're okay.
Yeah.
I don't expect them to be in finals, and see how far Denver falls without the big man. Certainly one of the top 2 or 3 players in the league, and has been for a number of years now. It's just a sensational player. What's their level of staying afloat?
Trade wins and losses, played 500 ball for a month, and hope he's back then. Although it's a re-examination in a month, so I wonder if he's done till the All-Star break.
Well, that would just be 5 weeks.
Yeah. And they're basically off for an All-Star break, so then he gets a 6th. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
BYU on the road in the Big 12 with a win at Kansas State, 83-73. Just enough three-point shooting, enough transition hoops once they got control of that game. Never really blew them out, but it never felt like they were going to lose it either. You were a little worried for them there late?
Not late, no. No, earlier. But, I mean, it's just Kansas State's good enough to be with you early. They should be able to be with you. I wasn't, like, from the start to finish worried that they were going to lose. And then they'll lose some games in conference. I mean, that's probably not this week, but it doesn't really matter. They'll get they'll be in the tournament. Find ways to continue to develop. And DeBonsa is like, okay, I've felt my way around, and I'm a willing passer, but I'm also going to take over this game. And he's done that the last few games. I'm going to be the best player on the floor, and I'm going to get where I want to go, and I'm going to score.
I'm going to make sure we win.
Yeah.
And there he did. Overcame a boatload of turnovers there. I mean,
19. Their average is 10. They had 19.
Yeah. And how many did he end with? 7?
7.
Yeah.
I mean, they got physical with him.
Yep. And they're going to run multiple guys at him, and
that's conference play, though. That's
what you expect.
Yeah, I mean, every conference, it's a far more physical, intense matchup because it just matters more.
Number 1 ranked Arizona came to the Huntsman Center, beat the Utes 97-78. The stops, especially in the first half, few and far between. Utah State ended up blowing out San Jose State. San Jose State hung in there for a while. They were hitting threes at a stunning clip, 9 of 15 at the half, but eventually they cooled off, and the Aggies pull away and win big. And Abilene Christian beat UVU 85-68. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
The Utah Mammoth now 1-1 on their trip to the Big Apple, the tri-state area. Gotham, they get beat 4-1 by the Devils on Saturday. They are back at it tonight. They wrap it up against the Rangers at MSG.
This is the bi-state area. They don't go into Connecticut.
They got nothing to do with Connecticut.
Just Jersey.
The dynamic duo. They leave little brother out.
You're leaving out one of the top 10 richest areas of the country.
Right
across the border there.
Some money there right on the edge of Connecticut.
Big time.
Puck drops at 5 o'clock tonight. The Zone will be on the air at 4 o'clock with the pregame show. Clayton Keller, formally announced as a member of the U.S. Olympic team, headed to Milan and Cortina. The expectation is that J.J. Peterka will end up playing for Team Germany, and Karel Vejmelka could be on Team Czechia.
Olli Mata, you missed that probably.
Mata also, Team Finland. So could have 4 guys spread out throughout teams on the tournament. That's what's trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Tanner Wall, former BYU free safety, coming up at 7:30. We'll talk to him about the season and all the changes. Steve Cleveland at 8 o'clock. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash out in Eagle Mountain on the Corey B. Wright Highway just before the intersection at Mountain View Corridor there. The left lane is blocked. You'll see some pretty big delays if you're driving between the ranches and Saratoga Springs at this moment. Also seeing some northbound delays on I-15 from the south interchange as you head in towards downtown as well. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCWs. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCWs, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz fall to the Warriors Saturday night. Markkanen with 35 points, but Steph Curry lighting it up in the third quarter as the Warriors take over the game. Markkanen on the loss and what he took away from it.
I don't think we were really good communicators today. Obviously, Curry takes us away from the paint a little bit. You want to contest those three-point shots, but they kill you with the layups and off-ball screening, and they're really high up in the NBA of points in the paint, and that's mostly off of cuts, and I think we can do a better job of communicating screening actions and rebounding the ball. So we got a little bit too many offensive rebounds for them.
Jazz road trip continues tonight in Portland. Tip-off at 8, pregame at 7 here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got questions up on our Facebook page, PK. BYU fans, you cool with Jay Hill taking Gennaro Guilford with him to Michigan?
How dare he?
You've heard a lot of that lately, haven't you?
Michigan. I'm all in on Michigan.
Do you get that walking around the neighborhood all the time? You fans?
I don't walk around the neighborhood.
This time of year?
Anytime. Yeah, they're just not as smart as me. I don't like talking to them.
Oh, nice.
For sure. Well, I'm an absolute narcissist.
Okay.
I seen that on Twitter.
Yeah, and a dinosaur. You probably scare the neighbors. That's why you don't see them.
You told me the dinosaur.
Okay.
I didn't see the dinosaur.
Oh, you didn't see it? Oh, that
you
was good.
told me.
Yeah. We're dinosaurs, plural.
Yeah.
And scaring the neighborhood. It's Jurassic Park.
No, I
where
saw
we
the
live.
one that called me an absolute narcissist. So, an absolute narcissist dope. And you ain't seen nothing yet, buddy. Oh, the year of 26. As Toby Keith sings, I want to talk about me. He's got a song.
Okay.
He sings it. Enough about you. I want to talk about
me.
It's a little catchy tune. So, yeah, absolutely. I've been getting it. I mean, it's a tough situation there. Bronco Mendenhall's looking around. Hey, what you people keep stealing my offensive coordinators for? That's 2 in a row.
It's the business, man. I don't know what to tell you. People have success. They get offers from people who have more money. People don't have success. They get fired. And I know people want loyalty, and it's fun. And Guilford had been there for a decade.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't go to Michigan, honestly.
Yeah.
If you're him, and if you're Jay Hill, I really don't. I mean, Michigan is just Michigan. They are on another level. There's nothing wrong with Utah. There's nothing wrong with BYU. They play football at a high level. You could achieve whatever you want. You can get to the NFL, obviously. No question about it. But Michigan is on that tier that few have reached, and they're one of them. And you're looking for career advancement. This is, I get tired of, I got to do something for my what's best for me and my family. And you kind of just tune that out. It's like, now, all glory to God. Yeah, we got it. I mean, you all say it's the same thing. And good for you. But I got to spend more time with my family. I got to do what's best for me and my family. In the case of Michigan, yes, I agree. This is just too good. Michigan is too good of an opportunity to pass up. Michigan on your resume, if you have the success, and everything's a risk, nothing's a guarantee. If it were, then it would be an absolute no-brainer, and everyone would agree. But a young man like Guilford, still relatively young in his coaching career, Jay Hill, for that matter, is young enough. These are no-brainer situations. There is some form of loyalty. I can tell you Aaron Roderick had loyalty. He had choices. And the connection to Kalani Sitake, and they gave him more money, but the connection to Kalani Sitake was just too strong to overcome. And that's a good thing for his feelings and for the way that, I don't want to say Kalani rescued him, but he had been fired and been out of work for a good bit, a year, and Kalani brought him back in, and here he's offense coordinators, put 3 quarterbacks in the NFL, blah, blah, blah. And so has obviously done a really good job, and just look at the record. And he could have gone, but he chose to stay, and it was a tough decision.
And there are coaches every year who make decisions like that. So you're right. It's not like everybody who gets every offer or fields every phone call follows up and makes the move.
But anytime you get a call from Michigan,
that's a big one.
Yeah,
that is. It's like you said. There's a very small number of teams that are on that tier.
Right, and Michigan is one of them.
Yep.
And circumstances, it's been the craziest 2 to 3 weeks in college football, certainly and off the field, that we've ever had here. It's been one story after another, the never-ending story about this thing, with obviously Kyle going and taking people, hiring coordinators, and then they're having a significant input on their guys. And they take people that they know. As I look at each individual who went to Michigan, I don't know how you say no. But I get it. If I'm a fan, sure, that's a blow. I understand that. You're emotionally connected. The fact is, you're emotionally connected more than the coaches, more than the players.
There's really no way to debate that right now. We're seeing way too much movement.
I mean, you can get that with a few. And Scally said in Vegas, I was sitting right in the room, I've never changed my logo, and I never will. I ran around the stadium before it was used to just be Rice, and then Eccles put their name on it and improved it. And, with his lineage, having played there, he can claim that justifiably. And that's rare, but it's cool, and we'll see. I mean, in the end, Kyle chose to leave. And there's bad feelings. There's hard feelings. There's no doubt about it. There's hard feelings. I've gotten more information that I could possibly disseminate in the last couple of weeks. But that's the way it goes.
DJ PK, and we're joined now by Tanner Wall, former BYU free safety. Tanner, good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
We are doing well this morning. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
As a guy who's been through college football now, as you watch everything that's happening with coaches moving, assistant coaches moving, quarterbacks on the carousel for $5 million or more, is this all new and normal to you, or do you still have some of the, I don't know, stunned, maybe not the outrage, fans have some outrage, but are you still surprised or stunned by it, or is it just new normal and you're not blinking anymore?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be just the new normal. With the way it's structured, I'm not surprised by it at all. To see, I mean, basically, every player in the country is a free agent. It's kind of funny to see, the graphics put out by certain schools saying, I've agreed to another 1-year deal, or I've re-signed, with my college. But that's just kind of the state of where we are right now and how it's set up. So I think we're going to continue to see it unless some changes come down the pipeline. But also, with the way that they have only offered one portal window, the frenzy right now seems to be as crazy as ever.
Yeah, it really is. There's no question about that. And you had worked your way up. You're a success story, obviously, from how you got there and end up finishing as one of the better players, one of the leaders and all that. And that's been acknowledged. Your story has been told. It's a great story. It's something that young people can look up to and aspire to. It's that motivating and all that stuff and inspirational. And with that leadership came opportunities to see who was good as far as the coaching staff and how they came together. So I think you have an opportunity to speak to this more than most folks in terms of what does the loss to Jay Hill mean to this BYU defense and how it overcomes, because he probably wasn't going to stay there forever, and so now he goes, so be it. But what did he mean, and what do they need to do to overcome it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Just on the value that Jay has brought to our program. When he came in 2023, very early on, you could tell the kind of expectations that he had for us as a defense and as a team. And I really do feel good. I feel confident and comfortable knowing that a lot of the things that he has kind of installed and instilled in the players and in the program will continue. From a scheme perspective, this defense is very familiar to a lot of guys on that staff, right? It's the same defense. Kalani knew this defense even before Jay came, right? They all kind of learned it together in their time at Utah. And so this coaching tree and a lot of the guys that we have and have been able to retain at BYU through all of this, they're very familiar with this scheme. Now, obviously, from a leadership perspective, whoever it is that we expect to kind of be the coordinator on the defensive side of the ball is going to have their own nuances and put their own, little wrinkles in it. But, I still feel very confident in the future of where we're going as far as the BYU defense. But again, speaking to Jay, I mean, he's an amazing coach, amazing mentor. The way that he's able to, help players and coaches prepare for the games and just feel mentally like they've mastered exactly what they're supposed to do going into the game. You're able to play with a lot of confidence. And I know that's something that he'll take with him wherever he goes.
Jay's been at 3 different schools now, and all the schools have experienced high water marks while he's been there. And football's so big. Nobody does anything by themselves, but you can't ignore the fact that there have been high water marks now at 3 different schools. And I'm curious, and you just started to touch on it there, he's probably good at all this stuff, but where did you feel the most impact? Was it the schemes, and when you're watching film, you're like, wow, this is a super smart game plan. They are not going to be able, we got him. Or is it things that he says on the sideline or in the locker room, and it's like an emotional, psychological thing? What is Jay's superpower?
I think it's a multifaceted thing. Like, I think it comes from a lot of different buckets of his style. From a personality standpoint, he's a competitor at the highest level. He hates losing. He wants to win at everything. But also the culture and just kind of the expectation, as I mentioned. Like, we came into the year expecting to win every game, and we came into the year expecting, when we play in the Veldert Stadium, like, the home field advantage we have, like, we're going to win every game in that stadium. And then for even, like, he's a coach, some coaches and their styles are different, but he's a coach who would, show up to off-season workouts. He would see, okay, how are we looking running? How are we looking in the weight room? How, is the intensity there? Are the leaders leading? And so there was this accountability that was ingrained into everything that we did. And then going back to just like the game day prep, it's a next level of preparation that, I think most people would love to see the whole process and see exactly what he does and how he builds his call sheet. And by the time he gets to game day, he's got the things so dialed as far as exactly what calls he likes in different situations, between pressures, man pressures, zone pressures, what I like in third and medium, what I like on base downs, based on where we are in the field, based on personnel. And he's got it, so figured out by game day. It's like this game of chess, but he's, kind of feeling like he's not reacting, but he's two to three steps ahead, knowing exactly what he wants to do. And his preparation is, I don't know if psychotic is the right word. that might have a negative connotation to it, but just trying to paint the picture of truly how much time and effort he puts into that.
As you say, these guys learned this at Utah, so it has been imparted to the guys who've stayed on the staff. At minimum, it's rubbed off on them, and more than likely, it's far greater than simply saying it's rubbed off on them. It's ingratiated in them. So with that in mind, if you were the president of BYU football and had the opportunity to make the decision, would you rather see someone be elevated internally or go outside?
Well, it's a good thing I'm not the president making that choice, but I really do feel a lot of confidence knowing the coaches that we have on the defensive side of the ball. I think there's a lot of guys who could do that job extremely well. Gary Anderson's a name that's been thrown around a ton in recent, days and weeks. And the value that he's added at BYU too has to be recognized. I think he's kind of one who flies under the radar quite a bit to fans and others who maybe don't really understand the level of involvement that he has, just because it seems to be somewhat of a backseat role. But he's very much in the day-to-day and helping us really dial our scheme. And Coach Kelly Papinka is another one who has had a lot of on his plate with being our special teams coordinator, and has done an incredible job doing that. And I could see him as well being someone who could play a huge role as a play caller. But even Kalani, if he wanted to, be more of a guy with a play sheet in his hand on game day, I could see him doing that. But there's a lot of, as you said, that coaching staff, because they're day in, day out doing this and they've been learning it and feel comfortable with it. There's a lot of them who know that scheme, understand it. We can put our own, spin on it as far as where we want to take it. But it's gonna be there. If it's an internal hire, then it's going to continue to look a lot like what it looks like right now.
Can you explain to us how Kalani handles the part about being really involved, but at the same time letting coaches coach, which we've heard multiple coordinators and position coaches down there have praised him for that, but at the same time he doesn't have his hands off the reins either. How do you see him balance those things?
Yeah, it's a definitely his unique way of doing it. And from a player's standpoint, Kalani's like ultimate strength from our point of view is just the leader that he is, and how he's able to really just inspire the boys and make sure that we all, feel valued and feel like we, have something to add to the success of the team, whether you're a scout team guy or whether you're, an All-American starter. Everyone plays a role in the program. And from a leadership perspective, he, is very good at doing the managerial things of, being the captain, guiding the ship. But as you said, he gives a lot of autonomy to the coordinators. He doesn't want to step on toes, and because at the end of the day, you got to recognize this is a profession and a field with a lot of egos from players and from coaches, right? You got a lot of guys who want to be successful, got a lot of guys who have their own way of doing things. And so from Kalani's point of view, I think he understands how valuable it is to let coordinators and let position coaches have their own autonomy and call their own shots. And if there's moments when he needs to step in, then he will. But I think that just comes from the level of trust that he has for his staff. And I mean, when you look at his staff too, it makes sense that he does that. You've got amazing coaches across the board, across all positions. So letting them kind of take the reins in their own rooms and on their sides of the ball, I think he's very comfortable knowing that they're going to do it exactly how he expects them to. And if there's some changes or things that need to be made, then he can step in.
If a 15-year-old came to you now and said, hey, I've watched you, I know your story, I want to be the next Tanner Wall, I want to be a Satawala, whatever it might be, what would you say to a youngster as someone who wants to achieve what you've achieved? What would it take and what would they need to do?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. There's a lot to that. The thing that I would say to focus, like the level of discipline that you have to achieve, something like this is next level. Just because there's a lot of kids out there who are great athletes, right? There's tons of great athletes across the country who could play at the next level. But, you have to be the kind of person from a leadership perspective where, your team, if you were not going to play on a Friday night game in high school, like your team was going to feel it. Like, it's like, shoot, like that's a hole that we don't really know how to fill. Like your value to your team has to be so high, both on and off the field. But also there's a level of that too, where it's just like you got to be a playmaker. Like you have to find a way to impact the game anytime the ball touches your hand or a play comes near you. And so you got to prepare for those opportunities. But also like football IQ and studying film is a huge thing. And I think that's one thing in high school that can go undervalued just because of resources or coaching or other things. But, your understanding for the game can help you, perform at a high level. And I think if you haven't seen the whole process or maybe you're not too familiar, like as a high school kid, you're going to think, okay, more footwork, more lifting, more routes on air with my quarterback or whatever it is. And it's like, your body can only take so much. It's like, you gotta train the mind as well. So be a holistic, be the full picture football player where you can be, a star across all the different levels of what it takes to be great.
How much film do you watch in season? How much film do you watch in the off season? How much do you watch your own film? How much do you watch other teams? And how much, when you're in high school, should a high school kid be watching college and pros? And when you're in the college, how much should you be watching the NFL? Figuring those guys are even more detail oriented.
Yeah, no. So in a typical week for us, I mean, we're probably together as a unit, probably 7 to 8 hours, I would say, of film. And then outside of that, I think those of us who take it very seriously are watching, close to an hour a day on our own. And so, I mean, that adds up to, let's just call it 15, 16 hours a week for a game. And then in high school, the thing in high school that can be tough is like either film quality might not be as good or the angles, and so it might be a little bit harder to break down depending on like what sort of resources your school has. But like if a school has the opportunity to invest in that kind of stuff, like I would say absolutely do it. Just being able to watch film from both a sideline angle and an end zone, a back or a front angle is huge. The NFL film, it's interesting because the way that kind of, Coach Hill he taught us to watch film and look for tendencies and patterns and those kinds of things. The NFL is very different from traditional college patterns, I would say, because, there's a lot more under center. They throw the ball a lot more from like pistol under center. And there's, different patterns with that. So I'm kind of excited to make that jump as far as watching and looking for, different tendencies and things that I can learn as far as, what differentiates the pro schemes from a lot of the college ones.
You speak of the NFL, I assume you're going to give that an opportunity, see how it plays out, and you're well aware that the lifespan of the average NFL guy isn't very long. So with that in mind, short-term NFL opportunity, what do you want beyond that?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna pursue my football career in the NFL for as long as I can. Feel like I got a good shot and can add a lot of value wherever I end up. But I got my degree at BYU in finance, and I've been working on my
Yeah, Tanner's joining us by video there, and it froze and locked up. So I think he was working on an MBA, I think he was about to say. We'll see if we can get him back.
It continues to be more impressive.
I know, right? Well, you could tell by his answers. He's back with us now. Tanner, you locked up there. You got your degree in finance and?
Oh, yeah, and I've been working on my master's as well. So I've been getting my MBA, and just through a lot of the networking and other, cool opportunities that I've had to rub shoulders with amazing alumni and others in and around BYU, have become connected to some cool entrepreneurial ventures and opportunities with some startups. So I've, been able to do some work with them on the side as an intern and doing different things. So got some really cool opportunities. My level of involvement right now is small, but a lot of them have said the thing, whenever you're not a football player, we want you working and doing some stuff with us. So have some cool opportunities in the business realm to pivot into that whenever the football train comes to a stop.
Reno Mahe, after he was in the NFL a few years, said he would tell every high school and college player, embrace special teams. Don't be one of those people who runs from those. That you've got to have that to make it in the NFL unless you're a quarterback or a superstar, I guess. How many special teams do you think you can play in the NFL?
I mean, shoot, I'd like to think I could play all of them. I've played a ton of special team snaps in my career at BYU. So, I can block on punt and cover, block and cover on kickoff and kickoff return. I played a lot of punt return. So, I mean, I've done it all. So I'm confident that I could contribute on any of those teams at the next level.
All right. Well, Tanner, good luck going forward. Thanks for joining us and sharing your perspective on the wild world of college football today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's nice to be with you guys this morning. I appreciate it.
Tanner Wall, former BYU free safety, joining us right here on The Zone. Thanks, Tanner. All right, DJ and PK, a little late to break. Steve Cleveland, former Cougar basketball coach, coming up at the top of the hour. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in Parley's Canyon causing big delays for eastbound drivers where they have a crash just east of the Mount Arrow Canyon exit. They also have lots of snow falling through the canyon as well. Want to add some time to your drive if you're coming into the valley from Park City this morning. Also have a crash out in Eagle Mountain on Quarry Ride Highway. That's at the intersection from Mountain View Quarter, causing delays in that area as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
So I'm trying to get my phone to not call me Hans.
All right, try it again.
Don't call me Hans.
Okay, what should I call you?
Hans.
You'd like me to call you Hats. Is that right?
No. Hans.
You'd like me to call you Pants.
It's the dumbest thing. What is my name, Google?
Your name is Hans.
God! Stupid. Dumb thing. Could you call me Hans, Ned?
You'd like me to call you Handsome. Is that right?
Well, it's better than Hans. Yeah.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, we got a new year, and it's officially underway now. The holiday is over. Today is Monday. Back to work, back to the grind, right? Yeah, and you do grind. I'm sure you do, because we all do. A steady job requires that. Success in a steady job requires that. And you don't want it to be wasteful, right? You want to be able to live a nice life. This is the goal of everybody, right? In the short term and in the long term. Well, I need to talk to you about the long term, because you need to have investing and general retirement planning, right? Just imagine, what are the new rules and laws and all that stuff? It gets so complex and almost gives you a headache thinking about it, no matter what stage you're at. If you got 30 years to go or you got less than 5 years to go, you never can stop planning. That's why I'm telling you, get with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Do like I've done. I've got one of the folks with Trajan Wealth. And then when you meet with them, you feel a level of confidence, because you know they know what they're talking about. You can feel it right there, man. Just spend 10, 15, 20 minutes with them, and you will come away with that same thinking like I did. The trust will be there. These are experts. They know what they're doing. They're veterans. They've been doing it for a good while. And they're financial fiduciaries. And what that means is they've got to put your situation first and foremost, man. They don't make money unless you do. So it is a win-win. And it's not going to cost you anything right off the bat, because the initial consultation is for free. So give them a call to set up that appointment. 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800 is the number. You can meet with them. Their locations to meet are in Draper and in Farmington, north and south. And the website, you can get a lot of information available immediately. Simple. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Get the new year started off right. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I like the way your sparkling earrings lay against your skin so brown.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
It's my show, too. Yeah, thank you. It's the Arizona tune.
Yeah.
I'll sleep with you in the desert tonight. They got a lot of deserts where I grew up.
I've heard that.
The second portion of my growing up. Although some would argue I haven't grown up at all, so.
Well, that's a good point, too. It's a process.
Yeah. Because, I mean, as an example, I need to come clean at the start of 2026 here.
Oh, boy.
That I've been having this affair with Lorraine, but it's gone. It's gone now.
Okay.
And I'm going with Claire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I can see Claire now. Lorraine is gone.
Misheard lyrics, huh?
Since we're in the music vernacular. But as far as BYU, I do think Kelly Poppinga gets this job. That's my guess. I'm not reporting
is that a change? Because when we were talking about this and I threw his name out, I thought there was hesitation from both of you.
No, I'm all in.
Huh?
I am.
It wasn't on my short list originally, but to PK's point, it seems like it's really gained steam.
I put my chips in. Sometimes when you have silence,
yes,
that tells you stuff. It speaks loudly.
It does. People aren't getting back to you. They'll mess around with you about your misheard lyrics and your little jokes, but then it gets right down to you ever send a text that says, "Hey, I know you can't talk now. I think it's about to get very interesting. Just tell me all about it later." You ever send that text and get nothing back?
Well, essentially,
I sent it.
I got a text on Thursday. Hello, PK. Happy New Year. Sorry I wasn't able to get back to you. Crazy couple of weeks.
Yeah, right.
And I think it's okay to say who it was from now. No. Kyle Whittingham's agent.
Is he represented by a sibling?
No.
Okay.
No, it's his real agent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've known the guy for a bit.
Okay.
I've never met him in person, but I've talked to him.
Yeah.
And so with Kyle's permission and all that years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, hey, you told me all I needed to know.
When you didn't get back to me.
Yeah. Right.
Like, it's on.
When you've gotten back to me 10 other times.
Yeah.
And I get it. I get this.
I get it, and I don't begrudge it.
Oh, no, not at all.
I know.
No, I get it. I understand.
Right.
I said, I texted back and said, yeah, I know how this stuff works.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're all good. We're cool. And he gave me back the heart sign.
For people who weren't with us, you were talking earlier that there's hard feelings and you don't want to, you can't share it all. No. But it's interesting how there's super tight personal relationships in coaching, in multiple sports, and yet at the same time, there are these moments and times where it's every coach for themselves. And those two things can crash into each other, and the guy who is going to join us next, I think, can speak to that. We'll talk with Steve Cleveland next. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Hey, this is Chris with JCWs. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCWs, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined by former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland. Steve, good morning.
Morning, fellas.
So, Steve, we want to talk to you this morning about coaching, and watching all this go down with the football coaches and who stays and who goes to Michigan with Kyle and the hard feelings. I remember talking to Dave Rose when the first hint of you going, it was just a hint of you maybe going to Fresno, and Dave saying, I don't know. And I said, well, if this happens and then that, and he says, well, if he actually does go, if this is all true, then it's every coach for themselves. And it was just so cold-blooded. Like, I knew you two had a deep personal relationship. You'd known each other. You had a million stories, a million laughs, a million probably agonies as well. Looking at each other going into halftime, like, what are we going to say to these guys now? And you got all of that. But then when you get to that point where it is everybody for themselves, personal relationships and feelings can go up. How do you juggle that? And all the people that you've known across coaching, you've seen probably in situations like this. Because I think people are trying to understand how this has happened with Kyle and why people would go with him and why people would stay and how you balance hey, it's like they say in The Godfather, it's business.
It is business. You know what? It's interesting because I've listened to a little bit of it as well and read some stuff in the papers and how people are upset about him leaving and this and that. It doesn't make sense. What an opportunity for him, and an opportunity to go to obviously a blue blood university in Michigan. I think what we tend to forget sometimes is all the amazing things that Kyle did at Utah. And I think that obviously Utah's had a great program and done well. Michigan is another level, another step. And I just don't think people should take it so personally. I mean, what would you do if you were in his seat and making those kinds of decisions? I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. And it doesn't take anything away from his love for Utah. And the thing about Kyle, he is a really, really genuine, authentic person. And not everyone is that. And the thing about Kyle that I've always loved, and when I first started coaching, he made an effort to come in and introduce himself to me. And I didn't know anybody when I came to BYU. Here's the guy that's at University of Utah, and met him at a meeting and at a luncheon. And I've always had good feelings about Kyle and that being a very genuine, authentic individual. I've always appreciated him about that. And I think people need to just take a step back, take a breath, and just relax. Hey, let's just reflect on the amazing things this man has done while he was at Utah, and it's an opportunity for him, for his family, and to take it to another level. And it's not to say that Utah or BYU or whoever it is isn't deserving of having the very best coach they can have, but I think Kyle made a great decision. He's taken some guys with him. And that's just part of the process. And people want to take it personal, then let them deal with it. But it's nonsense to think that Kyle wouldn't take it, that he wouldn't take coaches from other staffs. And that's part of the business, and get used to it.
I can remember when you were going to Fresno. I mean, you were like the first guy. Oh my gosh, BYU coaches don't leave, and Steve Cleveland is leaving BYU. What is he thinking? And obviously that was home for you, and you had other situations and financial packages which made sense. And a little funny story is, I thought, well, Dave Rose is the guy, right? And so I think yours story broke like on a Thursday or Friday. I remember it was a Saturday, and I was in Arizona visiting family, but that turned out to be a work trip. And so I call him on Saturday, and he must have saw my number and figured, I can't talk to this guy. But he didn't click it all the way, right? And he was in his car, and I could hear the radio. And I thought, well, I'll just wait this out. He's going to he'll pick up the phone at some point, and I'll still be on the line. He does not know that he didn't hang up completely. And I can't remember. It was probably at least 20 minutes, maybe even longer. I was just sitting there, and he was in the car, obviously driving somewhere. I figured it couldn't have been far. And sure enough, he goes to pick up the phone, and he thinks he's dialing, and hello, and it's still me. And so he then realized, said, Dave, I know you looked at my number and said, oh, I can't talk to him now. But anyway, I talked to him, and I said, whatever you tell me here, I got too much invested in this. I'm not going to burn you, and I think most people know. That was 20 years ago, and obviously 20 years later, they know I'm not going to burn him. And we talked about the job, and clearly he wanted it, and we all thought he was the right man for the job, and obviously Tom ended up giving it to him. So it's just a little funny story I thought I'd share. But I'm thinking about all these guys now that from Utah and from BYU are going to go to Michigan, and there's probably a good chance that many of these dudes have never been there, and they're going to be introduced. It's going to be so overwhelming, and I was wondering if you could share your experience when you went from Fresno to Provo. At least you had been to Provo, at least probably some, but how overwhelming, or how was it in terms of just, here's the job, and I got to meet all these people. I got to move. I got to get a place to stay. I got to get the electricity on. That seems like, man, that is just an overwhelming situation for these coaches that they have to go into with their families, and particularly if they have young kids, which you had younger kids at the time too.
Yep. Well, let me just speak for a moment about, BYU. And it was such a unique situation there. And as I was really, really surprised that they contacted me. And I'm at a community college. I've got a really good community college team. We're like the number one team in the state, and I think life's good forever. And as we went through that process, and I think looking back, I'm sure people are going, Steve, who? What do they think? But for me personally, it was an opportunity, and obviously you got to get a staff together, and you all both know what the relationship that Dave, Rose, and I have had. And it's funny because as community college coaches, he was an outstanding community college coach, and I had done the same, but we didn't really know each other that well. I mean, we'd made contact, and I'd gone down to a tournament down in St. George and got to know him, and we kind of developed a friendship there. But I don't think either one of us ever thought, looking forward, that I would be the head coach and that he would be my associate head coach. And, and 8 years later, he's the head coach at BYU, and I'm back at Fresno State. But that's how things are. And I never felt, it was always a positive vibe. I love the people that I work for, and people can question, what was I thinking leaving BYU? But it was also something that I went back to family. I went back to a situation that I had a dear love for, and people talk about money and this and that. I you know what, that it's part of the process. But for me and my gut and feeling, it was like, this feels right. Going to BYU, having an amazing experience there, turning a program around, and then going to Fresno and trying doing the same thing. Looking back today, realize how difficult that process was going to be and what it was. But I just think in your heart, you make decisions. If I made decisions that I look back on and things in my life that I could have been better or should have maybe rethought this, yes. I don't think any of us, when you go through this process, but when I look at the football situation at Utah and, and what Kyle's doing, and there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. And he gave them everything at Utah, and he had a great staff. And there was coaches from BYU, coaches from Utah that are going with Kyle, and I believe that's what a great honor. What a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. In the past, they've had amazing basketball there. It's a great institution. But going to Michigan is another level and next step. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart, and really not really good people and kind. And a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him. Blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even takes place. And so I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff, the guys that have the guys from BYU and Utah and other places that they've come to develop a great staff. And I'll always be their fans. It doesn't matter to me. Yes, I love BYU, but I love my experiences with coaches at Utah and watching from afar, football, basketball. And it just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded. And honestly with you, I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
It's one thing when it happens with with coaches, but now it's happening with players with the transfer portal. The Texas Tech is getting Cincinnati's quarterback for $5 million. The TCU quarterback's going to Indiana. The ASU quarterback's going to Kentucky or LSU, reportedly for at least $5 million. Iowa State's quarterback is following his coach to Penn State. So do we have to take the same attitude towards players? Because, man, in the era you coached and even more recently, just 5 years ago, people like to sit in the stands and look out and I know that guy. I know his story. I followed him for 4 years. Well, that's out the window.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I look at the opportunities, I mean, you talked about the NIL, or we talked start with the transfer portal. I mean, I never saw that coming. Has it impacted collegiate sports? Absolutely. And, and I think as a player who sometimes, when I was coaching and guys would come and they would leave and they'd go and do different things, it was always hard for coaches to lose guys or to find out somebody's going somewhere else. It seems like they're not loyal. What you committed to going to BYU or you're committed to going to Utah or Michigan, whatever it was, you felt like, hey, you know what? You decided to come here. Well, that's not the environment we live in anymore. And we just take a look at the transfer portal and guys being able to play in 3 or 4 programs in 3 or 4 years. I mean, I don't love that, but that's what it is, and it's not going to change. And no matter how much I gripe about it, that's what it is. And NIL money and the fact that guys are making millions of dollars, yeah, it didn't feel right, but I've lived long enough and seen this, and that's what it is. And we're now paying college athletes significant amounts of money, and that's the world that we live in. That's what the NC2A and all the governing bodies have decided to go. That's what they're doing. And I think for a long time, universities, schools, you guys have heard this, that millions and millions of dollars are being made and student athletes aren't really benefiting from it. And it wasn't that way in 2005, and it wasn't that way in the late 90s, but it is the way it is today. And for me personally, I don't begrudge any young man who has an opportunity to improve himself in his circumstances financially or in a different school. I've kind of wrapped my arms around that and said I'm good with it. It's not the perfect world that I grew up in as a coach, but if that's what it is now, then good on you. And it's not just BYU and Utah. It's 300 different Division I schools that are changing and going through this process, and I just don't see any purpose in fighting it when that's what it is. And guess what? Student athletes are benefiting from this. Coaches are benefiting from this, and that's just what it is. And I know it's difficult to have coaches lose guys, but I think everybody's gotten used to the fact now that you're going to lose guys sometimes, and you're going to have to pay people to play. Those were things that would be disgusting and talk about 10, 15 years ago and think, what is going on? It's crazy. It is. But we have to just wrap our arms around it, get a feel for it, take a deep breath, and realize that this is the world we live in. Let's make good decisions. It doesn't take anything away from coaching staffs or players who have worked hard. And I get it. I get it that young people are now being paid significant amounts of money. And if you ask me if I'd like it to go back the old way, no, because I think athletes were taken advantage of, and we didn't see the big picture and all the monies that were being collected and put into university programs. no more. And so I that may surprise people that I feel that way, but this is the world we live in. Embrace it, get after it. The principles and the ethics of the game, I can't address because I've not really been or seen or situations, and I'm sure there are some things that are kind of upside down. But right now, it's in front of everybody. This is how we play the game. This is what it's going to be. It's probably never going to change for a while. I can live with that. And I can live with that. And I don't begrudge players. I don't begrudge coaches for leaving and going to another program that they can enhance their own livelihood and their families and the benefits there. That's just part of what America is. And that's the world we live in.
The Cougars got a nice conference opening win at Kansas State, and they had almost double the average turnovers, which is 10, and they had 19. AJ had 7 of his own. And watching that game and going back to my beat days in college and listening to you and guys like Majerus talk about conference play, it takes on a whole nother level. The game gets far more physical, and that was AJ's first conference game, and they're trying to rough him up and body him as much as possible. And I do think that's a learning experience, and I doubt the rest of the season we'll see 7 turnovers from him individually, because that's way too many, obviously. But with that in mind, I'm assuming from what I know of you that game was par for the course when you get into conference play, and that's what you should expect every single time you play.
I completely agree. And I think the thing, too, now is in getting in conference play, you go through the first 10 or 11 games and you're 12-1 and you haven't had a close game. And, obviously they had a loss. BYU had a loss to UConn. But when you get into conference play, the physicality of the game changes. And I think that, number one, the competition changes. I mean, playing these preseason games where you're winning by 30 and 40 points, yeah, that's part of the process. You get bye games, you do that. That's what it is. But when you get to conference play, it's a whole different thing. Playing on away in someone else's, convention center or arena with 10, 20, 30,000 people screaming and going crazy. The intensity of the game, of just the competitiveness that takes place, it's just so much more fun to watch. And, you look at the Kansas State game, it was a 10-point game. AJ goes 24, he gets beat up. I mean, it was the physicality of that game was, we hadn't seen that in the last, 6-8 weeks of games. And, but, still, AJ 24, Kata had 11 and 16 rebounds.
Yeah.
What an amazing asset, this young man. I think about watching him play earlier on and then seeing him play now. It's just incredible to see. And Saunders has been who he is. Wright is the guy that this team is not what they are today if he's not in this. I mean, maybe they could have had someone else, but Wright has been a special addition to this team. And having the leadership and having his ability to get the ball to places and get the ball to guys and transition and in a half-court game, I think for me, if you're going to ask me who's been the biggest difference maker for me watching this team, it's Wright. And, every night it's, double figures. The other night against Kansas, 18, 4, and 5. He makes things happen. He hits big shots. He's he just has that experience of he doesn't play nervous.
No, he didn't get rattled.
Doesn't get rattled. His composure is amazing. And if I was going to give a guy the player of the month or whatever, or when we look back on this season, wherever they get, if they get to a Final Four, they win a national championship, they go to a Sweet 16, whatever happens, it doesn't happen if they don't have someone like Wright. And with his composure and ability to lead, and I watch it. You guys do the same thing. I mean, I'm watching games. I go there and watch games. I'm watching the players. I'm looking at what facial expressions. I'm looking at coaches. Because those are the things that I dealt with as a coach. And I just see a lot of leadership on this team. And, and AJ's been thrown into a world where he'll be in the league next year, and there's all sorts of this and that. And that's tough to embrace and deal with. I think he's done a nice job of it. I know the couple times that I've met him, he's just really personable, kind, and very respectful. And I watched him as he practiced in preseason. So he's obviously a special talent. But if you ask me, the two guys that have had the biggest influence on this team this year are Wright and Kada. And Kada has so improved and just dominating the boards and, attacking the rim offensively and defensively. Fun to watch different guys. I don't think 3 months ago we'd sit there and be talking about the huge influence that Wright and Kada have made. But obviously they've been special. And if this team's going to go ahead and win a conference championship or get deep run in the tournament or get to a Final Four, those two are going to be a big part of it.
Thought the most interesting word you threw in the middle of that answer was transition, because watching that game, seeing the physicality and all that, it feels like there's a pick your poison moment for BYU opponents now. There's very few teams of anyone who match up with Kada's size, physicality, athleticism, and relentlessness on the backboards. So I think most of them have to decide to defend with rebound with numbers. But if they do that, then BYU's transition game just carves them up. DeBance in the open floor is a nightmare. Right in the open floor is a nightmare. So if you were prepping for this team, would you be getting numbers back because you're worried about Wright, DeBance, Saunders, everybody else in transition? Or would you be committing numbers to the glass because there's no other way to deal with Kada? And if he gets 16 boards, that's going to kill you too.
I think it's a point well made, because you're thinking about those players that we've talked about. And Kada he's a bonus. I mean, we've watched him play the last couple of years. This year, he's taken it to another level, how he protects the rim and how he gets up and down the floor. I mean, he runs like a gazelle. He's bouncing around. He gets his hands. He's got a motor unlike anybody else on that team. I mean, his motor is at a whole different level, offensively transitioning, defensively transitioning, relentless to the boards. You just can't, teams don't have guys like that. And not only do we have the talent of AJ and Saunders and Wright, you see the things that they bring to the table and their ability to score. But if you're asking me who's had the biggest influence on the success of this team, it's Kada. I guess the word is he's relentless, and his motor is always on, and it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And when you're worrying about how we're going to guard AJ and how are we going to guard Saunders and how are we going to guard Wright, how are we going to deal, the focus of a game plan is going to be on what can we do to take things away from them. And we saw the physicality in the last game, and AJ was just bounced around. Well, welcome to Big 12 basketball. Yeah. And that's what it's going to be like night in and night out. They'll get used to it. They'll get tougher. And I think they'll adjust just fine. But for me, looking at this team, Wright and Kada are the guys that really, you take your point guard and your 5-man and you consider what they've done in the preseason and what they're now doing in conference play. BYU's a scary team to play. And now, mind you, I say that, but I mean, you're looking at a league where, did we forget about Houston? Did we forget about TCU or Arizona, who was 1 or 2 in the country? I mean, we're talking about BYU and who they are and what's going on, but this league is going to be really competitive. You can't sleep on anybody, especially that top 5 or 6 teams that all have a chance to be in the tournament, to get to a Final Four. Man, it's going to be fun to watch, and I can't wait to. It's so much fun to go to those games in person. And occasionally, I can't do that, and you watch them on television. But just getting close and being close enough to see the expressions and the anger and the energy and all the things that come with college basketball, and to see the excitement of the fans, and there's 20,000 folks or 19,000 at BYU going to those games. Very special time. Love being there, and love a coaching staff. Mind you, we're in a different world today. You guys, I know we haven't talked about it, but it's so funny for me to see like 18 guys on the bench.
Yeah, right. Coaches outnumber the players.
but that kind of is kind of the way it is. And man, it's working. So don't mess with it. But that's probably the biggest adjustment for me. I don't know how you deal with that many people, but I like the 5, 6, 7 guys, who were. It was easier to control that and not be overwhelmed by it. But man, they're doing everything. Kevin Young is a special coach. He's got a great staff, and I love watching our team play. And there's some great opportunities here, and you'll see how it all plays out. But this is the team.
Right at the end of interviews, we seem to be having problems. Oh, you're back now. Okay.
It's not going to be a surprise to me to watch this team do special things this year, and you'll contributions from everyone. And then I go back to the coaching staff is just superb, and there's just such a good feel about watching them and the intensity which they play. So hang on, everyone. I think what we're about to watch is going to be really fun and really special for the fan base.
He's Steve Cleveland. He joins us every week right here on The Zone. Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delays in Parley's Canyon right now. I have a westbound crash at Summit with lanes blocked there. Also snow falling in the canyons. Looking at it slow for drivers heading all the way from Park City into the valley currently. I-15 currently wet, but moving at pretty good speeds as you try to get towards downtown. Just a little bit northbound slowing through Draper and Murray at this moment. Also southbound 15 from the north interchange into downtown at this moment. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Warriors, looked good for a half, then Steph Curry went off in the third quarter, and the game was over. Will Hardy on the issues with trying to compete with the Warriors.
The communication has to be better at the point of attack, and the anticipation has to be better behind it. You know, we knew coming into the game that if they get the ball in the pocket, they cut out of the corners really hard. Our weak side defender, who was higher on the floor, we just didn't do a good enough job of sinking and finding the cutter. If we do a better job at the point of attack with our communication and our physicality, you're not at such a disadvantage on the weak side.
Jazz road trip continues tonight in Portland. Tip-off with the Blazers at 8, pregame at 7 here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health and University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We just talked to Tanner Wall and to Steve Cleveland. We got a player's perspective on all the tumult and change, and we got a coach's perspective. How about Steve, who tends to give a long answer? It's business. Straight out of The Godfather, PK. You love to quote that movie. There's so many truths that stand the test of time, which is why they're truths, I guess.
I think that you really can't begrudge someone for going to Michigan. I mean, that's, as Kyle would say, and
that's the bottom line.
The dearly departed Kyle Whittingham. He's departed.
Yeah, that's what you make it sound like it's a funeral.
For some people it is.
I knew that would be the next line.
Not for me. I'm ecstatic he's gone.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because?
I had enough of him.
Okay.
Absolute narcissistic dope. Oh, wait, that's me.
Yeah, enough about you.
How do you like that's what you get from a listener to start the new year? Man.
Yep. Well, there you go.
An absolute narcissistic dope. I try so hard to be likable. I think under the circumstances, man, you got to go. And Kyle could do what he wants.
Yep.
But I'm talking about the assistants. I'm talking about the Jay Hills.
They can also do what they want,
but,
and they can also go.
He's got to go. General Guilford has to go.
I get it. And I don't begrudge him going. And I know people are upset coaching staffs are getting pulled apart, but I just think that Dave Rose saying, well, it's every coach for themselves. I mean, these guys are all at risk of getting fired. We love Kyle and Kalani, and they're the nicest guys ever, and they both fired coordinators. Multiple times. It's part of the gig. Back to what Steve said. It's business. You got that a long time ago. You were asked, and I forget which job it was. Was it the football job was open? And the question is, well, is this a job? Or can't say no to the church. Is this a job or is this a calling? It's a job. It's business.
Yeah. Yeah, the Philadelphia Inquirer called me on that.
Yes.
and quoted me anonymously liberally when I was working for the Watchdog, and the story ran verbatim in the Deseret News.
Bravo.
The unnamed, the anonymous source, it was me.
This is a Tribune writer. Hey, this is a great story. Good stuff. We ought to run this thing from Philly.
Yeah, because it was all about Andy Reid. You know, he was coaching the Eagles at the time.
Yeah.
I remember vividly. I was sitting in a hotel in Fort Collins, Colorado. The Cougars were going to play the Rams that night, and so it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had nothing to do. The guy calls me and wrote down everything I said, and then they ran the story. The T News. Nobody knew that the anonymous dude was me, but it was me because those were my quotes that I gave him. And well, that. It's a funny situation, too, because, you know, you work with an athletic director, you work with these coaches, but then when it comes right down to the moment, it is, in a sense, every person for him or herself.
Yeah.
You look at Roberts at Utah basketball, women's basketball, had been doing really well, and she elevated the program, right, and they had that great NCAA run, and then the Sparks call. And the season was already underway.
Well, bye. Straight out of Tombstone, another great movie. Well, bye.
And it is a funky business in that way, and she obviously viewed it as a better opportunity to get in the WNBA and to do what she's doing over there with the Los Angeles franchise, and so be it here. So you got all these situations going on, and you probably weren't going to retain Jay for very much longer anyway, and I don't see how anyone could have hard feelings towards Jay. To me, this was 1,000%, not a 100, 1,000% no-brainer. And Gennaro's, you know, he's been working hard for many, many years, and has done a great job at BYU and they've elevated their talent in the defensive backfield, particularly at the cornerbacks, immensely in the last few years. And the good thing for BYU is that I have no reason to think they won't continue to do that. They've expanded their recruiting base. I was talking with someone just, I think, was it Saturday? Maybe yesterday, but I think it was Saturday, about, you know, for BYU, you know, the LDS thing, and could you work there? Did you have to go to church and all that? And I told the guy a situation. There was a coach who was LDS, but he didn't participate in church, and he couldn't get the job. And he joked with me. He said, it'd be better if I took my name off the rolls. And I said, well, why don't you do that? He said, because my mother then would be mad at me. And I was talking to a coach. I don't want to give up too much. But he says, well, those times have changed here. And I don't want to say they're looking the other way, but they've expanded their horizons in that way. So the point is they should be able to get qualified people in there because they've elevated the program. It's been elevated immensely from where it was as an independent a few years back to where it is now. And there is a form of loyalty. I think Aaron Roderick showed some loyalty to Kalani Sitake. He potentially had options, and it was a gut-wrenching week for him last week. And his connection to Kalani was strong enough, and they probably increased the money because on Friday I'm sitting there at home. What was I? I don't even remember when I was watching, but I was watching some game Friday, probably basketball. I don't even remember. I honestly don't
It's all
remember.
a blur after a while. Well, there was a ton
Was the Jazz playing Friday?
No, they played Saturday.
Right.
There was a ton of college football Friday.
Oh, I was watching the Holiday Bowl. That's
even
what
after
it
the
was.
playoffs, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what it was. I was watching the Holiday Bowl, and it was an entertaining game. And out of the blue, I get a text that says, "Yeah, we're extremely competitive." And so it was. So A-Rod's staying. That's what it was, without saying what they were saying. And it turns out that they won't. I don't think they'll have an announcement. Only players announce.
I was going to say you got to be.
There's not going to be a graphic saying
if you were a
he's locked
quarterback,
up.
it'd be totally different. Hurry up.
Yeah.
The one that BYU's been putting out is running it
about
back is what they've been putting out all week.
They're running it back. I've re-upped. I've re-signed. I've seen them all. And I get it. They need to. It creates momentum for the team because there is all this doubt. Because as Tanner Wall said, everybody is a free agent. And so I get why the teams are doing it, even though it gets super tiresome because, 100 teams times 85 players, like how many times do we need to see that?
Oh, yeah, I don't know that all of them have the
No,
the
they
cachet
don't all
to
do it. They don't all do it, but a lot of them do, and it gets to be a blur after a while.
Yeah, well, I think it helps recruiting. It does.
It does. There's no doubt. And it might help in the transfer portal. So recruiting high school or recruiting college transfers, either way, it's recruiting.
It is recruiting, yeah. I mean, actually, the transfer portal is the number one way to
especially for
rebuild,
bigger,
get better.
The bigger your brand is, the more likely you are to lean on the portal. And if you're growing your brand, you're going to lean more on the portal over time. I was just reading a thing about the Big Ten schools treating the MAC like junior colleges. And the money, that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah. So there you go on that. And I think they might promote Popinga, and I don't have any clue who they're going to do on the cornerbacks coach, but I have confidence that they'll be good. And it's funny. I think the more of the angst is toward the Utes and Kyle.
And we can get to that next. Everybody's contribution to the angst stew. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
New year, new goals, right? It's that time of year to do that. And it's also a time of year where you make resolutions. I'm going to be better at this or that. A lot of it's the same. It's a continuing improvement, particularly with your money, right? Wouldn't you love to have financial stability and the peace of mind that goes with knowing, hey, that the money's doing what it's supposed to do. You got a secure job. You're making good money. And you want to be able to have that opportunity when the time comes to enjoy that when you step away, right? That's why I'm telling you to get help with the folks from Trajan Wealth, because they know what they're doing. How do I know that? Because I spoke to them. I met with them. I could see it in their eyes. Sitting in Steve's office, I talk about a veteran guy, and I knew he knew what he was talking about. Even if you've got an advisor, why not get a second opinion? You don't have anything to lose, literally. And why do I say that, too? Because the first consultation, they won't even charge you. They'll get an opportunity to get to know them, see what they're about. Can they help you? Can they do something for you that will improve your financial situation? You got nothing to lose. They're financial fiduciaries, and as such, they're going to put your needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. That's the way the system works, right? Give them a call, set something up, start the new year right, get some financial stability, work towards that. The phone number to call them is 801-210-6800, 801-210-6800. I met with them at their offices in Draper. You can meet with them there. And also, if you live up north, they'll come up and meet with you in Farmington. Two great locations, north and south, obviously. And the website has a ton of information. That's TrajanWealth.com. The website, again, is TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Bengals have it first out of the Browns' 45-yard line. Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. Here comes Miles. He got him! He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett. Sack number 23. The new single-season sack king. And the Browns defense mobs their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Note today after 3 o'clock. JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. All right, PK, a lot of change up the U. Hurt feelings, grudges. I don't know what the right word is. Conflict, falling out.
I like to call it good stuff.
Good stuff. PK letting his inner Jersey rule. They're going at it, Ma! Kyle's already, I think it's a big old stew, and everybody contributes a little something to this. Kyle's already come clean on his part. Maybe I shouldn't have been talking about retirement, since I saw a story that found the first quote was in 2019. So that's a long time to talk about retirement. So I would say, yeah, there's Kyle's part of the stew right there. Mark Harlan's part of the stew. Did he want it to happen? Was he trying to accelerate it to happen? Is he right about Morgan? And should he have talked to Kyle back in 2019? Stop talking about retirement. You're going to create problems here. Morgan's part of this too. You wanted the job. And I don't blame you for wanting the job because, as you pointed out earlier, he grew up running around Rice-Eccles Stadium when it wasn't even Rice-Eccles Stadium. They didn't have concrete. They had rotted bleachers, and it was Rice Stadium. And the program wasn't nearly as popular. And it's his dream job. Should he have left to come back and get it? The one thing I would tell Morgan is the line about you were sitting in the room when he said it, about how did he say it? The letter or the logo? The logo.
My logo has not changed, and it never will.
Okay,
and he said that knowing that the offensive staff was leaving.
Yes.
That had already been decided.
Right.
It was after the game on Wednesday.
You don't paint yourself in a corner, Morgan. Don't throw out quotes like that. Never is a long time, and things can change, and maybe you want to coach, and you're not allowed to coach here. So don't say that. And don't get your expectations up about your...
I say it.
Just say it, and then if it's not true later, don't worry about it?
Yeah. Because you're recruiting.
That part of it makes total sense. I will totally co-sign on that. Okay, but inside...
I'm not going anywhere.
But inside, he has to know things change.
Yeah, but then he'll be gone. He won't be recruiting for them anymore.
For them, right.
Right. So I got no problem with him saying that. He was sending a strong message. We've got a plan. We know what we're doing.
That's the part of the thing I like, but that's not where the frustration and he was always going to have to rebuild the coaching staff. Every coach who has success, who stays any period of time, this much.
And that
this
was
soon?
somebody who you thought was your guy, who flashed the Utes sign every chance he got, who spurned his alma mater and wouldn't even say their letters consecutively.
But you also know his personality, and Morgan knows it. And I mean, honestly, everyone at the Utes should know it. Mark should know it. The president should know it.
Of course they do.
Right.
If I know it, they know it.
Exactly. And Gary Anderson was on with Hans and Scotty, and they asked him about it. Gary, I was a little surprised Gary came on, to be honest. But he did. And when they asked him about it, he said, well, maybe they shouldn't have pissed Kyle off.
And they did.
It was
according
so to the point.
him, they did.
Well, I think everyone can agree he's pissed off. Whether it's justified and whether it's earned or whether that's his
where your
fault,
fandom comes down.
That's where everything
and your relationship
and the personal feelings for the people who are directly involved. Yeah,
and that's for me. I got to walk a careful line because I just can't come on. And everybody knows I've known Kyle and we're boys. But at the same time, from a journalistic standpoint, I can't come on here and say Mark Harlan is a bum. Get rid of him.
Yeah, I get it. And Mark has people saying that about him in the community because he's irritated a lot of people. Although, as Stu Morrill said famously, when quote other people, every year I do this longer, I make more enemies. And so welcome. To that, the answer is, well, you're the one who wanted this job.
Oh, yeah. He's not complaining. He's just telling you the way it is.
Presidents, ADs, and for that matter, head coaches, when they have to change coordinators and assistant coaches, you end up being the bad guy.
I mean, I think it's in a lot of jobs.
You're the boss.
Here, I'm a couple months shy of 24 years, and I've been called an absolute narcissistic dope. I think I've made some enemies. An absolute narcissistic dope. I have changed because I have a plan when I die, and the tombstone and everything. I have now changed. The tombstone will say absolute narcissistic dope. That's what's going to be on there.
You've got like 40 headstones. We might need like a whole
A&D.
wall. Yes. And
so you're going to irritate people if you're outspoken and you have a job to do. And
if you want to keep coaching when other people don't want you to coach anymore, even if you talked about not coaching, which you did. But here we are.
But, when you start getting in your 60s, you hear that. You just told me somebody said we're dinosaurs.
Yep.
And so with that in mind, it's what you're going to get. And it's a question of, can you still do the job? And human beings, when Kyle's saying that in 2019, he doesn't know what's going to go down at the end of 2025 and how he's going to feel. It's ridiculous. It's one of the things you told me, and I took it to heart. Don't be talking about what you're going to be thinking about in 5 years, because you don't know what you're going to be thinking about in 5 years, because you've never been there. Excuse me, wherever you're going to be in 5 years, you've never been. So how do you know?
100%.
And I've said that. Hey, people ask me, I don't know. This is a fun job. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens.
I mean, the last 10 days, have they not just been a total adrenaline rush?
Get up, ready to go. You're fired up, working the phones. The entire ride home from Vegas to St. George, where I stayed, I had my wife drive because I was on the phone the whole freaking time.
Texting away like a madman.
Yeah, getting, receiving, and then giving back and trying to find out information. I asked Kyle on that Thursday after the first media availability they had after he announced his retirement the prior Friday, so it was 6 days later. Is it out of your blood? I don't think it's ever out of my blood. And I hear what you're saying. Well, what's out of your blood? Yeah, and he decided he wanted to keep doing it, and they made their choice, and now you have some bad feelings. Eventually it'll get over, and they'll bring him back, and maybe it's delayed now, and he'll have his moment in the sun at Rice-Eccles Stadium. It's probably going to be 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely delayed.
Yeah.
And I think we can all agree on that. It's delayed.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he signs a 5-year deal. None of us know if he'll coach 5 years. You'll tell us Lavelle signed a 5-year deal and then was gone a year later. So
I believe that's accurate.
Yeah, so who knows? But I do think he's going to do 3.
Well, I totally believe he's going to do 3.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this goes back to what we've been talking about the whole time waiting for Kyle. Don't get too far in front of this story. He gets to change his mind. And he's just changed his mind in a big, big way.
If I'm Michigan, I'm ecstatic, man, because I've got a more motive. The guy's always motivated.
Yeah.
He's always
but
chippy. He's always edgy.
Do they know that? Can they possibly know that?
Well, I would like to think they did some homework.
Yeah.
And it came together pretty quick, relatively speaking. And I would, they're not going to know it to the level we know.
We know it.
It's just not going to happen. Like we had on, what's his face, Yogi Roth. And he was talking about, he's close enough to the situation, but he says, I'm not as close as you guys.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they're going to know.
Kyle's on fire.
If they don't know it, they're going to find out.
Yeah.
And they're going to find out, which I think is going to be a benefit. It's going to be beneficial for them. And away they go. Yeah, because this guy, Chris Hill said, man, I got a rejuvenation. I had a midlife crisis without having to buy a sports car when we went into the Pac-12.
Yeah, Kyle said the same thing. And I think if we talk to other coaches up there, they'll feel the same way.
And so now he's got another one, and he's 66, old man. What are you going to do? Why did you do this? You should be sitting on the beach, sipping a non-alcoholic whatever, and planning your golf trip tomorrow.
Because he eats, sleeps, and breathes football, and he never thought he'd have the opportunity to coach at Michigan. And, yeah,
whatever
here we are.
Kyle has, I believe they're going to get the best of him. And everybody else. This is an incredible opportunity. It sucks that he basically stripped them of their offensive staff, and he kept the running backs coach, so Automotive didn't go. He's the holdover. I've had plenty of people say, oh, my gosh, if this is his definition of leaving the program in a good place, I'd hate to think that if he blew it up. I've had multiple people say that.
Yes, and from from that coaching staff perspective, and then we'll see with the roster what happens there. But the thing he did leave in a good place is the reputation of the U. That's the positive. Well, the offensive coaches, you're right, took him right across the line. And not surprising. Harding worked for him forever. His brother's a tight end coach. Simon is tight with Beck. So
and then
Detmer's even tighter. Has worked with him even longer.
His son to be the linebacker coach.
Now there'll be grandkids in Ann Arbor.
3 of them. Just had one.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
What makes a Huntsman School of Business student stand out? It's the difference between studying business and becoming a business leader. At Huntsman School of Business, hands-on learning, global experiences, mentors who know your name, and a welcoming community set you apart. From classrooms to internships to real-world problem-solving, students at Huntsman School of Business graduate with purpose, confidence, and career opportunities. Discover the school built for bold futures. Dare mighty things at huntsman.usu.edu.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olsson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olsson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olsson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olsson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kyle Whittingham was on with Dave Portnoy on Barstool Sports this morning and says, I think Bryce is in a really good place right now, and I think he might be getting an announcement pretty soon. Sounds like Kyle's expecting him to stay. Of course, I think with every decision in Michigan now, we think, well, how will that impact a roster here? So Michigan's not in the quarterback market. Freshman quarterback should be a little less excited about people coming off their freshman year, should be a little less excited about transferring to Michigan, or you think that's overly optimistic? For people who are worried about Bert Fickling going with Kyle, or that Jay Hill would go back to BYU and try to get Bear Bachmeier. If Bryce is staying, to me, those things are things you should worry a lot less about. Most quarterbacks don't want to go somewhere where there's an established starter in the same class as them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I'd be
more worried about Dampier and Arizona State, since now we have the news this morning that Leavitt, Kentucky, or LSU.
But they've already got a commitment from the Kentucky quarterback. Who
Cutter Boley.
Cutter Boley? I'm all in. I didn't know about the kid until last week.
All SEC freshman.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, and I don't understand it, how Dillingham does it as a quarterback dude, but he's really good with quarterbacks. And he recruited this kid when Dillingham was at Oregon. He recruited him. So and Kalani's talked about this, how the relationships, don't ever burn a relationship because you never know. And,
especially now.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. He's speaking in the modern era in which we live in. And so there was a relationship there. So away he goes. And so they've got that. They've got their guy, and they've got I don't think Arizona State is an option. Dampier's high school coach is on the staff.
Mm-hmm.
He's a tight ends coach. And then they signed a top 10 kid out of El Paso that they're excited about, and they got the New Mexico State Player of the Year.
So this is one less thing for you fans to worry about.
My guess at this point is that both these kids stay, but I don't know that. He's got to meet, Dampier's got to meet with the McGibbon, the Utah State guy who's coming down.
Yep.
And everything.
The new OC.
Yeah. So it's a 2-week period on the transfer portal, right? So we're not even a week into it. Things can change. I think it's important for Whittingham to get hold of Underwood and keep him, because that is, besides the kid's talent, I think it's it's extremely important in terms of the momentum of the program. It sends a far greater message right now, because you can't play any games now, and that everybody's comfortable, or he's comfortable with us and Jason Beck, and so we're going to hit the ground running in momentum and all that stuff. If he leaves, then I think that sends a negative message for the new coaching staff. And I assume whatever's going to be paid out there, that Michigan will pay it.
That can't be the issue.
Right.
That can't be the issue. It's more confidence. And does Underwood have confidence in Kyle? He stays, okay, and everything settles down and away they go.
Literally and symbolically.
Yeah.
That's a powerful message that, okay, the people who I committed to come to, they're all gone. Yeah. But I've already met with Jason. I've met with Kyle, and Ty Detmer's nephew, Coy. He's going to be the quarterback coach, right? And so I've met with him, and I'm cool. This is where I want to be. Blah blah blah. And the reality is, Michigan is a great place to be.
Michigan's a great place to be, and the offensive staff coming in just put together 41 points a game. Like, Michigan's going to pay you. What's the downside?
Right.
Which is why it sounds like close to an announcement.
Portnoy is a Michigan guy. So.
Oh, he's wearing Michigan gear in the interview. He makes it very clear.
So am I.
I know you are.
I got him. See this out there?
Yeah, you got the Dave Portnoy outfit on right now.
I've had that loose connection to Michigan State because of my wife's family. I will be attending a wedding here in the spring of a nephew who graduated from Michigan State. I've got another nephew through my wife's side who played college ball in Michigan. So it's not. I'm not like a hardcore. I'm not going to pretend that. But
no, but when
I've been back
you
there.
see family, you inevitably are going to talk sports with them, and
that's what
they're going to talk about Michigan or Michigan State based on which.
Yeah.
And they're split.
They are.
So you've got people you're going to talk Michigan with, people you're going to talk Michigan State with.
Right. Because the two things that I talk to them about is Michigan and their right-wing politics that I hate.
You just throw that out there.
I throw that out there.
This is why people think you're such a narcissist.
An absolute narcissistic dope.
I stand corrected.
A-N-D.
Absolute.
And. That's it. That's it.
And another thing.
When you say DJ and PK, it now turns on new meaning.
DJ PK. DJ and PK. DJ
and
an absolute narcissistic dope PK. That doesn't fall off the tongue as well.
We didn't know all these years that's what it meant.
Well, thank goodness they were here to notify us.
So I think that's important. And I think it's important for Utah to keep Dampier and Bird. Dampier had his finest moment in the Vegas Bowl. He was sensational. I mean, he was way fun to watch.
It was awesome, but he was also on fire against Kansas State. I wonder how much of this offense, how many of the things they keep in this offense, but given obviously has his own history.
The idea of a coach, in my mind, is you utilize the talent you have available to the best of its ability.
So do you think today people believe more what I was saying last week?
What?
That there's no reason for the massive gloom and doom. Both these teams are still in a good place, and good things can happen. It's going to look a little different. There's going to be some new names, but that doesn't mean it's going to have to be a bad year.
Does not have to mean it's going to be a bad year. No, not at all. Because start with BYU, they're not losing a lot. Has anybody, Yak, that I've missed, has anybody gone into the portal that we didn't anticipate?
From BYU?
Yeah.
No.
Right.
They're all third stringer.
It's like you can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Well, the portal's got a bunch of names in it, and for all the people who say, some of these kids will never play football again. Well, some of the kids were pushed into the portal.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Everybody. And they weren't playing as it was.
They're encouraged to look at their options.
Oh, yeah. It was the Majerus thing. You know, they used to talk about senior day, and then we'd have, they should also have the guys who are going to get kicked off day because they ain't going to be back. And we all knew who they were by the time we got to the first week of March. So with that in mind, I think BYU's in a better spot. And that's not discounting Jay Hill, But Jay Hill has been around these guys. They should be able to keep it going. It's not like Jay Hill was the only guy who can do what they did. Now, granted, he did great, phenomenal work, and Guilford did great, phenomenal work. And talking about Warren, the possibility of the replacement there, and that you're bringing the good thing with BYU is they're bringing in seasoned dudes now, and they're paying. They paid more to keep A-Rod, right? Because he has some options. They are willing to be competitive. I can't show you the communication I got, but I've been getting it consistently now for the last couple of weeks that they are in the game and think what you want. I don't care what you think about, it's unbecoming or whatever. I'm not into that at all. I don't care about that. They're paying to get the talent that they need.
And that is complete. You do not have to have any sources. Any fan can figure this out for themselves driving up and down the freeway. You look at the price tags we're seeing some of these players. Quarterback's now $5 million. BYU's in the Big 12. They're having a really good year. We're seeing teams in every league get rated. If your team isn't getting rated, your guys have been compensated because there's certainly somebody else in the country who would pay your guys. They must be paying to retain people. And the people could mean coaches. It could mean coordinators, position coaches, staff, whatever.
Yeah.
Your general manager, all these things are important now. Even if they're brand new, they're suddenly really important. And if you're keeping your people and you're winning double-digit games multiple years in a row in the Big 12, you're paying to keep them because someone else would pay to take them.
I think that they view Bear as their baby. And I think what the administration has said collectively, we've made up our mind.
Okay, thank you, Madonna. Thank you, our baby.
We're going to keep our baby.
So BYU is now Madonna.
Maron. And Utah, I'm a little more nervous because there's more change. I think it's natural. And the fan base, and we're speaking generally here, has a level of betrayal right now. But the Whittingham family has a level of betrayal right now.
It goes back to Steve Cleveland laid it out so quickly. It's business. Yeah. People at the U didn't want Kyle to coach. He still wanted to coach, even though he's been saying for 6 or 7 years that he was getting close to retirement. Well, he ain't there yet. So he's going to do his thing in Michigan. But the thing is, even though they're losing a lot of coaches, and Harding's the one who's been there. Well, I guess Freddie's been there a long time too. Are they going to lose a lot of players? Because it looks like, because they kept Atuaya, I think they're going to keep their star running back. I think Parker will stay. He did an interview at the start of the year, and he just seemed joined at the hip with Atuaya. Basically, he goes over to his house and hangs out. When you decided to come here, well, I was waiting to see what coach would do. Now, over a year, things can change, and if someone calls with a big enough check, things can change.
I don't know that I'd call him the star running back, though. He's good. But he
was their best running back,
right?
And they should have used him more, but they didn't. And I don't know that he could have
games.
changed.
They won 11 games.
And I don't know that he couldn't have changed the Texas Tech game. But nonetheless, if the way he was producing, and in some games he got less than 10 carries, he didn't get used enough.
But I don't know
games,
that it would.
I know.
They averaged 40 points a game, and he won 11 games.
If he gets more carries, could have changed the BYU game. Would he have worn him down and made a big play?
So they would have been 12-1 instead of 11-2. Oh my gosh!
When you only lost 2, there's only one he can fix, right? Because he couldn't fix the Texas Tech
game. But he's
game.
very good. He's good.
He's really good, and I think he'll be back
at this point too. But
without
they're Tail Johnson and Smith Soden put their names in.
Yep.
We'll see what happens there. More importantly, 5 offensive linemen.
Don't we assume they're gone?
I don't know.
Okay, but the old linemen were already gone and had to be rebuilt.
Right, but that's what I'm talking about.
That was always going to be a question mark.
That's transfer stuff. This is guys leaving. You lost 5 guys. Your 5 starters who started virtually the whole time.
Yes.
And they were really, really good. That is my number one concern of on-the-field product. Taking nothing away from the DBs that are in the portal.
Totally agree. It was going to be a huge question.
Yeah.
It is a huge question. It was a massive part of their success this year, those 5 guys.
Now, they did have – I actually spoke to Mark Harlan before the game, and he was – to me, I have no stake in it, so I don't have any emotion who wins or loses. I always thought the Utes would win. He had a little concern, man, those two first-round draft choices aren't going to be here today. But I get it. You have more invested in the team winning, so you're going to be a little more nervous about it. But obviously against Nebraska, they aced that test.
The offense got rolling. It looked pretty good.
Yes. Yeah, Dampier was his finest. If I'm the new offensive coaches and Dampier chooses to come back and I've got Bird doing what he's doing that, and away you go. So that as long as that happens, then I should feel not quite as nervous. But, it's a rookie head coach who's going to need time to develop, right? It doesn't matter who it is, your first time. For a first-time head coach, Morgan is about as prepared as you could possibly be.
But he's still a first-time head coach.
But I just think of that Majerus line. The biggest step you'll ever take is 1 foot to your left. Speaking of basketball, when you're sitting on the bench and the coach is to your left.
Well, the other thing that's a problem that has always been looming out there, and it doesn't have anything to do with all the coaching drama that just went down, is do they have the money to get the guys they need and to keep the guys they want?
Yeah.
That's
right.
But that question's been out there for Utah for a while now, and will probably be out there. They got this private equity deal. How quickly does that money come in? How do they get to spend it? There's a bunch of details about that we don't know. We all think that's going to help solve the problem.
But Kyle established a standard that when I was speaking to several Ute fans, the idea of, what was it, October, when did they play? October 18th against BYU. They felt that the season was over. And I'm saying, the season's over? Because you lost 2 conference games? You had a chance to win out, which is what they did. And they were freaking 11-2. You telling me that when you got that second loss in conference, the season was over? But that's the standard that he's established. And Morgan he not only has to compete against BYU, against Kyle at Utah, but against Michigan now. The job under the circumstances has become, in 2 weeks' time, imminently tougher from when he took it. The day Kyle announced he was leaving, which I believe was December 12th.
I think so.
The job is tougher today than it was then.
Yeah. Because you didn't know you were going to lose the whole offensive staff. I mean, you would have had to keep them. There was always going to be a coaching carousel and 41 points a game. The whole country noticed.
Somebody would be interested in Beck.
The whole country noticed. And
because Beck plays the part well.
Right.
He's tall, he's blonde, he's got a nice family, he's well-spoken.
And he scores 41 points a game.
Yeah.
And before that, look what he did at New Mexico. Oh, my gosh.
Right.
Yeah. So he was going to be hot.
And he's willing to move. And he's moved 3 years now in a row.
And I think the expectation was Harding wasn't going to be back. Now, you didn't know he'd go with Kyle to Michigan. You know that was out there. But the assumption was that Harding wasn't staying. At least my assumption from what I'd heard was that he wasn't staying. But you never keep the whole staff together.
I know, usually not. But it's just that if we're looking at the Utes 9-3, is that a disappointment?
I suppose it depends on what the 3 looks like. I've got to play your
one of them
is
going to be to BYU, maybe.
Yeah, well, they've lost 3 in a row.
Right now, you're 4 and Bear. A-Rod against Tech with the running back situation, knew he had to do more in the throw game, as the dearly departed would say.
The dearly departed? Is that what, we're not going to call Kyle anymore? He's now the dearly departed?
Right.
You're and he's DD. We're going to have a whole code. You're going to have a lingo. You're going to have a little glossary to follow, a dictionary to follow the show.
This is Phil Steele.
Yeah.
His college football preview.
No, I mean,
he literally has a thing in the start of his magazine that has about a gazillion.
Yeah, that's it.
This is
but
one of
that's
his guys.
reading like radio. It's harder.
But
You got to
we're gonna have the same thing.
Come with me every day, and knowing me and how great I am, I know you're with me every day.
We're gonna have to put a disclaimer up like on the YouTube
narcissistic
feed.
Dope.
Like something that flashes across the screen on the YouTube feed that says, "Hey, here, AMD stands for this."
His role model, Romy. That's what he did. I only got it from Romy.
That was brilliant, Yak, right there. Put it on that YouTube feed.
You have to flash like every 5 minutes, though. Probably.
Exactly. Well, you're the one who's going to have to do it. You're going to have to update the code and hit the buttons.
I'm going to have to talk to somebody downstairs.
The standard is so freaking high at Utah. In a sense, I believe it's going to be difficult right off the bat to live up to it. and people are going to come down on Morgan, which is just going to drive me nuts.
But you know the old cliche, don't follow the man. Follow the man who follows the man.
So what is he going to do, say no?
I know Kyle followed Urban, though, so you can follow the man. I mean, Urban went 22-2, and Kyle's like, let's go.
Right.
But to your point,
it
it did, 100%. 16-13 in the first 29 games.
I was panicked.
I remember the conversation.
Yeah.
I thought, is Kyle in trouble? Because Kyle then is where Jay Hill and Morgan are now. Like, we followed them forever. We think they're going to be successful, but they haven't had their chance.
Right.
But when we get it, we think it's going to work. And then Kyle was sitting there 16-13. You're like, is it really going to work?
And throw out the last year and even maybe the year before. But other than that, man, they made it look so easy. It's like it became their birthright to win 9-10 games. Yeah. It ain't that easy.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Warriors 123-114 Saturday. Steph Curry went wild in the third quarter. Lauri Markkanen had 35 points and talked about Cody Williams' improved play recently.
He's been taking steps forward, playing aggressively, and I'm happy he finally actually made a dunk. So we've been joking and get on him about that, but he's been getting more aggressive, and I'm happy for him to see the ball go in and the confidence is growing.
Jazz road trip continues in Portland tonight. They play the Blazers at 8 p.m. Pregame at 7 here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. PK, more coaching news you were going through there. Weber State, you're keeping your eye. You got to wear Weber State gear tomorrow. Got all your teams, all your coaches, all your guys.
I don't have any.
Well, you know someone who can.
I think you have the hookup now.
You got the hookup. You could get us all Wildcat gear if you wanted. You're powerful. You got a 20-year history with the coach.
Yeah, but that's only after he won.
Yeah, you're an absolute narcissistic dope. I mean, yeah, you're not hanging out with losers.
Right, so he better win first.
Well, I think you can give him a little grace until he plays a game. He can't win a game.
Sure,
but if he's 0-1, so help you.
September 15th, though. If you don't look dominant by then,
nice.
I'm going to be calling him up. Skylar Ridley, who was going to be on the staff at Weber, is going to be the receivers coach at Utah State. So you take my guy, I'll take your guy, you take your, and it just is like on and on.
Robert and I tabbing one of his former guys.
Robert and I, obviously that was news.
Replacing McGibbon at Utah State as the OC.
Yeah, he wasn't coaching last year, but Robert and I and Bronco are tied at the hip, and so there's a lot of trust there. And Bronco, if you're going to define one word in his coaching philosophy, trust is just as good as any word out there. He uses that word a lot. And Anai's an odd duck in the
I know,
manner.
but I want to go see him. I want to go up to spring practice and talk to him and see if he'll say something odd or awkward. I thought he was a great interview. And I know it got goofy at times, but he also said stuff.
Oh, yeah, he would tell me stuff. For some reason, he liked me.
Yeah.
I'd see him in hotel lobbies, and he'd call me over. One time he was sitting in the football complex, and we used to go down on the field and interview, and then I'm walking through, and he was just sitting there, and I'm going, Kinahan!
Love that.
He called me over. He wanted to talk.
Have you seen the refrigerator magnet that says the only normal people are the ones you don't know very well? Yeah. There's a lot of truth on that refrigerator magnet. So yeah, he would say, magic happens.
He's another one.
You got that drop?
He didn't like dumb questions.
No, but if you ask him a good question,
happens.
Thank you. If you ask him a good question, you got a good answer. And I'd love to go up there and talk to him at spring football. Except,
is there anything else I can overly generalize for you?
Good one. Nice, Yak. Well done.
It's my favorite one of all of them out there.
Yeah.
But Bronco closed spring practice. He wouldn't even let Scotty in. He doesn't want anything out.
Well, that was last year.
It was last year, and they had to sing a portal. And now they don't. Maybe Bronco opens it up.
A little more loose, yeah.
Or
he keeps it shut, yeah.
You know what? It was kind of fun not having the media around. Never mind.
Correct.
And on that talking point, I've talked with people at Utah, and they think there might be.
I've heard that. I've been specifically told that.
Yeah.
Possibly due to my complaining and or whining.
You've been leading the charge.
What are you doing? It didn't make any sense to me. I just thought like Tanner Wall right there. Tanner Wall, BYU. The way he carried himself, the answers he gave us when he was on this morning. If you didn't see it, go wherever you get your podcasts, YouTube, KSLSports.com, wherever. It's everywhere. There are just so many players like him. They represent himself so well. He gives super thoughtful, interesting answers, deeper dive, not the overgeneralization Yak was just talking about.
What's the purpose of your question?
and they represent the school so well. Whatever those athletes are at every school, turn them loose. That's going to help you raise money.
Why
do you want to know?
Turn them loose. Turn them loose. Tanner Wall's a model in that way. He represents whatever he's representing about as well as could be. And I like the fact that he's been rubbing shoulders with entrepreneurs.
Oh, yeah.
Set yourself up.
I mean, I don't want to put him on the spot, but Steve Young, front and center.
Whomever.
And he's not the only one. Yeah.
Whatever you have, don't let it use you. You use it to your advantage. And it looks like Tanner Wall is going to do that. And that's great. And I hope he plays in the NFL for many, many years. But still, I mean, you speak of Steve Young, he went and got a law degree while he was playing football. He used the system. The system never used him.
Bravo.
And away you go.
Yep.
So with that being said, I agree with you. And get guys out there. We'll see. And then also, too, the thought of Fowler going back to be safeties coach, and you're going to have to pivot. It's funny, Kyle's retirement, non-retirement, or at least stepping down,
is making a lot of people a lot of money and getting a lot of people jobs.
20 different domino effects.
Yeah. It's making a lot of people a lot of money, and it's getting a lot of people jobs.
Mm-hmm. I've been in
And I get the angst about Morgan. However, if you succeed, and there will be a lot of pressure and blah, 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 but if you succeed, it's you. Like, this is a lot of turmoil. And if you navigate this, and you get your new OC, and which he has now, and then you hire the new O-line coach, which he has, and if he hits on these and they win, it's not Kyle just handing over ready-made.
I understand that, but the world is so much different now.
Yeah,
your Deshaun Foster got a season in 3 games.
Okay, so 2 different things. Yes, I get that point, and
he's
you're right about the facts.
He's a Bruin.
Right, he's also never been a coordinator, whereas Morgan is much more experienced.
Okay, which means then the expectations are even higher, not lower.
Well, I agree with you. The expectations are high. And the expectations are high for Morgan.
So the pressure's even higher because you've done all this stuff.
Nobody's signing up for 7-5, and people are writing a lot of money, and nobody wants to see 7-5. And yet, Kyle, that's exactly what he did on his way to being Kyle Whittingham. I mean, he had to go through a 7-5, and then an 8-5 after that. And nobody wants to watch them lose 10 games the next 2 years. I get that.
Dearly departed had it going on.
DD.
He did.
That's awesome.
And newly arrived will get it going in Ann Arbor.
How long will it take us to get him back on the air? DD. So that we can introduce DD joining DJ and PK, and then he'll wonder what the heck we're talking about.
Well, Yak put in a request to the Michigan people for the besties get him. Here, I'll ask right now.
I already have asked, and I got back a ha-ha. That was before he took the job.
What?
I told him, whatever you do, you're always welcome on DJ and PK, and I got a ha-ha back.
Oh yeah.
And then I sent him a follow-up. We did a poll question about what he should do in retirement. I said I polled several thousand strangers or several hundred strangers on social media to get you some retirement advice here. What could possibly go wrong? And I screenshotted the poll with like 500 votes, and I got back a ha-ha because the 4th one was be a Michigan man. Well, not everybody's on radar, but it was on some people's radar.
Oh, I think that it was immediately on the radar.
Yeah, it was on his radar for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a...
And I knew he couldn't comment on it, but that's why I sent him the poll question. We're watching.
Once they expressed interest, it was on.
Yeah.
They had to express interest, and they did, and obviously it was on. Yep. And as his agent told me, it came together quickly. It was a crazy 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And away you go.
Anything else we talked about in the show you want to tell the people? Another coach got fired in the NFL.
You talked about the NFL firings. Pete Carroll has been announced. Pete
Carroll's out with the Raiders.
What a disaster, his first only season.
Only season. The Giants are open. Cleveland is open. Atlanta is open. So we're at 4. But I think everyone's expecting there's more.
Yeah, the Atlanta one didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me.
close, quarterback injuries. What are you doing?
Right.
Give it one more year and see. Well, does the Cleveland one make sense to you? I mean, there's already widespread speculation that Stefanski is going to get one of these open jobs. He was there 6 years. They got to the postseason, was it 3 years ago? And they're running him. It's like, look at what you did to the guy. You gave him 4 quarterbacks this year. So he puts the best ones out there, but then you trade them. So in the middle of the year, he's starting a guy who he didn't even have practicing.
2 rookies.
Yeah, and you gave him 2 rookies. And, like, what did you think he was going to make out of that? How good were they supposed to be? He had to shoulder the Watson disaster. Now, I guess if he was in the meeting going, yes, 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 okay, then he can be held accountable for that. I would have
said he had to massage the Watson deal.
Ooh, I should have. I didn't. My bad.
Because that has been a disaster. I don't know what it is. Is he going to come back? He was a good player.
He was a good player a long time ago, but now it feels like it's all.
I don't know. Is he coming back? Is he going to
new
be
coach
ready?
And see what they do? I think they were going to tell. I read NFL reporters reporting that they would tell him, just go away. We'll send you your check. A negative influence. Don't want you in the building. It's just a whole bunch of we don't need it. Don't need it.
Oh, like what they tried to do to me my first radio ownership.
Not exactly, but I see why you said that.
They tried to send me away.
They did. And you got away by going away. And I'll be sent away even faster, and then you won't.
I've been fired from more jobs.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Gigs, not jobs.
Money's money.
Nice. We're waiting to see if any other jobs open up. Will Baltimore or Pittsburgh part ways with their longtime coaches? Would Green Bay make a change if they check out in the postseason immediately here? Or does he have to win a playoff game? Keep his job.
Who do they play?
Chicago. Got the division game meeting for the 3rd time.
I would think Green Bay wins that.
Green Bay's lost 4 in a row going into this.
I know.
And Chicago's lost 3 out of 5. Neither team exactly on fire.
2 in a row, right?
2 in a row, 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
Not really covering themselves in glory down the stretch. But that's kind of the story in the NFC right now. The Rams looked great, and now they look terrible.
Terrible?
They were 9-2, and they were flying. Now I got to make sure they were 9-2, not 8-2. But yeah, I think they're 9-2.
Did they look terrible? You don't necessarily have to look terrible.
9-2. They've gone 3-3. They
understand that.
They lost to Carolina.
Have they looked terrible?
Yes, they lost to Atlanta. I thought they looked terrible. I thought they looked terrible against Arizona. They were trailing in that game in the second half. What are you doing? What are you messing around with Arizona?
They won by double digits.
They did. They scored 20 straight points at the end of the game, and they ended up winning 37-20. But nonetheless, it was 20-17 in the middle of the 3rd quarter.
Well, the other guys got NFL guys, too.
What are you doing?
They won by, 14?
The Seattle loss I get. And maybe after they didn't get the 1 seed, they're like, okay, whatever. We'll just have to do it in the We'll have to do it in the playoffs.
That's why the only game that really tickled my fancy was the Sunday night game. Denver and San Diego, no.
No. Oh, no, the AFC West. Minnesota. The AFC West was an argument for what do we need an 18th game for? Well, you get to a point where it's over.
That's irrelevant. If you have 10 games, the 10th game would be the 18th game.
Well, it's harder to get the separation in fewer games, but I get your point.
But
the last game, it can still be determined.
16 to 17.
I think you'll get more separation. I think it's obvious as you get deeper into it. You're more likely to have separation, and it's more likely to be over, and there's nothing to play for.
Okay, but then you're also more likely to have what we had Sunday night, which was one of the better, if not the best game in the entire season.
They had 2 games in the AFC West, 4 teams, and they combined for 0 offensive touchdowns and 1 defensive score.
Several years ago, I paid big money to go see the Cardinals and Cowboys.
I remember,
and they both had 13 quarterbacks. Yeah. It was the last game of the season.
The Raiders-Chiefs went 14-12, and I think that scenario, again, deep down the quarterback chart. And the safety decides the game, and the kick 8 field goals. I thought about your proposed field goal rule that will never happen. I'm like, yeah, they're way past PK's rule.
I think they might, because I've been seeing it complaining today. You get the ball, if a kick goes out of bounds or you return the kick to the 35-yard line, you got to go like maybe 20 yards, and you're in scoring.
We got people kicking 60, 67-yard field goals yesterday. So the other thing is,
and the NFL has been great about changing to meet the standards of entertainment.
Raise the crossbar or narrow the goalposts or both.
No, they'll just. You're dealing with human beings.
They already moved them to the back of the end zone.
rules.
Yeah, they have. They moved the goalposts.
Right,
Literally.
but that was decades ago.
It was.
And that was a...
And I do think they narrowed them at one point also.
No, you do strategy. And also, too, if you don't use all 3 timeouts in the first half, you get to keep one. It's an entertainment product.
Carry over timeouts from
Just
the first
one.
half.
Just
Only
one.
one.
Just one.
So you can have 4. That was entertaining when Pittsburgh blew there, too. I loved what Collinsworth said. It's like, wait, I thought Aaron Rodgers was calling the game at line of scrimmage. If the headset doesn't work, call whatever play you like. Let's go.
But I don't know that he was getting in a play to call.
Well, that's the thing. Allegedly, he was coming up with it. He was seeing the defense, and it was
Right,
old
but I don't
school.
know. He's checking out, but you can't check out of something if you have nothing to check out of.
But call the play originally.
Yeah, but that nobody does that.
No.
Apparently
that wasn't happening.
He's not been trained to do that.
I know, but
Tom Landry changed that 50 years ago. Nobody does. When has Aaron Rodgers called a play?
But people check out of plays to the line of
Right.
scrimmage. It was being
They do
described
that all
as
the time.
I know, but it was being described as he's calling the plays to the line of
Right,
scrimmage.
that's what he's trained to do. He's not trained to come up with a zone play. Now you're asking him to take on 50% more. You're gonna have to kick in another $5 million.
DJ and PK, your feedback next.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth are back in action, playing the New York Rangers in Madison Square Garden today at 5 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are in Portland to play the Trailblazers at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the BYU basketball team is back in action. On Wednesday, the 7th, they host Arizona State. Listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding. Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
My head's about to explode. I can't believe this is happening. What do you make of Utah's new coaching staff? Petty bleep bleep Ute fan, who is, let me say a few things about this guy. Number one, he listens to our show a lot.
He has obscenities in his name?
He has an abbreviation. It's a 2-letter American fork. Okay? So, he listens to our show a lot. He's super emotionally invested in the University of Utah.
Good for him.
And he will fire off at the drop of a hat. I mean, just en fuego. He says, after being extremely pissed about the Jason Beck hire from the freaking Lobos last year, I have decided it's best to wait and see.
Why was he mad about that one?
I think he figured nothing good has ever come out of New Mexico, and he didn't like the hire, and this guy's going to run the ball a lot, and Kyle's screwed up, and it's going to suck. And I mean, I don't remember his specific take, but having seen him...
Did he watch New Mexico last year? Probably not.
Probably not. The thing is, he's coming clean here. He's pleading guilty.
I got it.
I was mad about the hire.
I think you should always be about all coaching hires, for that matter.
Yes, an excellent point. We've talked about it many times, but I'm not used to seeing this kind of rational behavior out of him. And he's been pretty fired up for the last, 2 to 3 weeks over everything that's happened at the U, because he's super emotionally invested in the Utes. And now he's coming out with this hard to argue with super. This is just a perspective he doesn't usually have. All right, Petty, you made my head explode right there. That's unbelievable.
I heard some national guy say, I always grade coaches, their hires, as everything's a C+ to me.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay, but I got to see.
Yeah. And it makes sense,
given
given the number of times we've seen the coach who everyone thought was a slam dunk flail about, and then the coach who was the 5th choice, and the search went on forever, and they go win big.
Right.
And we've seen it in college, we've seen it in pros, we've seen it in football, we've seen it in basketball. It's all over the place.
Right.
Ute State Icemen never thought they'd steal a Power 4 coach from another Pac-12 school. The coach from Utah moved on to Michigan, casting a wide net over the whole state. By the time we're done, PK is going to be coaching at Corner Canyon because of this.
I've had discussions.
You have. Well, you're privy to the offense. You could keep it going.
Yeah, just
you're connected.
FaceTime me, Eric. Run this play.
It's 3rd and 5. What do I do now? I need some help. Throw me a lifeline.
Yeah.
Jason, BYU fans, are you cool with Jay Hill taking Gennaro Guilford with him to Michigan? Do you think they care if BYU fans are cool with it?
That's not the question. I think they have stake in the program.
They?
The 2 who left.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think they're going to want to see them struggle. Those young men are their guys.
Eric says the culture and foundation is there. My main concern was players leaving. We've seen all the key guys are coming back. What that shows me is what an outstanding job Kalani has done.
Well, so far.
Yeah, we're not done. The portal's open for a while, and stuff can still happen.
Right.
But so far, so good. And as far as the outstanding job, there's a lot to juggle here. There's personalities, there's relationships, there's playing time. Obviously, there's money. That's a big puzzle that's all got to come together.
Oh, yeah, and these kids got everybody and their dog in their ear.
Yeah.
I saw Smith Soden, somebody listed. He's going to Colorado today, BYU, Michigan, Georgia, Oregon.
Where does he end up? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, and if you're going to get more money, now I think you can get more exposure. You can get more exposure at some of these other places, I understand. But I think you can get fined plenty good enough exposure at Utah.
They've sent plenty of guys to the NFL. It's a regular stop.
At DBs? Yeah, didn't that one year they sent like all four? Yeah, they were 11-1.
But maybe you
was
can go somewhere else.
Because then 2020 there was no season.
Right.
That's why Clark Phillips and Jalen Johnson came here because of those guys.
Yeah. And they both laid out a plan, and it both worked.
They were gone in 3 years with a degree.
Spectacular.
Yeah. And they're still, Jalen's a little older, but they're both playing in the NFL as we speak.
Yeah, but Jalen's with the Bears. He's making a bunch of big plays. I mean,
And more importantly, a bunch of big money.
Doing that, too. That's what happens. You make big plays in the NFL, you're going to get a big paycheck. And he's done both.
Right. And if anybody knows, Yock, about a big paycheck, it's this cat.
Eric says, this is not my favorite thing. However, good for Gennaro.
I got a big TV.
Yeah.
So a little perspective out of him.
Paycheck is why I live in Utah.
Right.
Kyle, not our choice. So I wish them all the best of success.
Well, emotions are your choice.
Not for Dale. It's a business. Wish him well. See what's next.
That's his emotion.
That is his emotion.
You get to choose your emotion.
Aaron, not cool at all.
Uncool?
He is completely uncool, Potsy.
I get it. You got that emotion. Yeah. Gennaro was one of your own. He played there. He chose to stay here for many years.
A decade.
But Michigan, man.
Decade's a long time.
It's not.
And Michigan's a great opportunity.
It's not another Pac-12 school.
Nope.
It's not another Big 12 school. It's not any Big 10 school. It's Michigan, man.
Michigan. It's the top of the Big 10.
It really is.
We have to let the transfer portal settle out, and then we can start trying to figure out where they fit in the top of the Big 10.
Well, you're going year to year.
Yep. That's why you got to let the transfer portal.
Historically,
it's Michigan, Ohio State. It was Big 2 and Little 8 forever, and Penn State came into the league, and that changed a little bit. But it's been Michigan and Ohio State for, 75 years?
I have.
Before you and I were born.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I have very little doubt that they will be. They're always going to be. The thing about it, if you're not Michigan, it doesn't matter because the Michigan expectations are always the same. So you better be Michigan.
Or they will find someone else.
And you better beat that school down south.
Doesn't seem to be the school to be most worried about right now, and that sounds funny to say out loud.
What do you mean?
Indiana. Indiana's flying. I mean, it's been Michigan and Ohio State forever. But if you're going to worry about
they got
one
Josh
school,
Hoover. Their season's not already over, and they got their starting quarterback for next season.
Yep.
What was wrong with TCU?
It's not Indiana. It's the Big 10, not the Big 12. He's got a better path to the playoff.
It's the Big 12!
He's got a better path to the playoff. I suspect he's got more money.
Okay, you got me on the money.
And the better path to the playoff.
And the better path to the playoffs.
It's Division I football. It's the Big 12.
Yeah, that's what they should play every time when Yormark comes out on the stage.
That would be awesome. Kind of totally different tone than every other conference, right?
Yeah.
Division I football. The Big 12, brother.
Have some fun with it, man. You're not going to get a better sound bite.
It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. It ain't intramurals.
No.
You got 2 weeks after finals. You got a week in July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month. That's probably more vacation than you guys get.
They're all
and we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks. Go play intramurals, brother. Go play intramurals.
All we needed was a few obscenities in that one.
That was a great rant. And the best part is that's more than you get. You're right. Everybody out there's like, yeah, I had to be here 10 years to get 3 weeks. What are they complaining about? DJ PK, Jake and Ben are up next. Jake is back, baby. He's ready to kick off 2026. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
I'm done. So done.
Well, that's our show.
It's over.
What? It's over. It is over.
Is that it? That's it.
Everybody still awake?
Will you come on already? I just can't stand these long goodbyes.
All right, big finish.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy New Year's, Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well, you?
I'm fine. I left you with a real dry news week.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Nothing to talk about.
Nothing, not a thing. Yeah. How'd you fill the time?
I know, a lot of hockey.
A lot of hockey. A lot of Mammoth hockey.
Oh, we had some Mammoth hockey, but yes, of course, dominated by the ongoing news at the changes at the University of Utah and BYU.
Let the bitterness flow through you. I do find it hilarious, and I saw a meme of this, that what started with Sharon Moore's affair with his secretary has led to the complete overhaul of the local college football scene.
Yeah, the meme is Sharon Moore follows an intern on Instagram or a coworker on Instagram to where we are right now. What a butterfly effect.
It's like a domino thing.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Sharon.
Yep.
You provided Ben a busy news week, so there you go.
Weirdly, now important character in our state's history. And we talked a lot about that story when it broke because obviously it was one of the crazier stories we've had in sports in a while. I don't think any of us thought it would hit us so directly.
There was a butter knife involved?
There's a butter knife involved. And
I mean, it's really a thing. Now the transfer portal is happening. Utah doesn't have an offensive. Well, they do, I guess. They've replaced an offensive member. There's rumors about buyouts and cheapness, and wow. Predictable, though. I mean, once Kyle Whittingham used the phrase stepping down, I think we all could have seen this coming. And since, and I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, since Coach Witt doesn't know anybody, predictable that he'd raid all the coaches that he knows.
Yeah, where's he going to go? Unless, the deal was he had to take everybody from Michigan, which he only ended up with a few. Yeah, he was going to raid the people he knew. I guess a little surprised at who was willing to follow.
Why surprised?
I didn't realize Jay Hill was that dedicated to Witt, in all honesty.
Oh, I don't think it has anything to do with dedication. I think it has to do with Jay Hill being a Big Ten head coach.
Absolutely. That's a huge part of it.
And Jay Hill has tried a number of different alleys to get a head coaching job. None of it's worked. He's still a defensive coordinator at a Big 12 school. This is his ticket. I honestly don't think it has anything to do. I mean, they're friends or friendly or whatever the case may be. But no, this is sheer opportunity. Where was he going to get a head coaching job if he stayed as BYU's head defensive coordinator?
I do wonder, and I wonder this about a couple of things, which is I really do wonder how Kalani nearly taking the Penn State job changed everybody's perspective on what they want and how soon they want it. Which, the rumor out there, if you believe it, is that Kalani was going to go to Penn State and probably poach Morgan Scalley because Morgan didn't think he was going to have a head coaching job because Witt was going to stay. And that could have rattled Utah people by realizing, oh, man, we're close to losing Morgan Scalley. Jay Hill thought, wow, I'm going to be the next head coach at BYU. Great, this is going to work out well for me. And all of a sudden that backs out, and Morgan's not leaving, but feels like he was close to getting a bigger job at Penn State. And Jay Hill thought, wow, I was just about to be a head coach. Maybe I am comfortable with the idea about making a change of some kind. And this is where you end up now, where everybody does get something different, though instead of it being Morgan going to take a defensive coordinator job at a Big Ten school, it's Jay Hill.
Yeah, I saw some other rumors about opportunities for Morgan that were out there. I would guess that that's not the whole story. Morgan twisting arms to get the head coach at Utah. I would guess that's not a whole story. In fact, I know it's not the whole story of what set in motion all of this stuff.
No, I think you're right to the same point of Jay Hill does want to take the Michigan job, not just out of some loyalty to Witt, because it opens up the opportunity to become a Big Ten coach at some point. Witt wanted more money. Witt wanted more from Utah.
Listen, Michigan is a better job.
It is.
Than defensive coordinator at Michigan is a better job than defensive coordinator at BYU. I know some fans out there will try to tell you it's a lateral move. It's not. But it opens up a whole new... Listen, all these conferences are incestuous. So if you get in the door at this big conference and you do a good job, you're going to have other opportunities that are open for you. That's why I brought up what head coaching job was Jay Hill going to get? He was going to get Colorado State or, I'm just picking random, like a Pac-12 Mountain West school, or he was going to get a bottom-level Big 12 school. Like you could take Central Florida or something like that came open. And this opens the door to the next the next Big Ten school that comes open, and maybe that's Michigan. I mean, that makes a ton of sense to me.
And the truth is, once you're at Michigan, every job opens up.
As long as you don't suck.
As long as you're not terrible. Yes, what, the Georgia job probably doesn't open up. The Alabama job probably doesn't open up. But the ACC will now take you seriously. The other Big Ten schools will take you seriously. So, yeah, he certainly has that available to him now.
No, as far as, the coaches making their decision goes, it all makes sense to me. Maybe not Gennaro Guilford. That one surprised me. Leaving BYU to go to Michigan.
But the same issue. You more money or equal money, and, now you're in the Big Ten. So.
He was such a BYU guy, though, and such Kalani's guy from the very beginning. I was a little surprised by that one. But Utah's offensive staff, Witt finally found a coordinator accidentally that kind of worked for him, and he took that coordinator. Not a shock. What is he going to do? Hire Andy Ludwig again?
Right. Start over.
Yeah.
And why would Jason Beck stay at Utah?
No reason.
Yeah, he's been here for 1 year. Fine. I did
And
great.
he's got the best freshman quarterback in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, and all that Dampierre, and Bird, will they follow him? No, absolutely not. Dampierre wants to play.
Bird could follow him. If Bird was happy being the backup at Utah, why not be the backup at Michigan?
But anyway, that all made sense. What, is Freddie Whittingham going to stay? I think what's rubbing Utah fans the wrong way, and I get it, is the whole leave the program in a good position garbage.
Yeah.
And I don't think he cares about that. It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah way outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. I may have been out of town, but he jumped on with Hans and Scotty and said they shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
So I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, what was he supposed to do? Try and assemble an entirely new staff that doesn't function the way that he functions? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. He wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, let me stick it to Utah now.
Oh, I think it has. You don't have to be mutually exclusive.
No, they don't. But if the idea is, or if that's how people are reading it, is that Witt's only doing what he's doing to take a shot at Mark Harlan or Utah fans, I think that's insane.
The word you use there is only.
Sure. I think some people think that would be the argument, though. It's that's a byproduct. Certainly it's a byproduct.
The one he's enjoying. Listen to Gary Anderson.
Yeah.
Here's the clip.
Yeah, well, maybe we should blame Utah for pissing Kyle off. I don't know.
There you go.
I don't know.
Would have never happened.
So it might not have happened. He might have just gone over and, played a little tennis or pickleball and rode his motorcycle and skied.
I certainly don't think Witt was done. Clearly, we know he was not done coaching. And Utah didn't feel like they could commit to him what he wanted, or vice versa. He didn't feel like Utah was willing to commit to him what he felt like he needed to be able to win.
But if you don't think he's enjoying sticking it to both Utah and BYU, I mean, I absolutely think that that's part of his motivation, 1,000%. He's going to take players, too.
Yeah, he's going to definitely take players, yeah.
If he wasn't sticking it to Utah, he would have stuck with leaving it in good shape. Not the case. And then the quote where he said, we don't tamper. Now, if they enter the portal, that's a different story, but I'm not making any phone calls. That's garbage, too.
Yeah, of course, that's garbage.
Total garbage. Why say it? I thought that was a ridiculous thing that he said in the first place, but I don't know. I mean, if you're trying to Pollyanna shit and say, well, what are you... Here's what I don't understand about fan reaction. The all of a sudden Utah love fest with Michigan... That is ludicrous.
Yeah.
I did not understand that in the slightest. And granted, I'm following it from afar on the old Snap Talk, but I'm like, what? What are these people talking about? Your coach left you flat, and that's probably a little self-inflicted. We could talk about that. But on his way out the door, he's sinking the ship 1,000%. He's doing it on purpose. And maybe you could take the, well, I don't blame him card. Okay, fine. But it doesn't change the fact that the building's on fire.
I do think you have to look at it from Witt's perspective, which is funny, and I'm not saying he's right.
I don't care about Witt's perspective.
No, I don't mean
would
Michigan.
Why would Utah fans care about Witt's perspective? He's not the coach anymore.
Right, yeah, you've got to defend your program. Absolutely right. And Mark Harlan, that's on Mark Harlan's shoulders. You know, your job is to put the best team out there in the best position to win. Over and over and over. That's your job. Hire the best people, make sure you're in the best spot for the people that you hire to have an opportunity to win. And I don't think he did a very good job of that, obviously, with Kyle Whittingham losing. But that does go back to the funny point. We've laughed about this a lot, both on and off the air, which is when Kyle Whittingham says do what's best for the program, what does Kyle Whittingham think is what's best for the program? Kyle Whittingham.
Mm-hmm.
Witt thinks he's what's best for the program.
He does.
So if you're not going to put him in a position to win, he doesn't care if he's taking things with him.
No.
He's like, no, if you wanted me to leave you in a good spot, the best thing for me is to not leave you. And you made me leave you. And I'm sure that's how Witt feels. That's what Gary Anderson just said. So, yeah, I understand then from Witt's perspective why he would not feel like he needs to put Utah in some spot to have a soft landing without him there. He thought he was the best answer for Utah. He is probably right. Not that Morgan can't do a good job, but Witt, I'm sure, thought, I'm the right man for this job, and I've proven it over and over. Why am I having to prove it to you again? So I don't blame him for that. Now, if he just wanted an open-ended contract and more money, and Utah didn't feel like they've got the golden goose and can't afford it the same way BYU can, that's a choice that Mark Harlan and those in charge have to make. But I suspect that's a big part of it.
But I don't understand the, well, good for him. And way to go. You know, like, do you know how the Zone started, how this radio station started? Cumulus Media, which at the time was called something else, fired Bowler and Monson because of whatever reason. So Bowler and Monson walked across the street to Simmons Media and said, hey, how would you guys like to start a sports radio station starring Bowler and Monson? Now, good for them. They found their next job or whatever. But do you know what part of their motivation is?
Spite.
We're going to stick it to Cumulus Media.
Yeah, for sure.
And do you think the people over at Cumulus Media or K-Fan at the time were like, wow, good for those guys?
Yeah, right. No, of course not.
Way to go. Good for you. No, I don't get that in the slightest. It's almost like what is that where you fall in love with your captor? What's that?
Stockholm Syndrome.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
Like the guy is sticking it to you on the way out the door, and you're like, wow, I love Michigan now. Really?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand a sudden Michigan fandom. I do.
You taking a jab at PK wearing a Michigan hat?
I don't know, kind of. Although PK is a different story.
I think you're right. You're going to see some Michigan fans pop up. I certainly don't think Utah fans have to be mad at Witt. There were a lot of fans who wanted to get rid of him. There were a lot of fans who wanted to move on. I never agreed with that, but there were a lot of Utah fans that would rather have had this exact situation with Witt raiding Utah to go to Michigan than have Witt back, which I do not understand that, but I think there are some fans that think Witt was really holding Utah back, which I think is crazy.
I mean, we can talk a little bit about the Vegas Bowl because I thought it was refreshing to see a Utah coach pour it on and not go into his shell with a 7-point lead.
Sure.
To actually go out and be aggressive and have an aggressive game plan and pull the, in 2008, 2008, I guess it was 2009 in the Sugar Bowl, where famously at halftime, Witt said, make them quit.
Yeah.
That was the only time he did that. I remember when Utah rolled Oregon and Eugene, the Tom Hackett,
right.
All that. I was at that game, and in the post game, I said, why did you what was the difference? Why did you really beat him up? And he goes, well, it's Oregon. They could come back at any time. That was his answer. Why don't you pretend like you're playing Oregon every week?
Right.
Instead of getting a 7 or 14-point lead and getting in A-Rod or whoever the coordinator's here at the time and said, if you pass the ball and risk a turnover, I'm going to have your job. Yeah. There's more than one way to skin a cat. And I thought it was interesting to see Utah go into a big game with a game plan of we're going to pour it on these guys. And we're going to cream them. And Dampier's going to have 500 total yards.
Yeah, the story of that game, not to get too far into it now, is that Dampier was the guy. It was not Bird. That they went with Dampier, and they stuck with Dampier throughout the entire game.
Kyle Whittingham is not the only one who can coach at the University of Utah.
Not.
I don't. Utah fans should be bent. They should be. Are you a Kyle Whittingham fan or are you a Utah fan? Because the program is not bigger than one person. It's not. No program is. Or no coach is bigger than the program.
Yeah.
Not Nick Saban in Alabama.
Right.
Not Lou Holtz at Notre Dame. Not Frank Beamer at Virginia Tech. It's not. And these coaches get in their own brain about it's about me. There's certainly more people that can succeed at Utah. And Utah has succeeded as a football program not just because Kyle Whittingham.
Agreed.
Ron McBride won there, Urban Meyer won there, and Kyle Whittingham won there. That's 3 in a row.
It is. And you do start to wonder if Witt started to get that sense of himself.
Absolutely, he
I
did.
don't think there was a question that Witt started to think, because, again, you and I laughed about it on and off the air, that I'm going to do what's best for the program last year. Kyle Whittingham dialed up his own number. When he said, I'm going to do what's best for the program, he said, I'm what's best for the program.
But do you think he wants the program to succeed? Absolutely not.
Now,
no. 100%.
And we do see that. And I guess I'm a little surprised by that. Do I think he's rooting against Morgan Scalley? No, but we do see that a lot.
It's natural. It's a natural thing. You leave a job. Do you want to see that company or whatever, that job, be done better when you're gone? Absolutely not. You want who's our guy Dan Roberts on DJ and PK? When asked about the new guy doing the PA at Delta Center, he goes, "I hope it fails."
Yeah.
You know, Dan doing that job forever probably told himself in his mind, "Well, I want to leave this job in a good place when I eventually leave."
Of course.
He gets more. I don't know. He can describe how he separated from that job, but he gets pushed out. And what's his attitude? Heck no! I hope that guy fails.
Yeah.
That's what Witt thinks about Utah. He hopes that Morgan fails. And we can all get caught up in the warm and fuzzy of, well, Morgan and Kyle are just so close. Are they? Because the behavior of Kyle Whittingham would absolutely scream the otherwise.
He certainly, has not done Morgan any favors now.
He hasn't done anybody any favors.
Other than leaving.
Other than himself.
Yeah. And the coaches, he got raises.
You know, people can have this altruistic, well, Kyle Whittingham is this warm and heroic character. Not right now. Not if you're a Utah fan. Not even close. I couldn't believe when Smith Snowden hit the transfer portal. I was absolutely shocked by that. He could have done that last year.
I'm more surprised by John Henry Daly, to be honest with you, but
why is that?
He'd already transferred once. He really kind of seemed like BYU treated him poorly, is what it kind of his opinion felt like. So to come to Utah and feel like he, was embraced and had such a great year this season, I was a little surprised. I also didn't think he'd be back and available to play next year, so that plays a part in it.
Well, the story, it's a story, total rumor I heard about that was he wanted a bunch of dough and Utah couldn't pay him.
Yeah, I believe that.
So that has nothing to do with...
Smith already tested apparently the transfer portal last year, right? That wasn't that the rumor that he was really looking and understood his worth. So when his coaches left, that doesn't surprise me either. And I'm sure Utah didn't want to give him as much money as he was demanding.
Did his coaches leave? Because Sharif Shaw's still there.
Still there.
Morgan's still there.
Yeah.
Utah's defensive staff, for the most part,
if he's a Witt guy,
is intact. So, I don't know. It's a complex story. I've really enjoyed following it from afar, but I don't understand some of the reaction where people can't read what's going on. The Ute fan / Michigan fan thing just blows me away. It's like somebody is robbing you blind and you're thanking them. Now, maybe you left the door open for them to rob you, but it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't change the fact that they're robbing you blind.
I do think
and you're saying, "Oh, thank you. You're just wonderful."
I think there are a lot of Utah fans who loyalty belongs more to Witt right now, not long term, but right now, than it does Mark Harlan.
Oh, I know. I think it should be the university. Mark Harlan should have nothing to do with it.
Well, I do.
How many there are still somehow Wizards fans out there, even though they're the worst run organization in sports.
There are, but there are people who think that what Mark Harlan has done is embarrassing at Utah, regardless. Not just the Witt stuff.
Yeah, fair enough, but that's the magic of college sports. It doesn't matter. You're still a Ute fan or a Cougar fan, no matter what. That's the point. Now, Mark Harlan's got to feel some heat because some of this is self-inflicted, but that doesn't excuse Kyle's reaction.
There's just a wide swath of fans. Some fans are going to jump ship. Some fans are going to follow Kyle. Some fans are going to hate Kyle. I don't know. I'm trying to not paint with that broad of a brush of who's following who. But, yeah, we will see it. We will see Michigan hats around.
But listen, I think Morgan will do things differently. And I love Morgan Scally. He's great. I worked with him at this station for a year. He is a charismatic, terrific human being who deserves this opportunity, and I think he's going to kill it. I really do. I think he's going to kill it. I think the Vegas Bowl was just a sign of things to come for him. But he's not been done any favors by his supposed mentor. In fact, quite the opposite. And I feel for him in that way because he was supposed to inherit a program that was in a good position and a good position to succeed. What Dean Smith left Bill Guthrie with, all Americans, is supposed to be, well, next stop 10 wins and you're going to get your career started right. And that is not the case. Not at all.
Well, Witt wasn't left with that by Urban Meyer when he left. He took a lot of his guys with him as well, and Witt got the job and had to build from scratch. So I'm sure Witt looks at Morgan and says, you can do the same thing.
Urban took a corner. His name was Ryan Smith, and he took Dan Mullen, and that was it. He didn't sink Witt on the way out the door, not even close. In fact, left Witt Eric Weddle and left Witt Brian Johnson.
But didn't leave him a number 1 overall draft pick. I mean, he got out while the getting out was good.
Well, I was going to say Alex graduated. He didn't. He left a year early for the NFL. That had nothing to do with Urban Meyer. So I don't agree with that take that Urban took all his guys. Urban didn't take all his guys.
I'm sure from Kyle Whittingham's perspective, he feels that way. I didn't have my guys. I had to go and find new coordinator.
Because they all graduated, though. That's not Urban sinking the ship on the way out the door.
But again, I don't think Witt really cares of the context of what you say. I started over. I had to build my own foundation to win here, and I went out and did it. I'm sure he looks at Morgan the same way.
I think you could stop with Witt doesn't really care.
Yeah, I think Witt doesn't care.
I think you could stop the
and
sentence
by the way,
there.
Witt doesn't
so
need
why
to care.
should people thank him?
No,
but
they don't need
why
to.
should people thank him on the way out the door?
I don't know anybody. Certainly not while he's at Michigan. If you want to thank him down the line, I think that's totally fair. And say, yeah, he's the greatest coach your school's ever had, the winningest coach your school's ever had. And I think if you wanted to say he's a Hall of Famer and he's going to be, and appreciate him then, I think that's totally fine. You don't have to appreciate him right now.
I think that only happens if Morgan sucks.
No,
if Morgan rattles off a bunch of 10-win seasons, people will forget.
People will bring Witt back with open arms.
They'll bring him back and acknowledge him.
Yeah,
he won't be treated like a legend.
Yes, he will. Absolutely. That's been stamped a long time ago.
And the best coach in program history, all that stuff. He's damaging all of that. Absolutely.
He certainly has changed. The exit has changed that. But greatest coach in history, getting a statue apparently, or not apparently, I've not heard that, but what a lot of fans wanted him to get a statue, that will happen.
If Witt had sucked, Urban would have been thought of much differently. Urban is thought of as, well, the booster shot or whatever for Utah football. If Witt had sucked, he would have been thought as the pinnacle and would have been treated like a legend. Now he's just treated as, welcome back anytime you want to come. Uh-huh. If Morgan sucks, people will look back on Witt and go, oh, those were the days. Man, this guy's a legend.
Certainly.
If Morgan kills it, he'll be an afterthought. He'll be welcome back, and man, you were pretty good for a long time, but...
No, I think he's always going to wear the Sugar Bowl. He's always going to wear the Pac-12. He's always going to wear the Big 12. It's always going to be his doing. I don't agree with that at all with Witt. Witt's going to be beloved forever.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
Never-ending Story is more compelling than Short Circuit.
No.
Stop it.
No, stop.
Never-ending Story would win a poll against Short Circuit. Guarantee you. I can't even believe I'm putting this poll together. How do you spell circuit?
By the way, I almost hope...
Do what you feel is right, listener.
I almost hope Never-ending Story wins, because if Short Circuit wins, we're going to lose you for the rest of the show. Show memorandum. Let's just euthanize Short Circuit. My guy is as upset as any time I've ever seen him in the history of this show.
Why, because we speak truth?
No more Short Circuit. Take Johnny 5 and put a crowbar to his head. He's done. Disassemble Johnny 5.
No disassemble!
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic.
With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Lowry Markkanen talking about returning to the lineup.
I think just getting back to it, reading the defense, trying to play off 2 feet was good for me today. I can still get better at it, but step in the right direction and just happy to be out there, back with my teammates, and hopefully we can get the next one.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go. You are not ready. Unstoppable dynasty. Young Hova. I'm a hustler, baby.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number one, big news over the weekend from the Hill. Morgan Scally starting to fill out his coaching staff.
Actually did it quite quickly. We talked to Steve Bartle a couple of times last week, and he kind of made it seem like it might take a few weeks to even finish some of these hires. But for the most part, this staff is done. You've got a new offensive coordinator, got a new defensive coordinator, and looks like things are going to move forward relatively quickly.
Kevin McGivern kind of fell out of nowhere to be the OC. First of all, Kevin's great. I like Kevin. I think that's a fine hire. Once again, Utah goes to Bronco Mendenhall's offensive coordinator for their OC, and Bronco turns around and hires Dr. Bob.
He's back
at Utah State, which You know, if
Within an hour of that announcement, Robert and I was back at Utah
well,
State. Very
Robert
cool.
and I created all these offensive coordinators. So, I mean, why not go to the source? Makes a ton of sense. But I guess we were talking about it a little bit during the break. Are you surprised it wasn't some of the names that we heard? We heard Arroyo. We heard Jonathan Smith.
A-Rod. Yes, because McGivern just had not been mentioned at all. And one of the things that had really been touted about Morgan was having a much broader and wider Rolodex than Kyle Whittingham. And he did, outside of the O-line coach, none of that. It's all familiar faces. It's all people either within the arm's reach of the program or within arm's reach of Morgan Scally. Just nothing really all that exciting. I should say defensive line coach, not offensive line coach. The D-line coach is just not that exciting. Jordan Gross coming back is obviously within arm's length of Morgan. Yeah, it's just not like he had this super deep list of people he wanted to go to. And look, coaches go with who they trust. Hence Kyle Whittingham picking the people he did, and Bronco Mendenhall bringing back Bob and I. You go with the names you're familiar with, but this was not this list of exciting names that I think some Utah fans hoped. And that doesn't mean they can't succeed. I don't care about exciting names. Go do what works well. But this was not, hey, I'm going to go look at the best around the country and kind of handpick them to come in and build out my new staff. I don't think that was on the table for Utah.
I don't draw a straight line between the hires and Morgan's Rolodex for a couple of reasons. One, the timing of it all. He's just trying to snap up a coaching staff last minute of people that are available, and not a surprise that people with familiarity with Utah would come back to Utah. And we have no idea what kind of resources Morgan's working with, frankly. I mean, Jonathan Smith's going to cost you
$1.5 million?
Right.
Yeah.
Arroyo's going to cost you
$1 million.
What are you going to do if you don't have the resources to spend that kind of money on a coach? Well, you're going to look somewhere else, and you're going to scramble to find somebody that wants the job and wants it for the price. So I don't know about Morgan's Rolodex. I think we'll learn more about that as it goes forward.
But yeah, the Rolodex may not matter if the bank account doesn't match.
Right. Or if you're calling an offensive coordinator and he goes, yeah, I took a job at UCLA 2 months ago. I'm not going anywhere. You're late to the party.
Yeah.
So, and I never bought the A-Rod thing. A-Rod would be crazy to go back to Utah, in my opinion.
There's some advantages. I'm sure not having to recruit the honor code, even though it seems less
Does that even
restrictive
exist
maybe than
anymore?
it was. Yeah, of course it does. But it seems somewhat less restrictive than it used to. And there's just going to be more money at BYU and more resources at BYU. So I'm with you. I never really understood that other than maybe he was leveraging that for an opportunity to get more money.
Maybe.
It would make a lot of sense.
But as far as, like, which job would you rather have if you were A-Rod? You'd rather have BYU right now because you've got resources and you've got a track record. And
you've got a guy coming in.
You've got a guy coming in. You've got a pipeline. I mean, that never made sense. I guess I would guess Morgan and A-Rod are friendly from their time on Utah's staff, but you got to think about what's a better position. Mm-hmm. And if Utah's not going to give you a raise and not going to be any sort of boost to the next step in his journey, then why would he do it?
Yeah, if they're not going to make your life easier, you could be out again.
So I never really bought into that. I was listening to the Saturday show this week, and I heard Christian talk about the possibility of a pro-style offense. And I wish that's the way Morgan would go. But the way Christian and Alex were interpreting pro-style, though, is not how I would. They were talking about more of a throw game. Like, that is a pro-style quarterback, a quarterback that can come in and throw it all over the yard, which is not...
That's what Steve Bartle had said on Friday.
Yeah,
for
we
context.
had Bartle on, and he had said he thinks Morgan wants a guy who's going to coach quarterbacks and recruit quarterbacks that make pro-level throws.
So a pro style is what I absolutely think they should do, and that's 2 tight ends, 2 receivers, 1 back. I mean, picture Andrew Luck at Stanford. And I think that would work really well for Utah. And Andrew Luck, if you remember back to those offenses, they weren't passing offenses. They were running. Christian McCaffrey, Bryce Love, remember, they were rushing pro style, more like you're watching the Packers than you're watching, I don't know, Florida under Urban Meyer.
Sure.
So I like that concept. Now, to go get a great pro-style quarterback is easier said than done, and thus the reason that Kyle Whittingham ran the spread for 20 years is because a dual threat, quote-unquote, whatever that is so much easier to find than Andrew Luck, for example. So it's interesting they're going to stick with the spread. I liked the concept of going with a more pro-style approach at Utah, and they don't really have the personnel for it, so maybe that dictated the hire. But
nobody has said it, but if you read between the lines, one of the things that every writer, including Steve Bartle and Josh Furlong, said was that one of the reasons they really liked McGivern is coming from Bronco Mendenhall, it's all the same language that they had under Jason Beck. All the terminology is the same, so they don't have to start from square one. Well, what situation would you be in where you don't want to start from square one? If your quarterback's coming back.
Yeah, well,
that's why
right.
That's another big part of why I think this is. They are putting their eggs in the basket of Devin Dampier, which is also really interesting because as we talked about this last week, do you hire a coordinator to match your quarterback or do you bring in a quarterback to match your coordinator? And it certainly seems like right now Utah's bringing in a coordinator to match the quarterback.
Yeah, ideally it would be the latter, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't.
Yeah, have a vision.
No, Morgan has no leash. That's another bad spot that Witt has left Morgan in is he doesn't have runway. We're talking about when Witt taken over for Urban Meyer. Witt had 3 years of runway. If he didn't turn it in 2007, maybe we would have a little bit of a different conversation. But after all the injuries at the beginning of 2007, it started to turn, and all of a sudden that led to 2008, and now we're talking about the legendary Kyle Whittingham. Well, that was not the case in 2006.
Right, no, of course not. No.
So he had runway. Morgan doesn't have any runway.
You don't think so?
No.
You think he's got a year or two to win?
Yeah, I think Ute fans are addicted to winning 10 games. Yes.
I think, yes, Utah fans expect a lot.
Yep.
I don't think Harlan, though I don't know if Harlan's going to be here in 3 years, I don't think Harlan could get rid of Morgan in 2 years, unless it's an unmitigated disaster.
When Witt took over, Urban was considered a flash in the pan. Urban was not considered the norm. The 80s were still fresh.
Yeah.
When Utah was a terrible program. There was no entitlement at all because people remembered what a struggle, how bad the 80s were, but the struggle of the 90s to even put the train on the tracks. And then Urban comes in and it's a fantasy. So all of a sudden you get this runway because they just didn't want to go back to winning 3 games a year, which didn't happen.
Right.
But that's not the case anymore. Christian he wasn't even alive in the 90s.
Yeah. No, Morgan's walking into a more difficult job.
The fans at Utah are addicted to winning 10 games.
They are.
And the good news is the fans will still go and sell out that stadium no matter how bad they are. But the expectations are totally different.
It's a tougher conference, yes, and with a much higher bar to clear.
I hung out with a buddy last night that he and his family went down to the Vegas Bowl. And they asked me how it looked on TV as far as fan split went. And I, 50-50, but tough to tell because of all the red, right? And they were really surprised. They assumed that 3/4 of the crowd was going to be Utah fans. Mm-hmm. And they thought it was a little more 50-50. Because Nebraska fans are rabid.
They are.
And they go to every game.
And they haven't been to a lot of bowl games lately, and they haven't been to Vegas. So
that
makes sense.
That stuff doesn't go away easily. Gary Croton did not kill the BYU fan base.
Right.
But what Lavelle did for Gary was adjust the expectations where, well, you better be rolling conference championships and winning 10 games every year or you're out.
Yeah.
And Gary didn't have a runway. He even had a great season. His first season had a great year with the Doak Walker Award winner and Luke Staley and all this stuff out on his ear.
Yeah.
What, 2 years later? 3 years later?
3 years, yeah.
Because the expectations are what they are. The BYU fans didn't go anywhere, but their expectations were, you got to be Lavelle, dude. Morgan maybe can have an average year next year, but Ute fans want to win 10 games. That's it. Yep. And they want to conference titles or have talked themselves into that they're one step away from a national title.
Beat BYU. Yep. They want all those things.
You got to flip it because you can't just rebuild it. He doesn't have that luxury. I think ideally you'd bring in a coordinator that was going to run the system you want to run and recruit a quarterback from somewhere that's going to do that. I don't think he has that luxury. But I'm excited for Kevin McGivern. I think he'll do a good job.
I have no idea how anyone's ever going to do.
No, I don't. I'm just saying I'm excited for him personally because he's a good dude and he's a good coach, and who knows how it's going to go.
Yeah, right.
But he has potential. It's not a quote unquote bad hire.
And there are a lot of sexy hires that fall flat on their face. Kevin McGivern is not a sexy hire. He's not. Hiring Utah State's offensive coordinator who coached your last quarterback is not a cool hire. It's just not. You can't. It's hard to sell yourself on it. I don't care about selling myself on anything. Let me just see what they do on the field.
I don't think McGivern ever coached Dampier.
No, not Dampier. I mean, he coached the pig farmer.
Oh, I see. All right, next.
Number 2, Jazz back in action at Portland tonight.
Jazz are winless in the new year, appear to be taking some steps to lose some games. Maybe not in Portland, though, because it seems like everybody is back and probable to play tonight. We'll see if Ace Bailey returns to the floor. He hasn't played in a while with that hip flexor.
He shouldn't, unless he's 100% healthy.
If he's banged up, no reason to play.
Interesting that guys like Cody Williams are getting a lot more opportunity.
And, playing well. Cody's been one of the more pleasant surprises. It's not like he was brilliant the other night, but he's certainly playing better in the last few games than he did probably at any point last season.
Well, he's way more aggressive. He seems more comfortable. That's what Coach and I were talking. He just seems more those dunks were something. He didn't feel like he could do that a year ago.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably a good sign when it comes to him.
I just truly don't know if he knew where he could operate in any sense. And I do think some ways he was misused standing in the corner and just trying to shoot threes. Now, maybe he was misusing himself. Maybe you need to catch that ball and attack the rim. And he was just settling for the three-point shot because it's easier than dribbling or turning the ball over. But if you're never making threes, which to this point Cody has not shot particularly well, probably is better to try and do something within your hands. But, yeah, that's certainly not the story of what's going on with the Jazz right now where – I think right now they have the 7th worst record in the NBA. They are losing games at a seemingly higher rate.
They played well against Golden State.
They
Steph just lit them on fire in the third quarter, as we've seen him do a bunch of times. But there were positives from that game. They're not playing poorly. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to really dissect the Clipper game as I was on the other side of the country. But I don't know. I'm dreading the new year for the Jazz, not from a – they're going to have to start booting games, and I hate that.
Yep. And I
don't care about the losses. I'll talk about the loss against Golden State.
Yeah.
All day long. I think they're going to have to go to more extreme measures going forward. How many games can they afford to win for the rest of the year? 10?
Yeah, 10 to 12. I mean, they're at 13 right now or 12 right now. They need to be probably right around 25 to feel comfortable about their draft position. And the nice thing is teams around them are doing favors. A lot of the other teams that are right where the Jazz are, Brooklyn, Charlotte, the Mavericks, they're all winning some games too. So the Jazz probably don't feel as much pressure. But at some point, this is the scene in Point Break where they're wondering who's going to pull the chute, who's going to wait too long before they finally bail out and don't hit the ground, and someone's going to have to pull that chute eventually.
All right, what's next?
NFL Week 18 is in the books. The playoff bracket is set.
I'm not a gambler, Ben, and the reason is because if you would have asked me who was going to be the bye teams in the NFL playoffs, I would never have said the Broncos and the Seahawks in a million years. A million years.
Yep.
How wild is that? I love it that Sam Darnold's rubbing it in the Jets' face.
Were you seeing Carolina Panthers fans where you were? You were just back home?
No, not. There are more Ravens fans in that part of Virginia than there are Panthers fans, I'd say.
Yeah. I just thinking.
Or Washington fans, commies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
More commies than
You're
Ravens
fans. You're a little further east than I guess I thought you were. But, I mean, the Panthers make the playoffs with a sub-500 record. Somewhat embarrassing. Obviously, the big story last night, Loop from Arizona missing the field goal. So the Ravens do not make the playoffs, and Aaron Rodgers gets one more chance to make a push with the Steelers.
One more chance. He might pull a wit and stick around for a while.
Here's your matchups. Rams will be taking on the Panthers. Packers will be taking on the Bears. Bills will be taking on the Jaguars. Bills might lose that game. 49ers taking on the Eagles. Chargers taking on the Patriots. And then Monday night is going to be the Texans taking on the Steelers.
Man, a lot of teams to cheer against in there.
I'm rooting for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold stuff is awesome. I think that's one of the cooler stories we've had in the NFL, which is he was awesome last year, and they said, well, we get McCarthy. He's terrible. And so he goes to Seattle and does the exact same thing, except probably better, and has a better team around him now.
Bird in the hand, ball on the carpet.
Yep.
It's bad in the NFL.
It is.
And these franchises need to stop falling in love with these quarterbacks, even though they invest a first-round pick in them. Yep. It's no reason to. You and I both actually didn't hate the Kirk Cousins and then
Michael Penix.
Everybody's like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, well, you're hedging your bets.
Yeah.
You're bringing in an experienced guy. You're drafting a rookie. There's no guarantee that Michael Penix is going to be any good. I watched Josh Rosen's career.
Right.
I watched Zach Wilson's career. There's no guarantee that you're going to be any good. Why would you totally put your eggs in that basket? I think Minnesota deserves what they got. Did Minnesota have the bye last year? No, but they had the top 2 or 3 record in.
They finished tied, I think, with the Lions. I think the Lions had the bye because the Lions won. They played Week 18.
Yeah,
the Lions won Week 18. Vikings played the Rams and lost.
Let's go with the rookie who's coming off a serious injury.
Now, here's what's interesting. Stick with me here. The number of first-round draft picks starting in the quarterback starting in the playoffs is crazy. Rams, yes. Packers, yes. Panthers, yes. Bears, yes. Bills, yes. 49ers, no. Chargers, yes. Jaguars, yes. Eagles, no. Jalen Hurts was not a first-round pick, right? Not. Second round. Patriots, yes. Texans, yes. Steelers, yes. Is that 10 of the 11?
Yeah, but the Steelers
and Bo Nix?
The Steelers hardly counts, though.
Bo Nix was a first-rounder, right? So that's 11 of the 12?
How many?
Darnold was a first-round pick also?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
I don't know this, though. How many were drafted by the team?
Rams, no. Panthers, yes. Packers, no. Bears, yes. Or Packers, yes, excuse me. Bills, yes. Chargers, yes. Jaguars, yes. Eagles, yes, they drafted Jalen Hurts, but that was a second-round pick. Patriots, yes. Texans, yes. Steelers, no. So, as much as I say you should never use a first-round pick on a quarterback, the proof is in the pudding that all these guys that they drafted in the first round are starting games in the playoffs.
Now, there's no way you would know this, obviously, but I'd be curious to go through that and how many of the other first-round picks were complete boots.
Absolutely right. You just have to get it right. But, yes, a lot of other guys in these same drafts are not remarkable.
We fall too in love with rounds. You think you care what round Tom Brady was taken in? You just got to find the dude.
Right.
So, all right. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. And of course, it is the new year, and that comes with resolutions. Of course, we all want to get in better shape. But have you ever thought about your financial shape? It is a great time to put some thought into the financial well-being of you and your family. Of course, not just in the short term, but in the long term. Have you ever sat down and really contemplated when you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle that you want to live? When you retire, maybe you're close to retirement and you haven't really maximized what you've spent a lifetime building. Well, Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to help you ponder some of those questions, set those goals, and show you exactly what you got to do to get there and help you every step along the way. Even if you're somebody like me who has a tough time understanding the complexities of the financial world, they are really good at explaining it and showing you just what you can do. So give them a call. Sit down with them for free. 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. They'll go over all of it with you. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Sean Dursey talking about being not happy with the lack of consistency.
We shouldn't be happy about that. I mean, every night in the NHL right now is a battle. Points are as critical as ever. We got to try again on a run here. Can't have one good game and then one bad game, one good game. We got to string together a lot of good ones. And I mean, not that we haven't been doing good things, but it's just getting points and getting wins.
Tune in for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 past the hour every hour here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, talking a lot about the Utah coaching situation. Ben, I got a couple of snap talks in response.
Okay.
One from Classless Skip, just little corrections and retractions. Classless Skip said, Herb took 4 assistants to Florida, Sanford took 2 more assistants to UNLV, and Witt was left with 1 assistant, Gary Anderson. And said, I guarantee Scally isn't crying over this. Well, I don't think Morgan's crying, but I mean, one day when he took the job, he thought he had an offensive staff, and then the next day he didn't.
Well, the big issue with this for me, and I yelled about this a week ago today, was that if they made such a big story last year about how Morgan Scally was involved in the process of hiring Jason Beck. That was a huge narrative, and that was put out there by a couple of people. Utah's people, Kyle Whittingham, Morgan Scally. And Morgan doesn't talk that much, so I don't want to put it on Morgan's shoulders. But the idea was, look, Morgan's already making hires for his next job. Look at the job we're doing to put Morgan in a spot to succeed. And then 12 months later, whoever is to blame, if you want to blame Witt, if you want to blame Harlan, whoever, that work didn't matter. Having Morgan go out there and pick or be a part of picking Jason Beck simply didn't matter at all. Because for the most part, now maybe if Devin Dampier returns, great. It's a good opportunity for Morgan Scally to have some familiarity with his quarterback, which is probably the most important thing you can have right now in college football. But otherwise, I just don't think it really mattered that Morgan was involved in Jason Beck. Who cares? And why was that a narrative that was being sold in the first place if he wasn't going to be around by the time Morgan took the job?
PR. That's it.
Yeah.
My thoughts on what you're saying is, can we all now agree that the coach in waiting thing is the stupidest thing ever and should be ignored because it means nothing, and if anything, it just complicated the matter? And two, like, all that flowery crap doesn't matter. Don't fall for it. It was never a thing. It's not a thing. It's just something they put out into the atmosphere to make people feel better. And by the way, whoever was interviewing Jason Beck for the job last year, Jason Beck's under no obligation to stay or go based on who was sitting in the room asking him questions. Yeah, it's so dumb. Yeah. So, but classless Skip, I don't think Urban was spiting Utah when he took those 4 assistants to Florida. Those were the 4 assistants that he brought to Utah. So I guess you could make the same argument about Kyle, I suppose, if that's what you're getting at. And then 801 Sports tweets in and says, the Utah to Michigan fan love ended about 24 hours after all those coaches were announced leaving, and even more so after the tampering and burning Utah to the ground actions by Witt.
And it could get worse. You know, we don't actually know where John Henry Daly's going. We don't know what Utah's going to do with their quarterbacks. We don't know where Smith Snowden is going. And we don't know if guys like J.J. Buchanan or others are going to enter the transfer portal and follow suit. You know, if Calvin Olbott, the 5-star tackle, doesn't end up staying with his head coach from high school, Jordan Gross, and does go to Michigan or elsewhere, yeah, these feelings could certainly get worse.
Oh, I don't think that's happening. I think that's why they hired Jordan Gross.
I'm totally with you, but
so I don't. And by the way, Jordan Gross, see, that's an interesting kind of side topic because his loyalty is to Utah, not to Kyle Whittingham. So if you're reading into, did Obot commit to Witt or did he commit to Utah? Well, if you want to read into that, he committed to Utah.
Assuming he stays.
I think we probably would have heard something by now.
You would hope so. Yeah.
I mean, you would have.
I think there are still going to be players that enter the transfer portal, you know. Obot, I mean, we don't know anything.
Well, he's not even on campus.
No, right, exactly right. So even talking about him is somewhat reckless at this point because things change so quickly, as we've noticed in college football. But, yeah, I mean, he could, if he wants to throw his name in and never play, that's fine. He can decide, he can request to back out. There are kids at Michigan who requested to back out of their commitments already under Kyle Whittingham. So I think that could still happen. But yeah, if he's a big Jordan Gross guy, which was his high school coach, yeah, follow him.
But what I don't understand about the Michigan love is I don't think Utah fans owe Kyle any warm feelings at all. I don't think Utah fans owe Kyle anything more than a thanks for a job well done. Certainly don't need to fall in love with Michigan, or I don't even think need to act with understanding for what he's doing to Utah. I think Ute fans should be bent. I think Morgan should be bent. I certainly think Mark Harlan should be bent. But again, that might be self-inflicted.
Yeah, I feel however you want to feel, whatever, as a fan. You certainly don't have loyalty to Michigan. Well, what is that? No, you've actually, some of the best stuff Witt ever did was beating Michigan up when he got to play him. I don't certainly feel any reason why Utah fans should be following him there. Now, if you would rather see Michigan win than Ohio State next year, that's fine, whatever. But you don't need to root against Witt if you don't want to. But no, I certainly don't feel like you owe Kyle Whittingham anything.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you, you can win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesdays for your chance to win. Kind of interesting that we've talked a lot about Utah replacing their coaching staff. What's BYU going to do with their defensive coordinator? I would have thought Gennaro Guilford would have been a terrific candidate.
I wonder if that was on the table for him. I suspect he probably wouldn't have left if that was going to be the case. Kelly Poppinga seems like a pretty obvious name to me, and one I'd probably keep an eye on for BYU.
What do both of those guys have in common? Neither one of them come from the Whittingham defensive tree.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that – I mean, if Kalani wants to keep that going, he's going to have to look outside the program, I guess. Because Poppinga's a Bronco guy. That's all his coaching background is in that scheme, not necessarily in what Kalani Sitake has done at BYU. Although it is different. You know, what Kalani, the defense he runs is different than what he ran at Utah.
Sure.
That is true.
Yeah.
So maybe that, I'm just curious that the names we've seen as far as promotion, or in this case promotion, to DC at BYU were not necessarily Fred Sr., not from that scheme, Fred Whittingham Sr.
I'm a little surprised that it hasn't been announced already. In all honesty, I wondered if Kalani had seen this writing on the wall as soon as Witt got the Michigan job, the same way clearly Morgan Scalley did with his guys, and had a week, and after the bowl game, et cetera, knew kind of which direction he was going to head in. I'm sure Kalani does, and maybe they will name that person today, but I'll be curious which direction they go. And you're right, it's going to be a change. I don't want to undercut how valuable Jay Hill was to BYU. Jay Hill really, when he got there, it seemed like they upped a level of seriousness. Now, coincided with more money flowing into the program and the NIL that followed it, but Jay Hill was a terrific coordinator.
The system's still the system, though. You know what Jay Hill is good at is being an administrator. I'm not trying to sell his coaching duties short, but we learned that at Weber State. I mean, he's a terrific implementer and coach from that standpoint. He is a good recruiter and took players with him to Weber State. But I actually think that Jay Hill is replaceable.
Sure, everyone's replaceable. Yeah, head coaches are replaceable. Coordinators have to be as well.
The system is the system. That's why I'm curious to see who they hire, because you just keep the system going. But guys are replaceable when you keep it within the system. That's been the magic of Kyle Whittingham's defensive coordinators at Utah.
Right.
4 or 5 different faces? They all do the same thing.
And they all did well.
Right. That's why it's interesting that Gary Anderson doesn't want to be a coordinator. He just wants to be a consultant and likes the lifestyle, because he would be the natural fit.
Yeah.
And you keep him on staff and you have him there doing it anyway. But the system is the system. As long as I don't see him going back to the 3-3-5 stack, right? I mean, they're not going to make some dramatic change. I actually think if Papinga took him more in the direction of like a Bronco defense, that would be a really dramatic change. I don't think they do that. Or, if they promoted Papinga, he would, I think, be expected to coach in Kalani's fashion. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, he would have to adjust to BYU, not the other way around. And he's been at BYU. But yes, would have to adopt what they've been doing versus trying to implement his own thing.
Right. I think hiring an offensive coordinator at Utah was a far more important thing than the defensive coordinator at BYU, because that was going to determine the direction of the whole team. What kind of offense do you implement, all this stuff. You're not married to anything. Utah wasn't married to Jason Beck's system. It was good last year, but they weren't. They could have, to your point, hired a different coordinator who would bring in a different quarterback. It was important which direction that they picked.
Yeah.
I don't think BYU is going to go in any sort of different direction defensively without Jay Hill.
Stylistically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
Fine. Production is a different story.
And the point is, Itu Iaki came from the same style and wasn't the administrator Jay Hill was. And I think that's part of the reason Jay Hill succeeded where maybe Coach Tuiaki did not. But you can find plenty of coaches that came up through this system.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what happens, but I don't think that hire is as important, if that makes any sense. Who they hire as a cornerback coach, I think, is really important.
And whoever is coming in to coach the secondary, getting Satuala back's a huge plus. They've had some wins already at BYU, even with the loss of Jay Hill.
Well, BYU has resources. They're not going to get their players rated as easily.
Yeah, they're not going to be outspent for the most part.
They're not. And Michigan probably can outspend BYU, maybe. I don't know what the condition of Michigan's donor class is. I'm assuming it's pretty good.
But Michigan also has a wider pool to recruit from than BYU does. BYU holding on to Satuala is more important than Michigan getting him.
Maybe.
So they can go out and say, well, Satuala is one of the best safeties in college football, right? And Michigan says, yeah, but we can also make a run at all of the other best safeties in college football as well. That is something that opens up for them that is not at play when you're coaching a school in Utah. So BYU has a reason to hold on to him more so.
I get it, but I think BYU's recruiting pool has opened up substantially.
Yeah, it has.
Where that is less true now than it was 5 years ago.
Of course.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be flippant or whatever, but they had a weed DUI and the guy was back in 2 games.
Yeah, he was. It's not being talked about anymore.
No.
Yeah.
No, and it's BYU is just not different anymore.
Not as different, certainly.
I would say not different, period.
Well, Jake Retzlaff had to transfer.
Yeah, they're different. And Satuwala is a bountiful kid who
Jake
he's a
Retzlaff
legacy recruit.
didn't have to transfer. Jake Retzlaff was suspended
if he stayed, he would have been suspended because they are different.
He would have been suspended for 6 games. That is not.
That's enormously different. Are you crazy?
That's not the BYU of old, which is my point.
No, it's not, but it's way different than every other school in the country.
Well, depending on how the allegations went, and we know how they went. But yeah, he would have been suspended at other schools had the legal process played out a little bit differently.
Which it did not.
Yep. But Brandon Davies had to leave school for a whole year.
Jamal Williams.
So I don't know. BYU is not different. Now they may go out and still try to claim they're different. They're not. I don't. I think the honor code is still a thing on paper.
I think it's certainly not as different as they used to be.
I'm not so sure that it's still a thing in enforcement.
I think you're right that they are less different now than they ever have been.
So I don't know how. I mean, and BYU was pretty dang good when they had all those restrictions, and I think that's part of why they are now competing for conference titles. It's because they're not suspending the star running back anymore. I'm not trying to slander anybody. I'm just saying they're not doing that. And if somebody accidentally finds out, they're going to do as little as possible, which makes them no different than anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. So, no, BYU's in a good spot. BYU will survive the Jay Hill departure. I don't know if they're going to find a coordinator better than Jay Hill. My guess would be they probably won't. I think Jay was really good. But, it shouldn't be a total collapse.
Now, Kalani can go spend on a name if he wants to.
Yeah, he can. And go way outside the box.
But the timing issue of it stinks. I mean, it stinks for Utah and it stinks for BYU. Everybody's found their next job already. And so now you're just, again, Utah just goes with what's familiar because it's the only person they can talk into leaving their current gig.
Yeah.
Kevin Given just had to move down the canyon.
Right.
And they brought back Chad, the receivers coach, Bumpus?
Yeah.
He's familiar with Utah. Probably liked it when he worked here.
Yeah. Inoki Brechterfield is the most outside-the-box name, and he did do what we're kind of talking about, where he had accepted the job at Oregon State and then backed out. He accepted it, I think, right before Christmas, and then Utah was able to go poach him and bring him here with no real ties. Well, I guess he has some ties to state. He coached at Weber State. But it's not. Otherwise, everyone's
But what
close.
league is Oregon State in?
Yeah, right. A nothing league, with all due respect.
Well, they do a league with no resources.
Yeah.
Utah has more resources than the Beavs, so they probably paid to get him.
Absolutely, yeah, no question.
But to go get a name, quote unquote, a name that is currently has a job, I don't think Utah has the resources to do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Or isn't willing to spend them.
Well, look.
I mean, there's rumors about they're not willing to cover buyouts for assistant coaches at other universities. I don't know how true that is, but
That's the rumor.
That's the rumor.
I don't think Utah has a coach moving into a job that looks like an upgrade from anybody they had last year. And that doesn't mean they won't be by the time they take the job. But I don't think Utah has a single person that is more proven than the last guy who had the job.
Well, more proven. I don't know. Kevin McGivern's probably more proven than Jason Beck. Beck's only been a coordinator for this going into his 3rd year.
Had what, the 3rd best offense in college football?
No,
last
I
year?
get it, but how long has he done the job?
Well, yeah,
I mean,
he's not punched his ticket to the Hall of Fame, but he's proven. I mean, he went out there on the field and did it in New Mexico, and then he went and did it at Utah. I mean, that's a rising star.
Yeah, but Kevin McGivern's been a coordinator for a decade more. I don't know. I'd have to go look at it. Jason Beck has been a coordinator for a very short period of time. So I don't know. Proven. I mean, I think that's overrated when it comes to assistant coaches. Honestly.
So do I. But if you're looking at name value, winning a press conference, which again I don't really care about, it's what you do on the field. But if you're looking at upgrades or downgrades or what you were hoping to accomplish there, I mean, we're talking about how Kalani can go out there and hire a big name. Utah didn't go out there and hire a big name. Utah did not go out there and improve on position coaches. Now, maybe they will, again, next year by the time they're on the field, but not a lot of proven production that we're seeing from Utah.
Sure, but let me put it this way. I don't think it's any guarantee that Jason Beck's any good at Michigan.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think that's even close to a given. How much of his success at Utah was due to himself or due to built-in advantages? He didn't recruit any of those offensive linemen.
Right, it was very helpful.
So you had this 40-plus points per game behind the best offensive line in the country. He had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it's not surprising you had a great running game.
Shocker.
Yeah, you had two first-round draft picks to tackle.
He brought in a quarterback, and I'm underselling it for a reason, but who was fine. Dampier was fine. He wasn't the entire reason that Utah had a decent offense. In fact, I think he was the reason they lost to Texas Tech, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it wasn't all... I guess if we're saying that Jason Beck is proven, that will earn him nothing at Michigan. Like it earned him nothing at Utah and earned him nothing at New Mexico.
Yeah.
They could hire they were talking about, what's that Arroyo's first name? Why am I forgetting it? Marcus Arroyo. You know he was terrible at Oregon, right? That people are like, oh, he coached Justin Herbert. Yeah, put the absolute reins on him. Do you remember the take from Oregon fans and Oregon Nation after they steamrolled Utah in the Pac-12 title? They were like, you finally let Coach Justin Herbert do something. He was run out of town. Yeah. Kenny Dillingham was his lieutenant, and they fired Arroyo for Dillingham. Uh-huh. But people will tell you, oh, Arroyo, man, he's proven. Is he? Because he was terrible at Oregon, and he was good, I guess, at Arizona State.
Certainly have more faith that Jay Hill's going to do well at Michigan than I do Jason Beck. And I'm not doubting Jason Beck, but Jay Hill also goes with Kyle Whittingham. I mean, it's a defensive slanted team.
Because Jay Hill will be empowered to coach.
He will be.
The offensive, exactly right. Jason Beck will not necessarily be empowered to coach. Because no Kyle Whittingham offensive coordinator is empowered to coach.
Agreed.
And maybe Beck more so than other examples. But, I mean, A-Rod is a good offensive coordinator. He is. Yeah. And if we want to talk about proven, I mean, I don't know what more he could do than his run at BYU to prove that he is a good offensive coordinator. He was terrible at Utah.
He was.
Well, terrible. I'm overselling that. He wasn't necessarily. He still won. God, what in his years as offensive coordinator, they won like 9 and 10 games a year or something like that. I say he was different.
But what was the issue?
He was not allowed to coach. Yeah,
he had the reins on him. He goes to BYU and gets up to that position where he's the head coach or the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and all of a sudden he's flourishing. And Utah fans are saying, "Why didn't that happen here?" And that can still be the biggest difference. Maybe we can see that from Morgan Scalley, and like you said, maybe that's what we saw in the Vegas Bowl. Maybe Morgan will actually let his teams on the offensive side of the ball play a little bit, which Utah did do this year, but historically was not the case under Witt.
Utah kind of did this year, though. That's the thing. Like, Utah's offense was not the air raid. It was not, I mean, you can look at it at the numbers and go, the fourth best offense. They could not pass.
Right.
They could not pass. They had one receiver that had a pretty good year that made a bunch of plays for them. They could not pass the ball because Witt doesn't want to pass. Because what happens when you pass? You risk an interception. You risk a turnover. You risk a bad snap. It's way easier to do a zone read offense and not turn the ball over than it is to throw it all over the yard. It used to be Quinn Snyder used to push back against people harping on turnovers because he said, well, we turn the ball over a lot because we pass the ball a lot.
Yeah.
And we move it around a lot. So it's going to be more turnover prone. Is Morgan scared like Witt was about turning the ball over?
I don't know.
He didn't appear to be in the Vegas Bowl.
He didn't. And that was a pretty unintimidating Nebraska team after the first two drives. So he probably felt comfortable going out there, and it's his first game. You might as well show off a little bit. It was Jason Beck's last game, so you might as well show off a little bit. But no, that's going to be the big question.
I saw Kyle Whittingham's teams put up 17 points against plenty of
absolutely. Oh, they lost to Northwestern.
Inspiring teams.
They lost to Northwestern in a bowl game, who couldn't move the ball at all, and Utah's response was, let's go hire that offensive coordinator to be our analyst. That was insane. And I hope some of that insanity is not there with Morgan Scalley. It would make Utah's a much more enjoyable team to watch week in and week out.
I will not miss Kyle Whittingham's causal logic.
I'm totally with
you. He has this number in his mind that if you lose the turnover battle, you have this % chance of winning the game, and it's low. So I'm going to focus on that and that alone.
Kyle Whittingham has a very weird decision-making process. In some ways, we talked about this again over the last week, is that he is really knee-jerk reaction-y. He did not like defending or scheming against dual threat quarterbacks. So he said, I'm going to go get dual threat quarterbacks. That's a big part of it. Now, you're right. It's also easier to move the ball. It's harder to find pro-style guys, but he didn't like coaching against them, so he went out and recruited them. He knew that's the types of reaction he made. He was also ornery, I guess is a little bit of a word we can use. There's the famous Washington timeout game that cost him a game, and his unwillingness to back off and say he made a mistake when clearly he did. And he will double down on those types of things because he was so particular and at times headstrong. And I do think that's what we are seeing right now with him going to Michigan, is some of that particularity and headstrongness taking the guys with him to stick it to Utah.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get to more Jake and Ben straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
You know, I was babysat until 8th grade. Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
Her husband, yeah.
Look, he got like 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey, Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive: front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most, annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems, exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222, or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hey, this is Chris with JCWs. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCWs, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz at 30 update, here's Lowry Markkinen on Cody Williams' sudden rise in confidence.
He's been taking steps forward, playing aggressively, and I'm happy he finally actually made a dunk. So we've been joking and get on him about that, but he's been getting more aggressive, and I'm happy for him to see the ball go in and the confidence is growing.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At the U of U Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. What do they traditionally call today, the first day after the last day of the NFL season? When
Black
it comes
Monday.
to Black Monday. All these coaches are getting canned. Let's see, the Falcons fired Raheem Morris. The Raiders decided to part ways with Pete Carroll.
Yep.
And now there are rumors out there, according to reports, that Bill Belichick and the adult novelty heiress would be open to considering an NFL gig. Well, a lot of people are saying the Falcons because Arthur Blank considered hiring Bill before he hired Raheem Morris.
I thought Vegas would be good for the novelty industry.
For the heiress. Yeah, there could be
too much competition already.
Well, she's making the decisions, so you're right. But that's not how winners think, Christian. That's how losers think. You're bringing a loser's mentality to the adult novelty business, and there's no room for it. They're thinking they're going to go in, they're going to run the town.
But what's funny is these
Gannon also out in Arizona, by the way.
and Stefanski in Cleveland. But what's funny about most of these positions is they should be firing the owner. And to kind of bring it full circle, Ryan Smith is in the prove it phase as an NBA owner, and we've talked about this forever on how good the Millers were and how even though they didn't get over the top, you had to appreciate what a good ownership group that they were. And I think Ryan Smith has done fine so far, but he is in that prove it stage, which is better than where the Raiders are with proven moron. And the Browns are with proven moron. Now, I think Arthur Blank is actually a pretty decent owner, or has been in the past, so maybe that's more of an attractive position. But I don't even know the owner of the Cardinals, but obviously a moron. And it's funny, especially in the NFL, it's obvious, because the NFL, it's easy to go from the cellar to the playoffs. You can do that in one season. It's not hard. Yeah. We've seen it a zillion times. Yeah. So then you look at these teams that absolutely cannot get off the mat, and you go, what's the problem? Well, the problem is Woody Johnson with the Jets. The problem is what's his haircut with the Raiders? Mark Davis.
Michael Bidwill.
If you look, Bidwill, terrible accident. And these bad owners can be accidentally good once in a while, like going to the Super Bowl with Kurt Warner. But is that the exception or the rule? Absolutely the exception.
Yeah.
And so if you're Lloyd and you're a Raiders fan, I don't know how you're a Raiders fan, because until that guy sells the team, they're going to be terrible.
Every Arizona ownership group just has a hilarious controversy page in their Wikipedia, including Bidwell, of office affairs and, just cheating and all kind of ridiculous stuff.
Have you read I should bring it up so I can point out. Have you read the Mark Davis statement about firing Pete Carroll?
No, I haven't.
Even that is absolutely terrible. Like, it's worded terribly. It's written poorly. Did you see that Mark Davis said that his current girlfriend had no idea who he was and how rich he was, and that's why he loves her, because she fell in love with him?
She just liked me.
That's the kind of guy you're dealing with.
Made eyes across the room. Yeah. Doesn't recognize that he's being picked clean.
Unbelievable.
Hey, you know what? Maybe Brady's smart. Maybe Brady saw him too. It's that's a sucker. That guy will give me as much money as I want, and I can do as much or as little work as I want. Mark Davis, that's the guy I want to work for.
That's the guy whose waitress is being nice to him, and he thinks, oh, she's in love with me. She's not fishing for an
give
extra
her some
couple
more money.
percentage points on the tip.
You know what? I should give her some
She's
bucks.
in love. Yeah, hire Pete Carroll's 105 years old. And by the way, I like Pete's philosophies or whatever, but go back and look at the Raiders even before the old man died, but look at Mark Davis's track record when it comes to hiring coaches.
No,
dude,
you're
the
right.
coaches are not your problem.
You know, and I don't want to go to a massage parlor with Robert Kraft, but historically his teams play well. He's probably a good owner.
Is he? I wonder that. That's actually an interesting example.
He's probably a good owner. They're good again this year. They're always pretty good.
But he wasn't good before Belichick and Brady.
And that was 25 years ago, so I'd give him some
I
room
know,
to
but who gets the credit?
evolve. Sure.
I don't know if it's Kraft that gets the credit, honestly. He was smart enough to not get in the way.
Yep.
Right?
Steelers ownership generally pretty good. But you're right. Ownership really matters.
See, Larry Miller, you could criticize certain parts of Larry Miller's ownership. But you know what he was smart enough to do? Stay out of Jerry Sloan's way.
Mm-hmm.
Gale also smart enough to stay out of the way.
And I'm of the belief that owners can improve. Owners should improve. Yeah, how would you know how to do it early on in your run? Mark Cuban got better as an owner throughout his tenure. You know, I think owners can get better, so maybe Robert Kraft has. Maybe he hasn't. But I bet you Arthur Blank is better at certain things than he was when he first started. And I'm with you. I think Arthur Blank's probably a pretty good GM. I'm sure we'll get some, or owner, I should say. I'm sure we'll get some fan of the team say, no, he does X, Y, and Z wrong, because when you really follow it closely, you see all their warts. But
See, our friend Colton tweets in. He says, Matt Ryan is expected to take a high-end job in Atlanta. If the Falcons even sniff around Bill, I'm changing teams. But see, hiring the star quarterback for how did that go for Miami and Dan Marino? Yeah. How did that go for the Donks and John Elway? Actually, they got a Super Bowl out of it, I guess, but it certainly didn't end well.
They quite literally limped into that Super Bowl. I mean, they had a stellar defense and a corpse playing quarterback. But
I don't know. Maybe Arthur Blank isn't a good owner.
yeah, he might not be.
Because turning around and hiring the star quarterback to be your front office guy is not what I'd call a savvy move.
It's not the most. Doesn't have the greatest imagination.
Maybe Bill and the heiress are actually going to head for Atlanta.
Falling up, be great.
But man, if you're rooting for a team, just hope for good ownership. I mean, really, it matters so much. It's not all, Ishbia went to the finals or whatever with the Suns. Or was that Sarver?
That was Sarver.
That was Sarver,
Yep.
who awful owner. So you can accidentally be good once in a while, but I'll tell you what. I mean, the Jets will never win a Super Bowl as long as that buffoon is owning the team.
Chargers.
As long as that Haslam buffoon owns the Browns, they will be terrible. Because he's the type of guy who gets talked into taking Johnny Manziel in the first round on a phone call.
Like the cut of his jib.
Like his entire staff, coaches, GMs, or whatever, they're going, no, Johnny Manziel, he's like 5 feet tall, and I think he's a cocaine addict. Take that quarterback immediately. And then what's also hilarious is they made the same mistake minus the cocaine with Baker Mayfield like 2 years after. A small guy who has maturity issues.
Yeah, and then
take that guy.
Through. Yeah.
Take that. Well, we could get that guy in like the third round. Take him number one.
Take him now.
Take him now.
Well, they haven't fixed their quarterback situation.
But honestly, I think that Ryan Smith likely will, if we want to bring this back to the Jazz, I think he'll prove himself to be a good owner. I have no reason to doubt, the contrary. He's not made the moves that have sunk the ship. And I know Jazz fans are kind of eager to start winning again, but they're not losing because Ryan Smith made some buffoon decision about a GM or a coach or a player or not signing a player or signing the wrong player. That has not happened.
I'm not sure anything on the floor has failed that Ryan Smith has tried to do.
Outside of the uniforms.
Right. But that's all. I'm talking like literally decisions on the court. I'm not sure.
By the way, I said that as a joke. I don't care.
Yeah, you and I don't care.
No.
But yes, I'm not sure Ryan has tried to install something with the Jazz and not had it work yet. In fact, I think everything we have seen has probably been by design, and I know that probably drives Jazz fans mad, but I think that is still better than, we really thought we were going to win in 2023 and had the, sixth worst record in the NBA or whatever it ended up being. No, that would be the worst case scenario.
Matt Ishbia trading the farm for Kevin Durant was an awful move.
Horrible. Set them
made
back a long term.
by the owner. Set them back 10 years, maybe.
Yeah, and I know they're winning now. It's because winning that at that level is not that hard in the NBA. Where the Suns are now is not that difficult to do, which is why you can't fall in love with the idea of, got 16 wins early in the season. Like, it just doesn't mean that much. You have to see it through. You have to be patient. You have to put in some of the pain if you're in some of these markets. But yes, he came in and thought, I'm going to put this team into a position to get over the top, and they got worse, and that really hurts you. That's bad ownership.
Bad ownership.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to look at bad owner that maybe learned his lesson after 25 years, I guess you could kind of look at James Dolan, who hired somebody that he couldn't really tell what to do.
And seems to stay out of the way.
And has stayed out of the way, at least for now. I mean, you would have thought Isaiah Thomas or any of these other, or Phil Jackson or any of these other guys that he hired would have done that, but he didn't leave him alone. He kept hiring Isaiah Thomas over and over again. How many bozo, terrible owner decisions has Jane Dolan made? Dozens?
Yeah, 20.
Dozens?
Yeah.
And the difference between him being successful now and not before is him playing going on the road with his stupid band or playing the Sphere or whatever it is that he does with his spare time now.
Yeah.
And I still don't think the Knicks are that great.
Well, they're not going to win a title this year, certainly.
Or ever.
Yeah. So, well, he's the owner.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. It caps you.
I mean, say what you will about the Steelers, but they've got great ownership. And they've been in the playoffs, what,
most
90% of the time since the 70s? And have 5 Super Bowls as a franchise? No, 6.
Did the Broncos change ownership?
Yeah, they're owned by the Waltons.
And they have unlimited money, but they had good ownership, and now they have seemingly pretty good ownership as well.
Yeah, Pat Bowlen was the owner since the 80s. He did a good job, and then he passed away. Coincidentally, that's when they were bad, when it transitioned to Bolen's daughters, and then the Walton family bought it.
Yeah.
I mean,
York's for the 49ers have generally been pretty good owners, right? They've been there for a while. Am I right on that?
Portland, the Jazz opponent tonight, may never be good again.
Yeah.
Because Paul Allen was a good owner. His kids have done a pretty subpar job, and now they're selling it to, God, I don't even know.
The Carolina Hurricanes guy.
Oh, yeah, the guy who used to be with, or still is, I guess, with RSL, right?
Does he have a part of that? I believe that.
So, yeah, we'll see. But it's so important. So important.
And it's interesting because, yes, the Trailblazers can't get off the mat, and the Allens have done a borderline very good job with the Seahawks. But that might just be where their interest is.
I think did they buy the Blazers first? I think they bought the Blazers before the Seahawks. The Seahawks ownership pre-Allen was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember back that far.
But it's been very relevant. Seahawks really matter.
Was it it's the Sixers guy who's involved with RSL. I'm sorry,
Blitzer.
I'm getting Blitzer. Yeah, I'm getting.
He owns the Devils.
I'm getting
hockey team.
my guys confused. No, the Hurricanes guy was the guy who started that stupid football league and then left it to die.
That's right.
The Utah Stallions or whatever that was.
AHL, AFL. Was it even the AFL?
AAF.
AAF, that's right.
Alliance of American Football.
I've still got my hat. I've still got my Stallions hat in case they come back.
So there's a better than average chance that guy's a huge bozo?
It might be. Carolina's been good, though. Hurricanes have been a good hockey team. So.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the Jake and Ben Show. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. And listen, we've got a new year. It is here. It is time to make some resolutions to better your life. And listen, a great place to start is the financial well-being, both short-term and long-term, of you and your family. And listen, if you're anything like me, you're not exactly equipped to navigate the complicated financial world. I mean, even the basics, like what goals to set. If you're anything like me, you might need help with this sort of thing. So call my friends at Trajan, 801-210-6800. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They will sit down with you for free, and they will explain exactly what they can do for you. And listen, I needed them to be basic, and they're very good at explaining exactly what it is that they can do for you and helping be on your same team. There's a reason I always say team, because their success is your success. You're on the same team. So 801-210-6800. Sit down with them. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth are back in action, playing the New York Rangers in Madison Square Garden today at 5 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are in Portland to play the Trailblazers at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the BYU basketball team is back in action. On Wednesday, the 7th, they host Arizona State. Listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Mammoth at 50 update, Sean Dursey, knowing the team needs to be better.
Looking at the effort, it's not like guys don't want to win. There's a lot of heart in our room. There's a lot of character. We're one in there. There's no separation within the group. There's no, pointing fingers, this, that. We're owning it, and we know we got to be better, and we have the right leadership. We just have to do it.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jakes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, wrapping up a Monday show. Feels weird. So glad the holidays are over.
Yeah?
Just get back to a little routine.
Yeah. Girls have a good Christmas?
Oh, man. I had a great Christmas.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I don't like fun. I don't like happiness. Hey, there's a reason. What is that silly song where the mom and dad can hardly wait for school to start again. Yeah. I'm not the only one. Don't play this I hate fun. Yeah, we're all eager.
You said it, not me.
For the holidays to be
Did you guys
over.
get Christmas taken down?
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys went on vacation for a while.
We did.
So did you do it before or after?
We did it before.
Oh, wow. So you guys got it like the 26th. The tree was out the door.
It was like 2 days later, yeah.
Yeah, it was quick. Okay.
Oh, no, but we don't have a live tree.
Yeah, sure.
My wife and I tried that for a couple of years. I've told you this, that my wife and I have whatever the opposite of green thumb is, that's us.
Okay. Yeah, I kill everything too.
Just kill it. And honestly, when we had a live tree for a couple of years, it was such a fire hazard. By the time that Christmas actually arrived, we decided for safety's sake
plastic
to not do that anymore. So the taking down a live tree is much more difficult than just folding up the plastic thing and putting it in the box.
Yep, I'm with you. Yeah, we got ours taken away. Christian, you put yours away yet?
Still got to find a day to do the lights, but everything interior, yeah.
Yeah, I did that Saturday. I was up on the roof Saturday, tearing everything down.
Oh, we haven't done the lights yet. Our lights are still up.
Yeah. You were
But they're obviously going to be up until like June.
Yeah, right.
I'm not getting up there and doing it.
And we had a weird window where it was pretty warm, and I thought this is a good time to do it. So
got out there and made it happen.
Yeah.
I was telling the guys this. It's been so warm around here. So in Virginia, went to very eastern Virginia. Freezing cold.
Yeah.
I mean, not usually as cold as it was. So, we had coats on the whole time or whatever. Get back here at the airport. We get the coats out of our suitcase to go outside to get picked up as my wife went and got the car. I had to take my dang coat off.
Yeah.
It's like it's warm.
It was gross this morning, but it's warm. It's still 45 degrees outside.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Not that way in eastern Virginia.
Yeah, I believe that.
No.
That sounds bitter.
Oh, we couldn't even walk. We were like 5 minutes from my grandmother's house, and we drove every time. We were like, oh, maybe we'll take a walk. And then you open the door, and it's like, never mind.
Stay in it.
A little chilly. Did you have a good New Year, though?
Life's good, man. Things are in good shape.
Did you make it to midnight?
I did. But I honestly don't think I was paying attention to the ball dropping. Like, I don't think I ever saw the ball. I had that realization that I was just kind of hanging out. We made pizza, and then I'm thinking, oh, yeah, didn't see the ball this year. Then again, I didn't watch I didn't really tune into Anderson Cooper or anybody.
I made it to 10:30.
Okay, and hung it up.
And then called it a night.
Good
well,
for you.
in a small town in Virginia, there's, interestingly enough, not a whole lot going on New Year's.
At Grandma's.
Not a whole lot to do.
Yeah.
Time to go to bed.
Yeah.
Had my kids watch Guardians of the Galaxy for the first time, and then we called it a night.
They didn't stay up either.
No.
Oh, good for them.
My oldest wanted to. She was like, I want to make it. And it's like the fact that you're having this reaction tells me you'd be fine going to sleep. Start crying about staying up late.
Yeah.
Like having a meltdown about staying up late.
Yeah.
Christian, did you make it to midnight?
Well past, my friend.
Wow.
Well past?
Nah, yeah, we were at a friend's house, and then, we had to drive home, so, yeah.
Or take an Uber.
No, the wife drove.
Okay.
She's pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
Pregnant,
Well,
yeah, right.
you have the built-in DD. I forgot about that. That's kind of how nice for you.
It's very convenient.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Well, enjoy it because that'll be your last New Year's Day sleeping in.
I figured, yeah.
Yeah. So I hope you slept till like noon or something because that's over.
Yeah, you're going to need teenage years again to come back in.
Oh, I remember.
Sleeping in.
I remember when we first had a baby, like the 8-year-old's first New Year's. We were like, we're gonna have people over, and yeah, we'll put the baby to bed, but we're still gonna have a good time. We're not gonna let it ruin our fun. And then come, like 4 a.m. on New Year's Day, you're like, was that a good idea?
Yeah. No, it was not.
Was I really thinking that through?
You just can't really sacrifice days anymore once you have kids.
Uh-uh.
It's hard to lose an entire day to exhaustion or whatever.
But yeah, hopefully everybody out there had a good New Year. We've got news. Brendan Sorsby is committed to Texas Tech.
It's a big upgrade. They couldn't move the ball quite literally in their bowl game or in their playoff game. They were handed a 0, which is bozo behavior for our friends at Texas Tech. And Sorsby, we'll see if he clicks in. That was seemed like a very likable team. No one really seems to like Sorsby that works with him. So we'll see how he performs there. But talent wins. See what they think the going rate is for him? $4 million? $4 to $5 million now for the top quarterback transfers?
Oh, every quarterback in the country who's had a mild amount of success should go into the transfer portal as
Yep.
soon as they can.
Yeah. Right. I mean, even Dampier
But honestly,
Regardless.
it was proven out. I don't think Texas Tech was that good.
Defense was absurdly good.
Sure, but there are two sides of the ball.
We've seen a lot of really good defensive Utah football teams that were not legendary teams.
And I was thinking about this too, and maybe there's something to this with Utah's offense and Jason Beck and all that. I don't think the defense is in the Big 12 or anything to write home about. I think Utah's was kind of good last year.
Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech had good defenses.
I don't know if you could throw Utah's defense into the good category after the way they closed the year.
Their last 2 games might have subbed the bowl game. The Sands, the bowl game. Bowl game was fine.
Yeah.
But they were good, not great.
And BYU's was good. But the rest of the league, who had a good defense in the rest of the league?
I don't know how many good teams there were. Again, I'm not...
Because you look at, statistically speaking, hold on, Ben. Let me bring up our stats. Statistically speaking, Texas Tech's offense was awesome. But how was that defense when that offense when they played against a defense?
Truly non-existent.
But we look at you look at Utah, 4th in the country in total offense or whatever it is. Let me look where Texas Tech was at in total offense. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it was top 10.
Through the roof, yeah.
5th.
5th, yeah.
1 spot behind Utah.
Yeah. And when we saw them play against Utah, they couldn't move the ball at all until the 4th quarter, and their backup quarterback came in, and Utah was pretty unprepared for him. But, yeah, other than that, they moved the ball at will against Big 12 defenses, but they were not good Big 12 defense. I mean, Utah was averaging 40 points a game and couldn't throw the ball.
And Utah was averaging 482 total yards a game.
And the offensive line was awesome, and they could run it down everybody's throat. But when they ran into a team that had a reasonable defense, 2 teams that they played with reasonable defenses, Texas Tech and BYU, they couldn't move the ball.
You know, it's funny. If you've ever looked at national leaders when it comes to rushing offense, it's always skewed. The top 5 are always the option teams, like Army, Navy.
Formerly Georgia Tech.
Right. So you want to know the top 5 rushing offenses in the country?
What were they?
Navy, number 1.
Okay.
Utah, number 2. Air Force, 3. Army, 4. Jackson State, 5. All option teams except for Utah.
It is funny how much Utah really was not a gimmick, but pretty gimmicky.
Oh, you absolutely can call it a gimmick.
Yeah.
100%. They were a spread option gimmick.
Yeah. With very little downfield passing.
If at all.
Yeah, almost none.
Until the bowl game, which I thought there was a lot of positives. If you're looking to read into how it's going to go for Morgan Scalley in one game, that was my number 1 takeaway.
The mistake, though, Witt was so funny about it. Witt tried to avoid this at all costs to the point where he hurt his teams, which is never show off your best receiver or your pass catcher because you're going to lose him to the transfer portal. We'll see. Maybe J.J. Buchanan comes back. His coach obviously went with Witt, another Whittingham, to Michigan. So we'll see if he comes back. And Bentley's graduating, right? That was just his last game overall. But, Witt didn't want to show off any pass catchers because when that happened, they immediately jumped in the portal and left. Greener pastures.
Indeed. All right, stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the
Christian.
Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're well. Let's get it, folks. It's a Monday. It was a crazy weekend. We got NFL, but we got coaches to talk about. We have transfer portals to talk about. The world is upside down. And Hans is down in lovely Las Vegas, where you saw your Raiders get the win to end the season.
Oh, man.
They did win,
What
right?
a glorious
Yeah.
ending. Yeah, oh, yeah, they did. And what a glorious ending to a very tough, long season as a Raiders fan.
We've endured so much, man.
Through this.
You and me have endured so much.
Hey, they're taking steps, though. They're fixing it.
I have struggled through this game by game by game, and I came down to throw the silver and black on my face one last time and cheer for the Kansas City Chiefs and the Las Vegas Raiders. I will tell you, boys, they put on an amazing show.
Oh, yeah. No, they do a good job.
It was 64 95% Chiefs fans. And it was still pretty much sold out. But every time the Chiefs did something big, it was a little bit louder than it was when the Raiders would do something big. So I think Vegas has a real problem on their hands. And that is creating a true home crowd and blocking out the road teams and making it a Raiders stadium. So what I did, I was just putting myself in the shoes of those Raiders players. And by the way, I was close enough to do that, which was awesome. And
you were pretty much on the sidelines.
That's quite the flex right there.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, and by the way, Max Crosby and I were talking during timeout.
It was awesome. We were well, anyways. So I was close enough to kind of like put myself in their shoes, and I was thinking, I would hate to play for the Las Vegas Raiders because every game I've got 50% of the home crowd because people are making this their team's destination. Oh, we'll fly to Vegas. They got plenty of hotels, and they've got the rental cars, and they've got the accessibility, and this will be a fun trip. And so I might be a little bit jaded from Kansas City, but that's the second Raiders game I've seen in Allegiant. And I think one was probably 40% the other team, and this one was probably 65% the other team fan base. They got a problem, Scotty.
Well, and I've been to 2 Raiders-Broncos games in Las Vegas, and both games, the Raiders were the better team. And they were right there. I think one year they actually did make the playoffs. One year they were just outside the playoffs. And they were much better in the standings. This is the dark Drew Lock era of the Broncos. I mean, one was Drew Lock, one was Russell Wilson. That shows you how bad it was. This is the bad of the bad. And even then, at worst or at best, depending on who you're looking at, it was 50-50 Broncos-Raiders. Like, even then, it was heavy Broncos and probably maybe leaning even a little bit more orange. And that's what Vegas has got going for them, and also working against them is the fact that they will be able to generate tons of revenue for every game because they'll have butts in the seat. But the problem is you will never have a great home field advantage because it's a destination location. Green Bay, guess what? We're going to Vegas, folks. Dallas, we're going to Vegas. Anybody you play, they're going to circle that, and they're going to come to your stadium, and they're going to fill it.
The black hole does not exist.
No, that scary venue you had in Oakland back in the day, that's gone. That's no longer in existence.
Yep. So, and I see why it's a destination, dude. So they brought Third Eye Blind up on the stage. Like it was like second quarter was just ending. Third Eye Blind comes up on this big stage that overlooks the stadium, and they just start rocking some of their great hits. And you know, they're going to they had 2 of the Backstreet Boys that were there, and they pan over to the Backstreet Boys, and those guys are jamming to some stuff, and it's complete insanity, dude. It's such a great show and an amazing event.
Well, you had me up until about Third Eye Blind, and then
you're not selling
How's it gonna be? What, Lloyd?
You're not selling it. Third Eye Blind?
Okay, what's better, Third Eye Blind or Three Doors Down?
I'd go Three Doors Down. A little Kryptonite? Come on, that's a catchy tune.
Okay.
You got me?
I might be with you on there, Scotty. I might be with you.
How's it gonna be when you don't love me anymore? That's a great song, Scotty. Stop it.
If
I mean, this is Third Eye Blind's best song, probably.
All right, now give us a little Kryptonite.
That's a Blind Melon. No. I'm not letting Lloyd get away with that, Scotty. He's trying to be funny. That's Blind Melon. And I'd take Blind Melon over both of the previous.
All right. So now here's a little Three Doors Down. Lloyd's trying desperately to get it up.
Yeah, that's his whole life.
No.
That's good stuff.
What are you doing?
No, it's just you're trying to get the song up.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love this song. And when it hits, man, it hits hard. This reminds me of college back in the day. A little 2000, 2001, Utah State.
Okay, I'm going to rank them. It goes Blind Melon, third eye blind.
When you sink your teeth into something, you won't move off of it.
Third eye blind is better than you guys think. And they rocked that stadium. I mean, rocked that stadium. People were going crazy in there. I might be way exaggerating, but I had fun watching Little Third Eye Blind. It's a great show. And, hey, Lloyd, we got to protect Ashton Genty at all costs because that guy is good. He is. He's going to be a brilliant running back. He needs an offensive line that will open up some gaps. And
I thought they should have sat him like halfway through the season.
Yeah, just to get ready and go. So Lloyd, is it a foregone conclusion that Oakland is going to get the Indiana quarterback? Is that right, Scotty? Even with that win?
Yeah. No, they got number one pick.
Even because there were three teams that finished.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they can't mess up the pick.
No, the Giants, by the way.
That doesn't mean they can't mess it up. The last time they had the number one pick was Jamarcus Russell.
The Giants did the most Giants thing. All they had to do was lose to the Cowboys, and they would have the number one pick. Not only did they beat the Cowboys and lose the number one spot, they slid all the way to 5 with a win in the last game of the year against the Cowboys.
Because if the Giants had won, the Raiders were going to beat the Chiefs. There was no way the Raiders were going to lose to the Chiefs. That's how bad the Chiefs are right now.
They slid to 5 because they got a win at the end?
Yeah, the last game of the year, a meaningless game. They found a way to get a win and essentially just – I mean, you're completely out of the quarterback conversation now. I mean, there might be somebody. I don't know the class very well, but really it comes down to 2, and both those guys are going to be gone.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, you already put out the random poll. Let me give a vote for Third Eye Blind. 67% to 33%. Scott.
3 votes. Yeah, okay.
Third Eye Blind is dominant. Oh, I saw 3 votes. Oh, one of those is mine. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let a few more compile before I start talking too much hot trash here.
By the way, everything else good in Vegas? Sounds like you ate well, had an enjoyable time, treated well.
So,
nice.
Yes. In fact, Scotty, 27 years ago, well, it'll be 27 years on February 13th, I was able to marry the love of my life.
Yes.
And the following day, I took her to a lovely resort in Mesquite for our honeymoon called the Oasis.
This classy.
That was our freaking honeymoon. I had no money, and Scott Brown gave me a 2-night stay to Oasis in
Scott
Mesquite.
was hooking you up even back then.
Even back then, he gave me a 2-night stay. So I brought my beautiful bride to Mesquite, Nevada for our honeymoon, and we made the drive into Vegas for a show called Mystere. That it was like a year old, maybe 2 years old. And here we are 27 years later, after the Raiders game, we went out to Mystere, almost 27 years to the month, and it has not changed. Now, I think, obviously, the performers probably have changed, but the show is almost identical. That thing's run for 27 years and has very, very few changes.
All right, so I've been to Vegas a lot. I've seen shows. I don't consider myself a Vegas aficionado or Mesquite. I've never heard of Mystere.
I think it's like a cheaper version of Blue Man Group, I think.
Is it?
I think so. Like it's an off-brand.
You are troll status top 1 right now.
It sounds like a
hit me with the blind Melly and
it's an off-brand.
Yeah,
Blue Man off-brand.
Yeah, more like Tillman Group. Yeah, Mystere.
It is a Circus du Soleil production, and it is a little bit like whoever wrote it was tripping on acid. There's no question.
Well, yeah.
It's got a weird smell involved. And
so it was like from that movie, it was from like that scene from Knocked Up.
Yeah, where they take the shrooms.
A little bit. But Vegas is great, Scotty. I mean, it's great. The Chiefs are in a lot of trouble. I think we'll see what happens with Patrick Mahomes, but Travis Kelce's done.
Yeah.
He looks slow, and maybe he's kind of given up on the season. But
was there girl T Swizzle there?
Not that I know of. I know people were looking around for her, but and I did not see Tom Brady. But Travis he's having a hard time getting off the line.
Oh, yeah.
He just looks. Yeah. I did get to watch Kingsley Suamatea, who former BYU offensive tackle. He's been starting for Kansas City for a bit now, and he actually ended up with the ball in the final possession. Did you guys see that? Number 76, they did a throwback. They were trying to get laterals going and see if they could make something crazy happen on the final play, and it ended up in Kingsley's hands, and he got up the sideline, and he hurdled a dude. He actually hurdled a dude. If he could have landed on his feet, might have been able to get up the sidelines for a little bit more, but I thought Kingsley had a good game. I thought he looked really good. And I'm hoping that his future continues to just get brighter and brighter there in Kansas City because he's a great kid. I love the Suamatea family. Such great people. But everything's good, Scotty. It was a lot of fun.
Well, let's get to it. We have plenty to talk about today. We'll talk some hockey coming up at 2:05 as Bill Armstrong will join us. Frank Dolce will try to make sense what's going up on the Hill. He'll join us coming up at 1:05. But right now, let's get to it. It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. All right, Hans, the shuffle continues on throughout college football here in the state of Utah. The big one that dropped was Saturday evening, in which Kevin McGivern is introduced publicly as the next offensive coordinator at the University of Utah. You and I joked about how Utah State was on the outside looking in and being like, well, for once, all this uncertainty doesn't involve us. We're just going to sit back and have some fun. Oh, no, not so fast. Kevin McGivern ripped away from Bronco Mendenhall's staff, and he will run the offense with Morgan Scalley at the University of Utah. I've known Kevin for a little bit. He was on Matt Wells' staff as offensive coordinator when Matt took over. He helped essentially bring Chucky Keaton into what Chucky Keaton eventually had in one of those remarkable years he had in 2013 before the injury. Did the same with a lot of other quarterbacks across the landscape of college, and last year led Bryson Barnes to a phenomenal season despite a lot of talent deficiencies along that offense. Braden Pagan nearly had 1,000 yards receiving in that offense, and he's in the portal. So, look, there might be some options here, but I do like that hire in terms of what that brings offensively to the University of Utah.
I love this hire. And it's crazy. This weekend I was with probably 3 or 4 diehard Utah fans, Scotty.
Yeah.
Just diehard Utah fans. And they were hitting the woes me button. And I said, do you guys even know, what do you know about Kevin McGivern? So do you realize what he was able to do at Utah State in just a single year, or what he did at San Jose State, or what he's done pretty much everywhere he's gone? Do you understand how he works? And I had to break it down for him. I am a big-time Kevin McGivern fan, and there's a lot of reasons. I think I'm going to give you my top 2 reasons, and Scotty, I know you know him as well, if not better, in what he's able to do as a product. But my top 2 favorite things about Kevin McGivern. Number 1, he is so extremely humble. He's incredibly talented. He's an incredible play caller. He's an incredible developer. He has a great vision of football, but he's so insanely humble. Like he exudes openness, transparency, approachableness, like everything. He's one of the kindest-hearted great men that you'll ever find in the game in terms of who he is, okay? Number 2, and this is why I think this is such a perfect fit for the University of Utah. One thing that I watched with Kevin McGivern, when Bronco Mendenhall hired Kevin McGivern, he came in and he was kind of adopting some staff, and he was piecing guys together that he had never really worked with. I'm talking to those guys, and those guys are telling me, yeah, Kevin is like a computer. Like he wants the information, he's ingesting the information, and then we're coming up with these schemes. Well, Kevin McGivern is coming into a situation where Jordan Gross was hired for him. Mark Atawaya was retained for him. Chad Bumpus was hired for him. Like, he's coming into a situation where, is there a tight ends or quarterbacks coach yet?
I
think so.
No, I do not believe so. No.
Nothing announced. Okay. So he's coming into a situation, maybe he gets to hire a tight ends and maybe he's the quarterbacks coach. I don't know. But he's coming into a situation, Scotty, where he's got to sit down with these very intelligent minds, and he's not going to sit down and tell them this is how it's going to be. He'll sit down and say, so what do you guys see with this team? How do you feel? Marky, you were here last year. What are the chances that we're able to retain Wayshawn? How do you feel about if we were to bring my receiver out of Utah State? How could we implement that? How are you guys feeling about this quarterback situation? Like, what direction do we want to go? Is Dampier here? If we go to Bird, how do you see Bird kind of adapting? And then just leaning on these guys. You know, Chad Bumpus, who was at Utah for 21 and 22, he's been at Mississippi State, and he's actually been doing a good job at Mississippi State. You know, you just take a look at some of the receivers that he's been working with. He works with a lot of talent. But he's another guy that you can lean on and say, all right, so how's this working? How do you want to work it? And kind of head in that direction. But I think those two are my favorite things about this hire. And I was trying to explain to these insane Utah fans that I was with that are like, oh, it's all doom and gloom, but they felt that way about Jason Beck.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, guys. Me, you, and Lloyd, Scotty, the three of us sat there on air and begged people to give Jason Beck a try because we knew what type of talent he was. And I feel the same way about Kevin McGivern.
I 1,000% do. And what he was able to do with offenses at San Jose State, remember he went to Oregon State as well. He helped out Gary Anderson on that staff. He's been a wide receiver coach. He's been a quarterback coach. He's been an offensive coordinator. This is a very, very stable, I don't want to say safe because that makes it sound boring. This is a slam dunk hire. I mean, it really is. And it's just the kind of guy that you need to come in, and he's not going to make it about him. That's the one thing. There's so many big alpha personalities in coaching, and there's so many guys that want it to be about them. They want it to be about their show, and they want their name out there. Kevin McGivern, I am telling you, is when it comes to the media, when it comes to Spotlight, is crazy introverted. He wants no part of it. He doesn't want to be on anybody's show. He doesn't, and it's not because has any animosity towards the media. He just doesn't feel like it's necessary for him. He doesn't seek it out. He doesn't want to make it about him. There's a lot of OCs out there that want to make it about them and their play calling. He would be more than happy if his name never came up in a broadcast. Nobody be like, oh, Kevin McGivern's got it dialed in today. He would rather that never come up. And I think that's great for Morgan because Morgan's still trying to fill out his way as a head coach. He doesn't need to have some OC out there making it all about him and trying to steal spotlight and steal attention away from the head coach. Just a guy that sits back, does his job, and keeps his mouth shut.
Yeah. I think it's extremely well said. And Kevin McGivern would rather have Jordan Gross be the spokesperson for the offense.
Yes. Yep.
You know, okay, well, this is the big name and the big brand. If we want to talk about hires, Jordan Gross is the one that I circle. And it's like, all right, here we go. Because Scotty, you know where you're from.
Oh, yeah.
You know where I'm from. Weezer pretty much borders Fruitland. And Jordan Gross has been coaching Fruitland for the last few years, head coach of Fruitland. And they put together a 10-1 season last year. And you know, people in Weezer are buzzing about, well, this big gunner, he comes in and he buys the world's largest pawn shop and he buys up half of Fruitland and then he starts pushing his weight around with his head coaching acumen. And, you know, he's been the buzz in that area. And he has not coached at the collegiate level. He has not recruited at the collegiate level. He doesn't understand, you know, what it all entails being a position coach at that level. He's going to have to lean on Kevin McGivern.
Yes. Yep.
he's gonna have to really lean into Kevin McGibbon. He's gonna have to sit down with, guys that have been around. For instance, like they just hired this Inoke Brechterfield, the defensive end coach.
Yeah,
that's announced, right?
I think so. Yeah, I'm losing track of what is official and what is unofficial, but yeah, I think so.
Ooh, I hope it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I do too, Scotty, because anyway, I'm pretty sure it is. Lloyd, if that's okay. Let me know if I'm wrong there. I guess it's too late to dump it, so we'll just move forward. But
yeah, it's been announced. You're safe.
Okay,
it's been announced.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Brechterfield, because this guy has been coaching for 20 years, and he was a big-time player. And when he was with Wisconsin, like if you go back and you look at the film of his defensive fronts at Wisconsin, these guys are a hit hard, hit heavy type defensive front. So he's going to come in and work with the defensive ends. He was with Vanderbilt, Scotty. He had a stint in Washington, and he's been the last couple of years. He's been at Baylor with Coach Aranda, and you bring Inoke in, and this guy is going to change the culture. Well, if I'm Jordan Gross, the first call I'm making is to Brechterfield and saying, how do we do this? And if I'm Brechterfield, I'm really handing it down to Jordan Gross, because those two trench coaches have to work really well together. And I don't think there's a coach at the University of Utah with more of a challenge for their position group than Jordan Gross. He's losing all five of his front. And there's some up-and-coming talent there for the University of Utah. And Jim Harding, he left the cupboard pretty full. I know some of the recruits that he brought in, and I know some of the talent that's been there developing. He's got some talent, but Jordan's got to organize this whole thing. And he's got to organize it, and he's got to recruit from the portal to fill some gaps, and he's got to recruit from high school to make sure that he's got his future settled, and he is going to be drinking from a fire hose. I think out of everybody, Jordan Gross will be the most underwater, because he's got to reestablish a position group. He's got to learn what the recruiting ropes are all about. Plus, this guy, Scotty, he's been living you say he's living the life, but the dude played many years, big-time Pro Bowler. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer or if he's borderline Hall of Famer. He should be, because he was that level of offensive lineman.
Yep.
And he's been living this life. Like, he doesn't need the money.
No.
He doesn't need the fame. He doesn't need this job. He doesn't. So what's your motivation, Jordan? Is your motivation to come back and to be a Utah man and to restore that offensive line? And is your job to recruit and build great young men? Because if so, Scotty, that can be a really, really good situation. Now, there's some guys in his position that it's like, well, that's too much work. They get into it and they're like, that's too much. I don't need the money.
Wait, this is 80 hours you want me to work? This is 100 hours you want me to work this week?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And some guys will burn out because they don't need the money. And when you don't need the money, and the kids, one kid got a DUI, one kid's grades are bad. One kid's deciding to jump in the transfer portal. You've got parents that have emailed you about their son that won't be reporting this year. And you're sitting there in your office like, I've got $24 million in my bank account. I own 3 homes. I'm not even getting to play. I'm not getting to go to my home. What am I even doing here? Okay, that can be the hiccup and the problem. Now, I've known Jordan Gross a lot of years. I played against him. I've known him. I bumped into him a few times. I've talked to him. That guy is a different level of commitment, intelligence, and success. I'm just telling you, different level. And I think if he's committing to this, I think he's committing. I think he's full bore. And he's saying, forget the money thing, forget this and this. I want to seal my legacy. I've got this legacy of football. I want to seal my legacy as a coach. And that's a whole different world. I mean, Scotty, you think about where you and I are at in our lives. Like, okay, well, what have we done? What have we accomplished? What do we want to accomplish? What do we want to be known for? Okay, so we're in our late 40s. We still have, probably 15 to 20 years of working life in front of us. Well, what do we want to do with it? Well, that's exactly where Jordan Gross is. It's like, man, I did the whole professional football thing. Now I've been raising kids, and I've had this nice little pocket to raise kids in with money and success, and I'm dabbling in coaches to be a part of my kids' lives and be a part of community. And now it's like, all right, I've got 10 years, maybe 15 years to establish myself as some type of legacy coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping that Jordan attacks it the way he attacked his playing career. Because if he does that, then Utah is going to have themselves an offensive line coach for many years, for many, 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 many years. And I'm just hoping that's the case for Jordan.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Frank Dolce will join us coming up at 1:05. We'll talk about the BYU coaching staff and one individual that you mentioned all of last week that BYU could not lose. They lost. We'll tell you about that and how they fill that role coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCWs. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCWs, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Larry Markkinen talked about what it was like to get back in the lineup.
I think just getting back to it, reading the defense, trying to play off 2 feet was good for me today, and I still get better at it, but step in the right direction, and just happy to be out there back with my teammates, and hopefully we can get the next.
It's your Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
You're locked on to Hans Olsson and Scotty G. That's right. Yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. And if you do not want to see me again, I would understand.
Hans Olsson, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's good.
When you go,
it's good.
A little acoustic version, too.
It's good.
Third Eye Blind versus Three Doors Down. That's our random Monday debate.
They're winning.
Yeah, they
61%.
are. Yep.
I'm happy about it.
Well, we've got a lot to break down. We talked about Utah and their coaching staff all last week on Twitter and on the air. Hans, you were mentioning BYU's got to find a way to keep Gennaro Guilford. Unfortunately, yes. Gennaro Guilford on his way to Michigan to be on Kyle Whittingham's staff. So Kyle going shopping on both staffs and causing all kinds of havoc.
Is it easier for us to name who hasn't made the trip?
Yeah.
It might be easier to name who's staying, and we'll go from there. The Gennaro news ripped my guts out, and I've had some people that have tried to make it seem like it's not that big a deal, and it just is. It's a big deal, and I know that there's still some great talent in that coaching room, and there's great options for a defensive coordinator still to hire within. But Jay Hill and Gennaro Guilford, I think, were really the energy behind that defense. Now, Gary Anderson, I think, is the brains and the fabric and the scheme of that defense. And I think, with an internal hire still, now you just look at Kelly Poppinga and you say that that's the most likely candidate for an internal hire to be the defensive coordinator. Kelly Poppinga could not be in a better situation if that's the case, because you've got Kalani Sitake, your head coach, that still truly understands this defense. Kalani is not a sideline head coach. Kalani is very actively engaged, understands that defense, knows what it's all about. And then Gary Anderson is still energized to help coach, scheme, and develop coordinators and coaches and kids. Gary is still very motivated to continue to control his legacy as a coach. So that's all great news. But Gennaro was such a great recruiter. He had such incredible vision of what a kid's future is going to be. The last 3 years, you think about the strongest position group, maybe defensively for the last 3 years, has been the corners. They've had, conference performers, and you just go to interceptions alone. 2024, I want to say there were 22 interceptions. Last year, what was it, 19 or 20 interceptions, or this most recent season. And a lot of those come from his corners, including Evan Johnson, who sealed the Pop-Tarts Bowl with a beautiful pick, staying underneath the route, forcing the receiver to the back of the end zone, understanding where the back of the end zone was and where his body position is, and then being able to spot the football, turn from his back to view the football, go up with his athleticism and pick that thing off. His training helped him understand the spacing of the back of the end zone, where he wasn't trailing the receiver, where he needed to be, where the ball would be thrown. It's just one example of multiple. He ended up, I think, with 5 interceptions. He had a pick 6. You remember his big pick 6 was against ECU, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
I want to say it was ECU. or maybe Colorado, but it was a road game, and I just remember it was such a critical situation where he steps into it with a pick six. Whether it's Evan or it's Therian or it's a handful of the others, Heckard and others that he's coached, he's just been spectacular. So I can't downplay losing Gennaro Guilford. I can't and I won't.
Well, and you look at, for so many years, the thing at BYU was, you can always have good D linemen. You'll always have solid linebackers, but you're always going to get hurt in the defensive backfield. You'll never have the corners or safeties to be able to keep up with the speed and athleticism that some teams are going to have on the offensive side. Well, now, even in the year where BYU struggled in their first year in the Big 12, they still got great corner play. They still were good on the defensive in the defensive backfield. And then as soon as the pass rush started to catch up and that interior line caught up, then it was lights out because they were just phenomenal over the last 3 years with different personnel, different changes along the way. But my goodness, it has been absolutely amazing to see exactly how that's progressed year in and year out to a point where we look at the defensive backfield at BYU as a strength of their defense.
Man, it has been so good, hasn't it, Scotty?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the corners and safeties have just done such a great job of working together in that defensive backfield.
Is there somebody on staff you think could fill that role, or is that something you have to go on the outside and try to fill?
For what? To fill what?
At BYU, like the corner?
Oh, no. I think that's somebody that you go outside and fill. I really think it's somebody that you go outside and fill.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find if this other coach has been announced yet. It's just hard because, you kind of got an idea of what direction.
Yeah.
I'll keep looking for it. But I think for the corners, I think you go outside. For the safeties, I would imagine that you would call because you had a good assistant safeties coach in that room in Gavin Fowler, and Gavin's a great coach, and I haven't seen anything announced with him, but he went and took the defensive coordinating job at Weber State, but he understands what Gary Anderson is expecting from those safeties in that defense, and I think Gavin's a great coach and has a great future. But I do think that the leadership of that defense is very much in place and in that room with Kelly Poppinga and Gary Anderson. I just do think that Gennaro Guilford would have been such a great addition.
Yeah.
But there's so many great men in that coaching room right now that you can continue to build on the inside and promote. But I'm just sad because I played with Gennaro, and the other thing is he's got a son that's going to be one of the biggest corner recruits in the country. He already is one of the biggest corner recruits in the country, and I thought that there would be a really good chance to keep him at BYU under Gennaro and in the J Hill defense. And now with Gennaro going to Michigan, you would probably think the likely step is the kid would follow his dad, but maybe not, because I know that Utah had been recruiting him really hard and really well, and I know he's got a great relationship with Sri Shah, but Gennaro's family is beautiful. Man, he's got a beautiful family.
It sounds as if you mentioned Sharif Shah. It looks like Sharif's staying, as far as I know. I've not seen any news on Sharif, so I would assume that he is back with Morgan Scally. And for those that don't know the dynamic, Sharif and Morgan are about as close of friends as you're going to find on a coaching staff. Those two dudes are ride or die together. And so I think that's really cool that Sharif's, even if he had opportunities to go to Michigan, and I'm not saying he turned anything down, I'm not aware of anything, but, if Kyle Whittingham's not roaming the sidelines at Utah, then Morgan Scally and Sharif Shaw definitely need to be riding on the sidelines there at the University of Utah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think you retain Luther Ellis, which
Yes.
is good too, because I think that his youngest son is going to be a baller linebacker. I think he's going to be really darn good and got some play time this year. And I think he'll grow and develop into that spot and be fantastic for Utah. So you keep Luther, you keep Sharif. There's some good continuity. As far as Morgan Scally's staff was concerned, outside of Jim Harding moving on with Michigan, I felt like Lewis Powell was your number one. I felt like Sharif Shaw would be your number two. And being able to retain Sharif was a really big feather in the cap. At least that's what it seems like to you and seems like to me. Because nobody out recruits him.
No.
I've yet to run into a coach with the amount of passion that Sharif has. He's still just got a passion for the sport, and he's such a big, loving heart, and just loves people, and it's genuine love. It's not a fake, like we're going to just recruit you and throw this fake love at you. It's true love, like he wants the best for you. So I think that keeping him on staff was great. And we know that Marky Atawaya, we know he brought Wayshawn Parker, and the hope is he can retain Wayshawn Parker. At least that's my hope for Marky and for Wayshawn in Utah, is that you keep Marky, you retain Wayshawn, because I think your run game can really be the staple. And what I love about that is, Scotty, even if Devin Dampier moves on, if I'm Kevin McGivern, and you just kind of picture Kevin McGivern with Bird Ficklin and Wayshawn Parker.
Oh, jeez.
Right?
Oh, my gosh.
And then throw in the receiver that's coming from Utah State, if he does sign with Utah, which it would make sense because he knows McGivern will highlight him. And if you can retain J.J. Buchanan, I just think you could have a bomber offense.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. It's scary to think. And McGivern does so many. We talked about McGivern the person, McGivern the man. Let me tell you a little bit about McGivern the coach. There is so much, and a lot of it. When I watched Jason Beck's offense, there's a lot of similarities between what he runs and what Kevin McGivern runs. This is almost, for a lot of Utah fans, this is almost a throwback to what you saw in those 04-05 years with Dan Mullen and Mike Sanford and that Urban Meyer type of offense. A lot of pre-snap motions, a lot of movement. He will hunt mismatches, and he loves to get the running back involved in the passing attack. You'll see multiple guys. I saw 3 guys would be next to 2 on the right, 1 in the left, 3 running backs on the field at the same time for Utah State, all lining up in the backfield. Motion the dive and then run counter to the outside or option to the outside. Like, they ran so many things. It was an old school Air Force type of look, but also under shotgun. There's so many variables that he would do, and it was just fantastic to watch. And a lot of that was because of the offensive line issues. There had to be a little bit of smoke and mirrors because Utah State's offensive line just wasn't very good. But what he's able to do to try to confuse the defense and to keep them on their toes, it's really fun to watch.
He's fun, man. He's fun. I think Utah fans are in for a treat with him, and he's innovative. And I think he and Morgan are going to get along extremely well.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm really bummed to see him off that Utah State staff because my son loved him and was a part of the recruiting process, and one of the reasons that my son signed at Utah State was he loved McGivern's concepts and his humility and his recruiting ability, and there was a lot of great stuff there. So I'm bummed to see Kevin McGivern leave.
All right. So, by the way, what you may have missed coming up next, Hans, we've talked about BYU staff, Utah staff, and the trickle-down effect hitting Utah State as well. So where did they go for an offensive coordinator? Oh, they go to an old standby, and we'll talk about that one coming up next. You're in Las Vegas. Everything good down there?
Yeah, that's great, man. Absolutely great.
I didn't mean to cut you off there. If you had something else you needed to get in there.
Oh, no, I was just more about the coaching staff. I've got a couple of different defensive personnel that I think we need to all keep our eyes on for potentially BYU to fill their roles with. And We need to figure out what the tight end coach looks like at the University of Utah. I think there's some great options, but I'm excited to talk about Utah State, what they've done to reload, and how you and I kind of see this going.
Bizarro world here in the state. Who knew we'd go down this rabbit hole? But we'll tell you who the new offensive coordinator is in Logan next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so you start a new year, and you're looking at yourself, and you're thinking, okay, you know what? I've got that nagging shoulder injury or that knee that keeps popping. All these issues that cause me the aches and pains, and I just want to get right. Well, guess what? You can go to the University of Utah Health. You're going to get treated the same way as Larry Markkinen would with the Utah Jazz or Clayton Keller with the Utah Mammoth. These are the same doctors that work with our professional teams and also work with the University of Utah Athletics. So they're going to treat you like a starting point guard. They're going to treat you like a member of the Mammoth because that's what they do. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. They've got telehealth options, Instacare locations, the hospital, University of Utah Hospital, ready to go for you at any given moment. uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth are back in action, playing the New York Rangers in Madison Square Garden today at 5 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are in Portland to play the Trailblazers at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the BYU basketball team is back in action. On Wednesday, the 7th, they host Arizona State. Listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mammoth getting set for a showdown tonight against the Rangers. That game will start at 5 o'clock local time, and something that Sean Dursey and the team keeping a close eye on, trying to be more consistent.
We shouldn't be happy about that. I mean, every night in the NHL right now is a battle. Points are as critical as ever. We got to try again on a run here. Can't have one good game and then one bad game, one good game. You know, we got to string together a lot of good ones. And I mean, not that we haven't been doing good things, but it's just getting points and getting wins.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsson, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So, Hans, if your offensive coordinator just got ripped away from you, you're in the middle of the transfer portal season, you're trying desperately to keep your roster in place, you don't have time for some nationwide search, you got to go with somebody quickly, and who would Bronco Mendenhall call when he needs an OC and his back's against the wall and he needs somebody quick, somebody he can rely on, somebody he can trust? Oh, yeah, Dr. Bob back in the state and on his way to Logan, Utah. Robert and I, the new OC at Utah State.
And, our deal is will over skill.
The go fast, go hard king, man.
Yes.
And he was one of the innovators and one of the original individuals to bring that really to light and to play. And his go fast, go hard scheme, there were times it striked, and it was great. And I'm sure that he's adapted over the years, being with NC State and continuing to build his brand. And if anybody's got the experience and the ability to come in and settle things down and work closely with Bronco Mendenhall, it'd be Robert and I. The thing that I wonder about with Robert is he long for this NIL stuff? Is he long for the transfer portal stuff? Because Robert's a no-nonsense type dude. Like, even when I'm in the room with Robert and I try to stand at attention and keep my mouth shut and not cause any problems. It's always been that way with Robert and I. So I think that he's a born leader. I think that he's got tons of experience, and I think that he's going to have to be creative in the Mountain West Conference. I think he'll have to be kind of creative, and then he's going to have to be patient with transfers and all kinds of stuff because, Robert's just he's kind of the king, and he rules with an iron fist. And you're going to enter the portal? Well, fine, forget you. I don't know if that's his sense, but I've got to imagine in the past it probably was. But he's going to have to adapt, and I'm sure he has, Scotty. I mean, he's been coaching all along. It's not like he left BYU and didn't coach. He's been coaching all along the way.
Famika and I, his son, tweeted out when the news came out, well, I guess I lost my babysitter. Apparently, he'd been enjoying time with the grandkids for a moment, and now he's back in it. And, look, I don't know how long he is for Utah State. He's actually, 66, 67. So I think this is a let's stabilize things. Let's get through this season, and then do you like it? Did you enjoy it? Okay, let's keep going. If not, then we can go a different direction, and you can go back and hang out with your grandkids. But I do think for what Utah State needed at that moment, it was a really smart move just to be like, all right, you know what? We got to get somebody in here now. We can't waste any time. We got to stabilize our roster and attract people to come in to Logan out of the portal. You got to find a quarterback. There's so many things that Utah State needs to address, and who better to address the quarterback position and the offensive line position, which are two big needs for Utah State, than Robert and I.
Well, just to give BYU and Utah State fans an idea. So Robert and I left BYU in 2015, and then he coached 5 seasons at Virginia with Bronco. Then he left to Syracuse. That's where he really started to raise Jason Beck. He was there for a year. And then he went to NC State, coached at NC State for a couple of years. And then he's been off the coaching circuit since 2024. So after the 2024 season, he took a little bit of a break, but now back with Utah State. He's 67 years old, so he's a little bit older in the coaching world. Where we're talking about Kyle Whittingham being 66 and what his future looks like, but Robert and I at 67 has a ton of experience, and it sounds like, Scotty, he had some time off, a little bit of time off, a very short amount of time off, and thought to himself, I'm not done.
Yeah.
I think I want to go do more. And he's got the notoriety and the ability to be able to do that. And like you said, I think Bronco probably really counts on him, and we'll see him jump back in it. I don't know. Will they just retain the rest of the staff? Is that how that will be, Scotty?
It's a great question. I don't know. I do know that they did hire as a wide receiver coach Skylar Ridley, who had been at Weber State and was going to stay, and Coach Kerr had kept him on that staff. But Utah State just announced earlier today that he will come in as a wide receiver coach. I don't know if that means other changes in that coaching staff, but I do know that they have hired Ridley, so it should be interesting there.
So Kyle Whittingham even got to Weber State. Wow.
Yes. Yep. Wow. Everybody's been affected.
Wow. Even Weber State's feeling it.
Yeah.
All right. So why is our wide receiver coach leaving?
Thanks, Kyle.
Congratulations to Skylar Ridley, former BYU receiver, right?
Yes. Yep.
And he's been growing in the coaching profession. It's fun to see him kind of get this opportunity. And did he play for Bronco? He would have played for Bronco, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep, he would have been a Bronco guy. So
he would have been a Bronco guy. And now an opportunity to go build his name in Logan. Talking to some different people about Bronco and Utah State, I know Bronco got him to a bowl game, the Idaho Potato Bowl, got him bowl eligible, but there's a lot of optimism for Bronco's ability to continue to grow that program in the Mountain West Conference. A lot of optimism. And at this point, Scotty, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that Dr. Robert and I and Bronco can spot the quarterback to lead them. And I don't know if Robert and I has ties with the Wilson family. I know I keep harping on it, but and I know Isaac Wilson. I've heard that Isaac Wilson has had a couple of different P4 opportunities. Man, if I'm Isaac, I'm finding my playable opportunity. And Isaac Wilson with Robert and I and Bronco Mendenhall, I think it would be a really good fit. I think it'd be a really good fit. I'd love to see it, or something like that, where it's a kid that's got really good experience and can step in and be a Bryson Barnes type.
Yeah, for sure. It makes too much sense, honestly. I think it makes a lot of sense. All right, Frank Dolce joins us next. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I don't know if this is, well, no, I need to verify this first before I tell you, but there may have been a really unfortunate butt dial that just took place with me and somebody on our staff that I may have heard some things that I didn't really want to hear.
Oh, boy. It was DJ.
Let's just say plumbing's sounds like it's working pretty well for him. Everything's
that's unfortunate.
Going the way
so
that it should.
An actual butt dial.
No, well, yeah. It was a 30-second timeout, not a full timeout. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Frank Dolce is going to join us coming up here in just a moment. Hans Olsson, Scott Gerard, hope you're having a great start to your week. As the transfer portal, we are right square dab in the middle of it. Smith Snowden is now on his way to chat with Michigan. He's going to make a bunch of different visits, but I think Michigan he's going to go to Colorado, then Michigan. He'll take a trip to BYU and explore his options. So Smith Snowden is going to fetch a nice little penny in the open market for sure. Go ahead.
Another reason that I wanted Gennaro Guilford to be retained at BYU, I thought if anybody had a chance at securing Smith, it'd be Gennaro. So that was another tough one to lose Gennaro, because I do think that Smith knows Gennaro can get him to where he really ultimately wants to be. Not that Sharif couldn't, because Sharif did, but I think he's very attached to Gennaro, his lifelong family friends.
Joining us now, lifelong friends of ours, it's Frank Dolce, right here on the Zone. Hi, Frank.
Wow. We're really starting the new year off the right way.
Happy New Year's, Frank.
Frank, we just miss you. That's all.
Happy New Year. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As much as I miss you, I mean.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
Our Thursdays are not the same without Frank Dolce.
And I always tell you guys that in all sincerity, like during the football season, Thursday is my favorite day of the week. I love coming in there and just chatting it up with you guys.
Nothing better.
It is. It is the best. Are you still going to enjoy it with all these hires that we just saw?
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like changing conferences. I mean, it's a whole new thing. We get to talk about all these new guys and everything that all of this. There's the expectations change, and so it's like brand new material each and every week.
You saw a little bit. I think you called 1 or 2 Utah State games this year. Was it one? So you saw a little bit of Kevin McGivern's offense. What were your indications? I know that was probably the FCS game in which they won by a lot, but give me what your memory serves of that offense.
I think the most important thing about that offense is there's significant similarities to what Jason Beck was doing at Utah, and that's meaningful, especially for the way they've recruited and the talent they have available. So I think that's a big thing. Of course, the pig farmer was running I don't even know if we're allowed to call him that anymore, was running the offense, and I love that guy. My admiration for him has just increased year after year after year, the way that he just manages himself and performs every week and just 100% effort all the time. I think that's going to be an interesting thing too for Utah if they can get that kind of commitment out of the team, like it feels like he had up at Utah State. I don't think that's really an issue. But if he does get that commitment out of Utah, I think he has a chance to be really successful. I guess in all of this regarding Utah's offense, my big concern is the loss of talent at the line of scrimmage. And I think that's going to be a piece to really watch.
I really hammered that with Scotty. Jordan Gross probably has the biggest job of anybody coming in and taking over that offensive line. But before we continue to get into this staff and what's going on at Utah, how do you feel about what Kyle Whittingham has done?
In taking the job or in aligning with really good coaching?
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, taking the job and taking the coaches. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have tried to build and paint my perspective. Obviously, you're on social media, so you see Utah fans and now BYU fans. Everybody's kind of losing their minds over the pillaging. It's totally understandable to me because it's exactly what I would do. But I want to get your perspective as a former Ute and just a longtime part of that program. How do you feel about all this?
Well, I mean, I probably have a different perspective than some of the fan base, and I just could not be more appreciative of what Kyle Whittingham meant to the University of Utah and to the football program and the program that he built, and to be a perennial top 15 team in the nation is amazing and unbelievable. And I'm not so sure there's many guys who could accomplish what he accomplished with the resources that he had available. And so I look at he's not just one of the Utah greats in football coaching. He's one of the collegiate football greats in collegiate football coaching. So I have nothing but respect and admiration for what he did and what he accomplished. And from what I understand about the way he departed, I don't know if it was necessarily all his decision. And so I have to factor that in as well. So take all of that aside. And by the way, if anyone thinks that his legacy is damaged at the University of Utah by what he's doing now, that's just foolish. I mean, that is literally just foolish to think that way. But what he is doing now is he's going to an iconic college football program with extraordinarily high expectations, and he has to surround himself with people who he knows and who he trusts, who can get on the same page as quickly as possible, like from day one. And that's not diminishing any of the coaching staff that's been at Michigan. That's an incredible coaching staff as well. But if you heard Coach after the game talk about the disarray at Michigan for the last several years, I thought those were really interesting comments. And the truth is, Coach Whittingham is going there to tighten, get the ship back in order. And there's no better way to do that than with people you trust and with culture that you can build from day one. So I have I have a hard time being upset or angry or anything about the way that he's building his staff and putting together that football program.
Totally agree.
And if you're a competitor like he is, and you step down, and I think Kyle Whittingham was fully prepared just to hang out with his grandkids and play golf. Mm-hmm. But as he mentioned, there were 3 or 4 jobs that if they came calling, he would listen. And I think Michigan's obviously was one of those. But, he's done so much. And when I say this isn't a knock on Utah. It's just like Utah is where they are in terms of the blue bloods and teams that have unlimited resources in terms of cash. Kyle Whittingham has done more with less than anybody else in the history of college athletics, in college football. And so in your mind, you're thinking, okay, what could I do if I had more? What could I do if I had unlimited resources that I could pay whatever I wanted for whoever I wanted, and I had everything at my disposal? There is no check on any amount of money that I can spend to bring a winner to Ann Arbor. And I got to imagine that's appealing as a coach, being like, okay, I've had to scrimp and save and do this and say no to this and unable to match this. I don't have to do that anymore. I'm curious to know what I can do on this stage.
I agree with that. And I would say that I believe Coach Whittingham will be super thoughtful about that. He understands the grind and the challenge of building a football program with not necessarily a lack of resources, but different resources, and developing talent and developing young men and creating culture. And I think he'll be really thoughtful about doing that at Michigan. I know he has an open checkbook, and that's a luxury. But if he can instill his culture of, pack your lunch pail and go to work, blue collar mentality at Michigan with those resources, that could be a really good formula for success.
All right, Frank, so let's talk about it. He did pillage the Utah staff, and we've seen the replacements. Kevin McGivern is the offensive coordinator. Colton Swan is the defensive coordinator. Jordan Gross, O-line.
I think that's great. I love that.
Derek Odom is the safeties coach. Chad Bumpus comes in at receivers.
Bumpus!
Bumpuses! Inoke Brechterfield at the defensive end position. Kind of walk us through retaining Sharif, retaining Luther, retaining Mark Yatawaya. What do you think of what we're seeing with this staff?
I think Morgan Scally has done a nice job of bringing in really talented positions, coaches for position groups and coordinators to maintain and hopefully even improve upon, which I think is difficult, what Coach Whittingham has built. And I would say about all of these hires, and I think the thing that Coach Scally is going to have to figure out, there's a difference of being a coordinator and then being a head coach, and the relationships that you have with your staff and how you manage those relationships appropriately to get the best out of everybody. And I think we saw Coach Sataki have a struggle with that for a couple of years down south, and that's a real thing. I wouldn't be surprised if, it takes a minute for Coach Scally to figure that out. But I think he's put really good talent and a lot of experience in place. He went out and got some guys who have been away from the program for a while, like Derek Odom, who's fantastic safety at the University of Utah. He's been coaching all over the place with great success. And so he gets a little bit of outside influence, but still an understanding of what the University of Utah culture is like. And then, of course, Swan at the defensive coordinator, I love that. Jordan Gross, I love that. Like, I think he's done a really nice job in a short amount of time putting together what could be a really excellent staff.
Frank Dolce joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When you look at, I want to zero in, and Hans, I want you to kind of jump on this as well, because you've talked about this at great length already in the first hour of the show. When you have an important hire to make on that offensive line, and Jordan Gross, phenomenal player, I think he should be in the Hall of Fame, but there's a lot of times those guys make the transition into coaching, and they were just such at a high level in talent that they have a hard time coaching because everything came somewhat easy to them, where it may not come easy to a player, and they can't relate in that way, shape, or form. Like, Magic Johnson tried to coach for like 10 minutes and realized, okay, I suck at this. It isn't going to work. And I'm not saying that's the case with Jordan Gross, but he has coached at high school, not a lot of collegiate coaching experience. How concerned are you about making that transition to this next level?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is a concern. Michael Jordan doesn't coach and wasn't a great GM, like the greatest player of all time. I mean, you're exactly right. There's sometimes this difficulty in being a great player, and then that translates into great coaching. So I think there's some reason to be concerned about that. But I mean, I would say that Jordan Gross has all of the tools available, and so he has the makings of a great coach. And now we'll have to see if that translates for him. But I think you're exactly right. There's going to be some concern about that. I think other coaches on the staff outside of that one, there's a lot of experience. There's plenty of game tape on those guys. They have a comfort level. But it's a good question. Something to be aware of with Coach Gross.
Hey, Frank, take us back to 2004-ish, 2005-ish. You're on the call. You're watching Kyle take that staff over. Scotty and I were talking about it. It was him and Gary Anderson, and he had to build the staff. Take us back to that time when Kyle, because that was Kyle starting his legacy, and the people he put around him. Talk about some of those people that he put around him, how he built it, and are there any similarities between that time and what you saw Kyle do and what you're seeing Morgan do?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say the same thing about Coach Whittingham is it took a couple years. It probably took a couple years to figure out the relationships, how to manage the relationships between a head coach and a staff rather than just being staff to staff, if that makes sense. It's a different way that you have to manage people. And I think if you even ask Coach Whittingham, he would look back on some of the hires he made and some of the ways that he managed some of those staff. Like maybe he would have rethought that. He had to go through that process. Like I said, I think Morgan's and he figured it out. Like clearly he figured that out and figured it out pretty quickly. I would say Morgan's going through the same thing. And even with playing under Coach Whittingham, playing under Urban Meyer, being involved under one of the great college football coaches of all time, training in that environment, it just is different when you're the guy standing on the sideline and you have to make a call on 3rd and 6. Like, deep in your own territory and time's running out, And so, or like, if you have a good coaching staff, those guys are going to move along. It's just the nature of the beast. And how do you manage refilling those positions at a high level year in and year out? And the other thing is, like, a lot of those guys and Coach Scally are kind of buddies. And it's not like,
I know where you're going there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know what, when your buddy's not performing, at the level that he needs to perform, like how do you manage that?
Yeah.
There's a way to manage that, and there's a way to not manage it. And those are all, until you actually have the whistle in your hand and you have to make that decision, it's all really great to say, he's going to, he has all the makings of a good head coach. And then we'll have to just see it in real time, how he manages all those situations.
Well, I can tell you one thing, watching Kalani Sitake, who's a Kyle Whittingham coaching product, he definitely learned from Kyle how you manage buddies. And if the buddies aren't getting it done, you move the buddies out. And we've seen Kalani move some people out and make some hires, and we've seen the product improve. So
absolutely,
I think Morgan's probably watched Kyle. He's probably watched Kalani, and he's, I would send a pretty solid message to the staff. Hey, I know we've all been here a long time, and I know that we all have some level of comfortability, but if we don't win, I'm out and you're out. We're all out. So we better all be on our best game, and we've got a high standard around here to match. Kyle Whittingham left him with a 10-win season, or an 11-win season. It was 11 wins, wasn't it? He left him with an 11-win season. It's like, guys, there's no wiggle room here. We don't have time for missing bowl eligibility and rebuilding. Like, there's an expectation, and if you guys want to glad hand and smile and brother-in-law, we're all going to be busted. So I got to imagine, Frank, he's put the hammer down on him, right?
Well, if he hasn't, he's going to at some point. He's going to be put in the position that he has to do that at some point. And it's just a matter of whether or not he is ready to do that. And by the way, this isn't doom and gloom. I'm not like saying, Coach Scally's never dealt with this. It's just like he's going to have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And so we'll see how he manages it. But like I said earlier, all indications are that he has all the tools necessary, and he's building a really good staff around him to be very successful.
I mean, Lloyd, we considered him a friend, and then he became the boss, and he yells at us all the time, and it's been a rough transition.
There's a guy that really understands how to take that managerial role and run with it. Like, he has no problem. I mean, some people say no conscience. I say no problem in harshly dealing with the minions who work for him. I mean, I think that's probably fair to say.
I mean, when he yelled at a poor kid to get your stuff and get the bleep out, I mean, that was a rough day around here. And he looked at the rest of us and said, all right, what are you looking at? I'll tell you to do the same thing here pretty soon. So
you're next. Yeah.
So sad.
Hey, and listen, hey, Lloyd, nobody blames you. Someone has to be that guy. And, you're just that guy.
The bad cop. Always got to be a
bad cop.
Yep.
By the way, I know we're wrapping this up, but can I just make one more comment about Coach Whittingham and his legacy? What about his coaching tree? I mean, what about the guys that he's trained who have gone on to be so super successful coaches elsewhere? I mean, I think that's something that goes underrated, is the people who have worked for him and have gone on and have become really good coaches all over the place.
Plenty of them.
Yeah, it's quite the tree. There's no doubt about it. And it's going to be weird seeing him roam the sidelines there at Michigan. But I think that there will be some people here in Utah that will become Michigan fans, and also those that will root very heavily against Michigan. So we'll see how that plays out for sure. Hey, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. And we will talk to you soon.
Bye, Frank.
You guys are the best. It's great to talk to you. Happy New Year.
Can't wait to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Let's not wait until September of 26 to get him back in studio.
No, we got to get him back soon.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, good, bad, the ugly coming up. Also, we'll chat a little hockey with Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, at 2:05. It's right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222. Or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Chris with JCWs. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCWs, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Larry Markkinen impressed with Cody Williams and the improvement he's made.
He's been taking steps forward, playing aggressively, and I'm happy he finally actually made a dunk. So we've been joking and get on him about that, but he's been getting more aggressive, and I'm happy for him to see the ball go in and the confidence is growing.
It's your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is the good, it is the bad, it is the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's look around the NFL, Hans, with the good. I know you had a really good experience there watching your Raiders get a big victory against the Kansas City Chiefs. But how about Myles Garrett breaking the single-season sack record? Just really impressive to see him get it done. And when you look at that many sacks, when you look at 23 sacks on a season, that's a ridiculous number.
23 sacks. That's the NFL season?
Single season record of 23 sacks. And he did it sacking Joe Burrow, got past Orlando Brown Jr., and Burrow started going to the ground as Garrett put a hand on the quarterback. And to see him get that, T.J. Watt originally had it with 22 and a half. Remember, Michael Strahan had it for a while when Brett Favre took the dive, and then Mark Gastineau had it before him. So there's your lineage of sack records.
All right, so are people interested in sack records when your team just sucks?
And the next day you fire your coach because your team's terrible.
Yeah. So here's how some of the numbers went. His best game was 5 sacks against New England. So that would have been, was that May that he was ripping out of the pocket? Yeah. He had 4 sacks against Baltimore. He had 3 sacks against the Raiders. He had 2 sacks against Cincinnati. So he had a 5-sack game, a 4-sack game, a 3-sack game, a 2-sack game, and then multiple 1-sack games. Man, he played against a lot of mediocre offensive lines and quarterbacks that like to sit. But 23 sacks at age 30.
Well, and also keep in mind that he needed 17 games to get there. So he did it on the 17th game, whereas everybody else, T.J. Watt may have needed 17, but other than that, everybody was a normal the original 16-game schedule. So it does probably need a Barry Bonds asterisk next to it, as far as I'm concerned.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, but either way, it's extremely spectacular, and he's got to get really tired of playing for a team that doesn't win.
I mean, it's like Joe Thomas, who is a first-ballot Hall of Famer for the Cleveland Browns and never played a single playoff game. Never made the playoffs. And you know, we've had people talk about it, and it's just ridiculous how you can go in Cleveland, you can have a remarkable career and still be part of just a trash organization.
Yep.
By the way, the Denver Broncos are the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs. Seattle Seahawks will be your number 1 seed on the NFC. So both those teams will get a week bye, and then, but it's wild card weekend coming up, and I can't wait, Hans. Cannot wait. Let's go.
It's the best weekend. My favorite weekend is wild card because it's just stacked full of good teams and one or two upsets and some big plays, some big moments. And it starts to form what the NFL is going to look like. So I love that. And, I was talking about the NFL postseason as compared to the NCAA postseason. I was talking about Indiana. So if Indiana ends up winning the national championship, they will have played 4 games in a 44-day period.
Yeah.
If Denver goes on to win a Super Bowl, they will have played 4 games in closer to about a 34-day period. 10 days less to be able to nominate the champion of a 32-team league. Now, I know people are looking at it like, oh, well, yeah, but the NCAA is 136 teams. Wait a second. No, it's a 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
This is a 12-team playoff. The NFL is a 14-team playoff. And they're able to establish their Super Bowl champion inside 34 days. And we can't figure out our college champion inside 44 days?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is. It's astounding to me. But
if we expand it to 16, they'll probably add another week and a half to this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They'll just keep dragging it on. At some point, they're going to be playing past Super Bowl day.
All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, Hans, you can always say that you were there for Pete Carroll's final coaching job. The last time Pete Carroll, like when Pete Carroll passes away or Pete Carroll, anything monumental happens in Pete Carroll's life, you can always say, well, I saw his last game as a head coach in the NFL as Pete Carroll is fired after 1 year. How many coaches are you paying off, Lloyd? That got to be a lot.
I think there's a couple of them still. Feels like there are.
I think you're still paying John Gruden, aren't you?
They're about to pay probably a quarterback off, too, here shortly.
Gino. Oh, man. So, yeah, Hans, who knew you were watching history yesterday?
I can't even believe it. So Chip Kelly's gone, right?
Yeah, they fired him a while ago.
All right, so Chip Kelly's gone, and then, you're definitely looking at a quarterback situation that's gone bad. But you brought in a 73-year-old that turned 74 on your watch, and when you did that, it was like, geez, man, he's 73. He's going to be 74 here soon, and everybody loves Pete Carroll, and he tries to act young. But here's the deal: I think you could put Pete Carroll in with the Denver Broncos right now, and you're probably a 4 or 5 win team.
True.
How many coaches have we seen come through Denver that just couldn't organize it?
A lot.
Couldn't get it going, and I don't know what the Raiders got to do, but. So they've got to find something in the coaching world that can organize this talent.
I feel like you have somebody you would like to see back in there.
Josh McDaniels. Let's go.
You shut your face. Why would you do that?
Hey,
Chucky's available?
I don't think. I don't.
You would like to see Chucky. I think you would.
I don't think Art Shell is still with us.
Art Shell is, and he's had like about 3 runs with the Raiders
Art
since the 80s.
Scotty, do you think John Gruden could win in the NFL?
I do.
I do too. And I mean, it was such an ugly parting. I know I'm not going to make him president of ops anymore. I mean, he's not going to be the full shot caller. But I'm just trying to think what are the better options in the league, and there's just not much out there.
I mean, who had heard of, and honestly, I'm sure there's some NFL nerds out there like, well, we knew who he was. But Liam Cohen, was he on anybody's radar last year? No, but he gets the Jacksonville job and turns that program around. And, I mean, they won 13 games this year.
In fact, after his goofy intro presser, I was like, this guy's going to fail. This guy's going to fail, and he didn't.
He didn't. I mean, he turns that program around, and the dude walks on water in Jacksonville now. So, again, it doesn't need to be a household name, but you can't screw this one up.
Kurt Cignetti.
Whoa, Lloyd, Kurt Cignetti? You really want to go after the geriatric guys, don't you?
He is up there, too. He doesn't look like it, but I didn't realize he's as old as he is.
Pete Carroll didn't look like it either, but
I think Pete Carroll's actually a year younger than Cignetti.
Cignetti's 64, so that'd be 10 years younger.
Are you sure he's 64?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, you're talking about Cignetti, right?
Oh, yeah. Maybe it was Kyle that was a year older than Cignetti.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, you look down the list, a lot of other coaches fired. This is what they call it. They call it Black Monday for a reason. Let's see. Arizona fires Jonathan Gannon. He's out. The Atlanta Falcons completely go scorched earth, firing their general manager and their head coach. And Cleveland fires their head coach. So, yeah, across the board, it's a rough day in the NFL. And the thing is, I don't feel bad for the head coaches because they're fine. They'll get paid out, and they'll go to their house in Florida or Miami or Hawaii or wherever. They're fine, but
they'll retread somewhere else.
There's grad assistants out there. Or not grad assistants, but there's assistants and staff members that are making next to no money that now have to uproot their lives and figure out where they're going to go and beg, plead. I mean, I've had so many people reach out to me, and I have no connections whatsoever, but I've had 3 or 4, coaches that are looking like, hey, do you have Morgan's number? Hey, do you have, do you have so-and-so's number? And I'm like, I have nothing, but that's because people are desperate. They're looking for any kind of in they have to try to get employment because they've got kids' braces to pay for. They've got just every cost you can think of as a parent and as a husband and as a father. And it's scary for a lot of guys out there this time of year.
Hey, speaking of finding the opportunity, our resident Kansas City Chief yearly Super Bowl interview, Alex Whittingham, was hired by his father, Kyle, to go to Michigan.
Yes, linebacker coach, correct?
Yeah. So you're just talking about these opportunities because what did we say with Alex? He'd been there, 8 years? Was it 8 seasons he was in Kansas City?
Yeah, yep, long time.
And he was grinding and just doing everything he could. And it felt like staying loyal to Andy Reid, and he finally found the opportunity to jump to Michigan. So, man, you find those windows and you go take them. By the way, speaking of Andy Reid, how much longer does he do this thing in Kansas City?
Oh, boy, I would shut it down right now, honestly, because there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to go on there. And you saw that team. I mean, you know that there's some deficiencies there. Granted, you got Patrick Mahomes, so you should be able to rebound somewhat quickly. But at what point do you just like, you know what? Let somebody younger take over and let them deal with it. I'm out. I want to just enjoy life. Eat some burgers, fire up the barbecue in the back, enjoy good weather. I don't know if he golfs, but just enjoy some life.
He's Kyle Whittingham's age. He's 1 year older than Kyle Whittingham. So he's just kind of in that range. He's definitely retirement age, but and you're right, there is a lot of heavy lifting. Plus, you're wondering if Patrick Mahomes comes back the way he left, and oh man, there's some tough decisions to be made. Really tough decisions to be made with what was a 10-year dynasty.
At least he doesn't have a tight end pushing him around anymore.
Yeah, that was always weird. I didn't like that.
I felt like that's when I would have walked, when Kelsey pushed me in the chest during a Super Bowl. I think that's – was that during a Super Bowl or was that a playoff game? I can't remember.
I can't either. I just remember seeing it and being disgusted by it. You don't do that to a coach.
Oh, especially Andy, man. What are you talking about? Touching my coach. That's crazy. But I got to imagine – I don't know, Lloyd. Is there any way we could get him in Raider Nation?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Andy to Vegas.
Are you sure you would like to do that to Andy? Are you sure you'd like to do that to him?
Oh, man, we got to do something here, Lloyd, because this is great. I mean, this is great venue, and the seats are packed, and the show is incredible. They just got to get a team that people could be proud of over here.
I know. It's an all-time franchise, all-time logo, and it's not going in the right direction. Not for you and myself.
Hey, by the way, I thought of you last night because nobody gets just irate at kickers more than you do. And playoffs on the line. You make a field goal, your team goes to the playoffs. It's not just winning a game. No, it's sending your team to the playoffs. And all you have to do is just split the uprights. You have one job. You got one job as a kicker. And unfortunately, the Baltimore Ravens, after they got into field goal range, misses the field goal last play. And so it's the Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers going to the playoffs, and the Baltimore Ravens are done.
Ooh, Tyler Loop, buddy.
44 yards. In this day and age when guys are like a 57-yard field goal is just like nothing anymore to these guys in the NFL, and he misses a 44-yarder.
Remember, he comes from the University of Arizona. He's a Wildcat, so he was playing in the Big 12 last year. Just a rookie, just a pup, and he's trying to figure life out, and I saw Coach Harbaugh walking off the field with him trying to talk him into some better feelings, but this guy was fantastic this year. 89% on field goals. You
can't come back to that locker room though, can you? Like they're going to have to move on from him.
I think so. I think so because he is just a rookie and he is a kicker and they're replaceable. And Baltimore, You want to give a kid an opportunity to redeem himself, but Baltimore's got to just be out of their minds.
What's interesting is the only way that Baltimore is in a situation to win that game is that their PAT was blocked on the touchdown before. The Austin touchdown from Rodgers, it should have been 27-24, but a special teams miscue allowed Baltimore to get in a situation to win that game instead of just sending it into overtime. So, special teams, man, just ugly. All right, there you go. Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Little whole world news coming up next, and then we will chat with Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, at 2 o'clock. It's right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. The bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. You
think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. He wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mammoth come up a little bit short against New Jersey. Andre Tierney says why.
I think we could have done better. It's for sure it's more traffic at the net. We were a little bit light in front of their net, so Markstrom played good, but he saw most of the shots, so we could have done a much better job.
It'll be the Mammoth and the Rangers coming up tonight. You will hear it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole...
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, will join us coming up here in just a moment. But right now, Hans, it's time for another edition of Whole World News.
All right, Scotty, let's go back to our hometowns of Declo and Weiser.
Yeah.
We smelled like onions most of the year in Weiser. What was the predominant smell in Declo?
That would be cow manure.
Oh, silage.
Oh,
It'd
yeah.
Be, okay, so cow manure in Declo, onions in Weiser. And so I don't want to hear it from the residents of Haverhill, Massachusetts, because Haverhill, Massachusetts was awarded a Dunkin' Donuts factory or plant. Now, this Dunkin' Donuts plant in Haverhill
sounds delightful.
It produces 1 million donuts per day, Scotty.
Per day?
Per day.
Wow.
1 million donuts per day in this Dunkin' Donuts factory in Haverhill, Massachusetts. And everybody was excited because it was bringing industry and it was bringing excitement. And now everybody's complaining about it smelling like a carnival, like fried dough in their town of Haverhill. And I want to backhand every person in Haverhill and tell them to shut their mouths, because one of the most glorious smells in all the world is deep fried dough.
Yes. Yep. 100% right. When you go to the fair and you walk down that where they're deep frying everything, there isn't a better smell on the entire planet than that.
Nope, that's number one. And the deep fryer on a corn dog is one of the greatest smells my nose has ever undertaken. That and even like a deep fried tortilla and just the smell coming off the oil and the dough. And when you're talking about a donut plant, it's a little bit more of a sweet fried dough smell. But the town is complaining, and now they're going to local government to try to get the Dunkin' Donuts plant shut down, because they think that the smell could potentially be hazardous. It's wafting into their homes.
Oh,
and
shut up.
It's sitting on the kids' clothes, and my kids are getting made fun of because they smell like a maple glazed donut at school, and all of this baloney is. I wish that they understood how tough it was to smell like onions.
Yeah. And it's sad, because if there was a kid that showed up at our school that smelled like a maple glazed donut, he immediately would be the most popular kid in school.
You know, the first thing that Tom Osborne, the Nebraska coach, said when he arrived at my house at 7:30 in the morning in Weiser was, "Geez, it reeks like onions here." That was his first comment. And it does. Weiser, it was a stinky onion haven. And I just can't think. I can't imagine the luxury of smelling fried dough every day of my life. But there were a couple things that were shocking, that people didn't like the smell of fried dough, but that this one plant makes 1 million donuts per day for Dunkin' Donuts.
You imagine how the impact of the local economy would take a hit if you shut down a plant that produces 1 million donuts every single day. Yeah, that's not going to end well for you guys. So you probably ought to enjoy the local economy and the benefits that come with it outside of the wonderful smell of fried dough.
Yep.
All right, Bill Armstrong joins us next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Utah Mammoth are back in action, playing the New York Rangers in Madison Square Garden today at 5 o'clock. Listen on 1280 The Zone. The Utah Jazz are in Portland to play the Trailblazers at 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And the BYU basketball team is back in action. On Wednesday, the 7th, they host Arizona State. Listen on 102.7 FM. And if you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at that KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsson and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
2 o'clock straight up. Hans Olsson, Scott Gerard. Let's get to it. Time for our weekly conversation with Bill Armstrong.
It's time to hear from the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong, on your exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
We're just a few hours away from a big one tonight. The Mammoth squaring off against the Rangers in Madison Square Garden. Bill, kind enough to join us. Hey, Bill, how are you?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, doing great.
So good.
Doing good. Always good to catch up with you. Where does Madison Square Garden rank in terms of places you've played or watched games or covered games?
Well, I think, the number one best place to play is the Delta Center. We can all agree on that.
There you go.
I think everybody across the world yearns to play in that building and put the Mammoth jersey on. But the second best place, when your opposing team coming in, is probably Madison Square Garden. It's a special place, and we certainly like to go in there and give it to the Rangers.
I'm telling you, Delta is the best place to play. You guys just don't play there very much. I just feel like this has been the road team from where. It's been tough. 25th road game. Is that tied for the most in the NHL? And just talk about how grinding that's been.
It's been a tough schedule. I think our team's getting tougher because we've played so many road games. So I think it's a good thing. I do think it's going to pay dividends for us in the second half of the season. And right now what's coming up, this is a swing game for us in playing the Rangers tonight. It's a huge, we win this game, we won 2 out of the 3 road games. We head back home for 7 games in our building, and that's massive. So this is a huge game for us. And we got to find a way to get 2 points tonight.
You're going to spend over 2 weeks at home over that 7-game stretch. I got to imagine for you and these players to be able to get back and sleep in your own bed and be around your comfort zone. That's huge for these guys.
Well, it is, and you're not traveling to games, and that's an important quality. To get home and get in a rhythm too. Obviously we got to take care of business tonight, but once we get home, it's something that hey, we get to play in the Delta Center. It's sold out. It's loud. It's an incredible place to play, and we thrive there. So it's certainly, we look forward to getting back. We got to take some care of some business tonight against the big bad Rangers. But if we can do that, it's certainly a swing game for us, and it puts us in great shape.
Sure feels like Gunther's seizing an opportunity here with Cooley off the ice and, having to pick up the slack. I mean, putting his hat trick out there, and he has been spectacular. What have you seen from him in his leadership too, as Cooley's been off the ice?
Well, Gunnar he's an interesting animal. He's just a hockey kid. He's always trying to get better. He's always first to the rink, last to leave, and puts a lot of time in. And what you like about his game is that's kind of translated to being a leader on the ice for us. And, he has those moments where he scores hat tricks, and, he's a guy at the end of the game you want with the puck on a stick. He's a game winner. He can be a huge impact player for us for a lot of time to come. But what he does now is he wins hockey games for us, and he has the ability to finish, and we need that. We get a lot of chances, our team, and we've got to make sure that we finish, and he's one of the guys that can.
So when you get to break the news, or whoever gets to break the news to, Keller or Mata or maybe JJ later in the week, he's probably on his way to play for Germany, that they're going to be able to suit up in the Olympics for their country. What's that like?
Well, it's great. Those guys are getting rewarded for being some of the best players, not only on our team, but in their country. And it's a tremendous honor for those guys to go fight for their countries. And, with Keller, he's a big part of our team. He's our captain. He puts our team on his back every single night. So for us, to see him kind of have that success with our team and not only that, but being able to play for his country, it's a huge thing. And you could see on the tape where, when it was announced to him, and you could see our staff and all the players just be so happy for him.
When you get to a situation, though, and I want to be careful about this because it's the Olympics, it's playing for your country, and that is an incredible opportunity. But as a GM, are you like, hey, you know what? The country's not paying you your salary. I am. And you know what? So take it easy over there because we have a second half of a season yet to be played.
Well, that's the bittersweet. You're extremely happy for the player, and then from that point on, you're holding your breath. So because those guys are impact players that make or break, whether your team can get into the playoffs. So I think any GM that has their number one player headed over to the Olympics is truly excited. It's truly incredible hockey. It helps grow the game. We all support it. At the same time, the owner, the fan base, and the GM hold their breath that their number one player is coming back, 100% ready to go.
It's got to be nice to be able to get Vejmelka back off IR and have him come back in and pound the Islanders and show up well against New Jersey. Just talk about Vejmelka's presence since the IR, and how's he doing, Bill? Just overall, how's he doing?
Well, he's doing great. I think it was one of those ones he just had a little setback. He's ready to play. He's fully healthy and healed, and I think that Christmas break had happened at the perfect time where he was able to grab some days of rest and recovery and bounce back rather quickly for us. But he's a huge part of our team. He's got to have a huge game for us tonight to walk out with the 2 points. And every night in the NHL, it's pretty simple. Usually the team that wins is the one with the best goaltender. So we're going to need him tonight, and hopefully he can throw a nice shutout for us. That'd be great.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. What do you see out of the Rangers?
Well, they're a good team. They're an opportunist, team that has the Panarin and the Benejads of the world and the Trocheks, and they got some offense. So if you leave them, if you don't take care of business when they're on the ice, the big boys are on the ice, and you forget who you're playing against, they'll remind you pretty quickly of putting that puck in the net. And they haven't had a great season at home so far. They've struggled at home. So anything we can do to get up and get a lead early on would help us against them. And they're certainly a good team. They've played real well on the road. They've not played well at home, so we're looking to take advantage of that tonight.
When you look at a 7-game stretch like you got coming up, as Scotty mentioned, you got Ottawa, St. Louis, Columbus, Toronto, Dallas, Seattle, and then Philly. It's nice. I mean, that's a nice run. When you look at that, do you try to assign or establish an amount of points that you've got to come out of that stretch with?
It's a great question. I think you do in the back of our mind. We all set goals. Players set goals. Coaches set goals, and obviously GMs are like, hey, listen, we've got to stay in the race here. It's great that we have the home games. We've got to find a way to get points and win home games, and that's a big thing for our club, is to make sure that as we're playing these and we're using that home ice to our advantage, we're using our fans, as that seventh forward, as they say, or the seventh player on the ice, our fans, when they're loud and we're cheering, we've got to use that energy to our advantage and make sure that we make hay. In the month of January, especially being home that much, it's a crucial for us to stay in that race, not only play meaningful games but win them. And so the month of January is all about taking advantage of that home ice.
You got about 15, 17 games until the big Olympic break. How important is it? And I know that's a long ways away, but when you have a big layoff like that, how important is that to take momentum into a space of time like that? Well, it's you got to get a little bit of momentum before you get into that break. It also helps the guys when they're leaving to go into that break to get a little rest and recovery, but get excited about coming back to play, because of what you've done before the break. So I think it's really important, and not only is it important, but to take care of yourself during the break. We had a guy one time, I think he had, we had like 3 days off, and he gained 12 pounds. And you're like, what? I've done that. I've done that before. That's not that hard.
Yeah. So, I think when you got the momentum going into the break, it reminds everybody of how good you are and that, hey, listen, we got something to play for when we come back from the break. So the more momentum you get, the better off you are.
I'm kind of putting Lloyd on the spot, and I don't know if Lloyd can grab this for me or not, but we play these Mammoth at 30 updates, Bill, and I don't know if you've heard these updates and the way they go, but Coach Bear was talking about what he saw on the ice, and he was describing bodies in the net. Do you have that, Lloyd? Because I want to play this for Bill, and I want Bill to kind of, I think, more clearly describe, more accurately describe what Coach Bear is talking about here. Here's the sound from Coach Bear.
Thing we could have done better is, for sure, it's more traffic at the net. We were a little bit light in front of their net, so Markstrom played good, but he saw most of the shots, so we could have done a much better job.
So Bill, help me understand just the intricacies of what he's talking about there.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. It's just really taking away the eyes of the goaltender, and there's a couple different ways to do it. You can put your own man in front of them, and they can literally just mirror where the puck is, and then at the last second they just move out of the way, and the goaltender has a hard time picking up the puck. And you can you can make a goaltender look so bad by doing that. There's some goaltenders, they got to see everything, and if they're seeing everything all night long, they look great. They stop absolutely everything, but you just put someone in front of them just to take away their vision, just for a slight second, whether you skate in front of them or you plant yourself in front of them, it really interferes with them, and all of a sudden they look like a different goalie. They're not as good. So what Coach Bear was talking about there is like that goaltender, every time there was a shot, he had full sight on it. And so, goaltenders are so good in the National Hockey League. If they can see it, they usually can stop it. So if we can just get a slight little bit of way to, have a guy skate in front of him for a second or plant himself in front of him, it certainly puts the odds in our favor to score more goals.
So are there, like, we talk about set plays in basketball, are there set plays in hockey where you will run a little bit of a misdirection or you will have somebody cause a little bit of interference before a shot?
Absolutely. I mean, you got to stay out of their crease. They have the right for that space. But anything in front of them outside the crease, you can do whatever you want in those terms. And it's important for our group. I don't think we're natural at it, but I think it's something that Coach talks about constantly about, driving to the net. Because the other thing about when you're off the rush and you're entering the zone with the puck, when you drive towards the net, let's say you don't have the puck, you draw penalties. Or, they leave you alone and you got to, someone filters a puck into you and you get a chance. But you got to put players in front of the goaltender. You got to put players that are driving to the goaltender. And as we get down the stretch in the more important games to get into the playoffs, but also in the playoffs, it's crucial. It's non-negotiable for our players to get into those areas. And I've always said this, if you want bread, go to the bakery. You want money, go to the bank. You want goals, go to the front of the net. That simple.
We're going to create. We need to write a book on your sayings because there's a lot of good things. Like you can't teach a shark to
come
bite.
over to the house. Yeah, the wife and the kids and the dogs are all sick of my sayings. But for most people that haven't heard them, they like them. Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, so now going to the net, you talk about guys like Ron Hextall or Billy Smith or Terry Sawchuk, some of these nasty goalies that they'll throw a stick into your back. I've seen it a few times.
Yeah,
I think I saw Bobrovsky do it where, guys will get too close to the net. What type of freedoms do they have to get abusive with the bodies that are in front of them?
Well, they can pretty much do anything they want to, and you can't really react. How about that one? Very rarely do they get called, but you certainly, when they do that, you kind of know that you got them a little bit rattled, so you don't mind taking a few. But when you're there's guys in the NHL. I think the Tkachuk brothers are masterful at it, where they just land on the goaltender by accident. They're always getting pushed in on the goaltender. They're always their stick just hits them a little bit, and they're just a little bit aggravating on that goalie, and your team gets pissed at them because, they're always on top of your goaltender. They're always bugging them, and they're always finding ways to score on those loose pucks in the crease. So, those guys are real effective, and for our team, we got to have that same hunger around the net.
Before we let you go, what have you seen out of your guys at the World Juniors as that starts to wrap up?
Yeah, it finished up. It's going to finish up, I think, in the next. I think tonight is the last game. But I love what our Canadian players have done. We especially starting out with TJ Ginla. He's been phenomenal there. He's had a heck of a tournament. Caleb Denoyer, our 4th overall pick last year, was outstanding, and Cole Baudouin, the big man in the middle, he was great. So we were so excited about just how our top players played, at the World Juniors. It's a good indicator of what type of impact they'll have at the NHL level. It's the best of the best in their age group, and you get a really good understanding of who they are and what they're going to accomplish at the next level, and they were outstanding. So really good signs from our young guys. And, we're a unique organization where we have 5 first-rounders playing outside our team. You know, you've got Caleb Denoye, you got Aginla, you got Beaudoin, and you got Lamoureux and Simishev, all selected in the first round, all playing outside of our organization. They haven't even come in yet. And that's exciting times for the Mammoth because we've got some really high-end guys that are coming in over the next few years.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it as always. Hope the holidays treated you well, and look forward to catching up with you again here very soon.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
There he
Thanks,
is.
Bill.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. And again, we say this every week, Hans. I hope people understand how cool it is that the Mammoth allow that to happen, how awesome it is for fans to be able to get that kind of exposure to the front office and really break down a game. Because, you know, it's funny, I heard that cut as well on that update, and I was thinking the same thing, and I'm glad you referenced it and said, okay, well, let's clarify a little bit. What does he mean by this? And that's part of our education as a fan base and those covering this team to kind of learn those fine details of the game.
I love how he says it's not rocket science. He's like, it's not rocket science. We just got to put a guy in front of him. And, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense, and you would think that you could find some pretty creative ways to try to distract a goalie to take his eyes off the puck. And then I brought up some of the NHL's most notorious goalies for physicality, because there are some, you know, the historical names like Bennington and Hextall. These dudes would get flat out dirty. They'll come out of the net and they'll hit you as hard as they can with their stick or their elbow. And there's guys that I've seen that it looks like players don't want to be around. And I always think, okay, well, fine, you want to get in front of my face, I'm going to make your spine hurt badly. And these guys get physical. I like what Bill said, though. He's like, yeah, you know, when you do get that reaction from these guys, then you know you got them. Like you're under their skin. you're about to get them in the box. Like they're that close to breaking when they show those signs of irritation. And that's one of the funner things of NHL. And it's really hard to see it on TV. It's much easier when you're by the ice or you're in the arena and you watch the antagonists that are on the ice. You know how important they are to the game, because guys do get out of their game. And there are guys that are on the ice to take dudes out of the game, try to get them anywhere but where they are and get their minds off anything other than what the responsibility is. And it leads to the most ticky-tack, back and forth, nasty rabbit punching, jabs, tap with the sticks to the back or to the quad, you know, where you see the stick, they just jam the stick into their legs. And I think that's one of the best parts of the NHL. It's all these little games inside of the game, and that's one of them that Coach Tierney brought up that I was glad that we could kind of get to, because I'm with you, Scotty. I thought, what exactly does he mean? Not enough bodies in front of the goalie, and that makes a lot of sense.
Well, and the other element to a lot of this is that you're seeing a hockey team that is just trying to stay competitive and trying everything they can to make sure that they can stay in the – I mean, they started out the season so hot, and now you're just like, hey, just stay in the conversation, hang in there, and then get to that Olympic break and come back and then make your run. And I would love to see them rack up a bunch of points in the 7-game homestand. I think that would be incredible to see an opportunity to go on a run here. And if they're able to do that, then even better. But honestly, Hans, this team has got more home games remaining on its schedule than any other team in the NHL. And you have to take advantage of that. Absolutely have to take advantage of that.
You do, and I asked Bill, do you project a number of points that you got to come out of this stretch with? And he said, yeah, I guess in the back of the mind, we do a little bit. I blinked for a second. Did he mention the amount of points?
He did. I don't think he did. I don't think he went to a specific number.
I don't think he did either. But I've got to imagine, you know, you're possibly looking at somewhere around 8 to 10 points you're hoping to come out of this thing with.
Yeah.
And try to kind of reestablish yourself, because you're falling down the list a bit. Sitting at 41 points now, you're falling down the list a little bit, and you don't want this thing to get too far out of control, and this is where you make up your ground. You talked about that 7-game trip, and there's another 6-game trip coming up to start February. A 7-game homestand. There's another 6-game homestand that's coming up to start February, where you can put a little more cash in the bank if you can grab those points. But competition's really stiff. And one thing that I'm noticing with the NHL, I don't feel like the points are as easy to come by in the NHL with lower end teams as they are in the NBA.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
I feel like the lower tier teams in the NHL have a more likely chance to upset you than the lower teams in the NBA. At least that's the feel that I've gotten. Scotty, I don't know if you feel the same or if you disagree with that, but I feel like there's teams that have come into the Delta Center. There's teams that the Mammoth have gone on the road and they've seen, and it's like, oh yeah, there's an easy 2. Like you're picking up those road points. That's going to be. And it just doesn't go the way you think that it's going to go.
Well, I remember near the end of last year, Cole Bagley coming in, and Cole's like, yeah, it's not looking good for the playoffs because they've got to, realistically, they've got to hit this many points to finish off the year to be in the conversation. And he gave a number. I'm like, it doesn't seem that bad. Like, that seems attainable. And sure enough, they were unable to get to that number because he was right. It was just too much to reach from where they were at and where they were up against. And so you're right, spot on. It is a lot harder in the NHL than it would be in the NBA for sure. All right, Hans and Scotty coming up next. We spin the wheel, a little sports roulette straight ahead right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. What a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
5 guys walk into a JCWs and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCWs, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCWs. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz in the midst of a 3-game losing skid, capped off with a loss to Golden State, 123-114, as Will Hardy talks about his team's play against the Warriors.
Offensively, I continue to be really pleased with our team. 62 points in the paint. We're moving the ball really well. Obviously didn't shoot it great from the free throw line tonight, but offense continues to be something that I think our team is doing at a high level. But defensively tonight, it's about in the game, can we make the adjustment to who we're playing? If something is going wrong, can we, during a timeout in between quarters, halftime, can we make the adjustment and up our physicality, especially on our switching?
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for Sports Roulette. Hans is on his way back from Las Vegas, where he saw all he needed to see about his Raiders to know that they needed change. And they got that. New coach, and hopefully they can surround a certain running back from Boise State with a little bit more talent.
Oh, well, one name that's starting to swirl is Nick Saban coming to Vegas. So let's see how the GOAT can do.
You serious, Clark?
You being serious, Clark? Yeah, it's either him or Urban Meyer. So
okay. I think Urban might be a good fit.
You naming like the worst possible coaches they could bring in from like college, essentially, that had awful NFL starts. Is that what you're going for? Okay.
Is Steve Spurrier still with us?
I don't know if
he is. I don't know if he is, but I think that the Davis family and Tom Brady would be wise to call Kyle Whittingham and just say, bring your Michigan staff here.
Yes.
And let's rebuild Vegas together.
Maybe they should bring Brian or Bill Belichick in. They should do that. Reunite Tom Brady and Bill.
And bring the 24-year-old. You know, she can run her cheer team from Vegas. It works out great.
Jordan's got nothing else to do. Hey, honestly, if you were to take this Michigan staff and put them here in Vegas, how would they do?
I think they would be – well, I mean, it's always hard to judge how guys would go to the next level, but I'm hard-pressed to find a better combination of coaches on a singular staff in college than what Kyle's assembling right now. I mean, that is an all-star staff.
I know, and it would have crazy offensive concepts, and you'd definitely have to adjust some things defensively, but you take the highest level talent and you put them in your format and scheme and just see what you could do. If you could find a top 8 quarterback in the NFL because that's really such a big
Yeah.
part of what happens in the NFL. Watching the quarterback play, I just watched an entire game without a touchdown. That was wild. I mean, nobody even accidentally fell into the end zone. Nobody took down a pick six. There was no touchdowns.
When I saw it was 3-0 with 10 minutes left in the second quarter, I was like, oh, geez, this is terrible. I felt really bad for you.
By the way, I was going to celebrate the Broncos win, but that was bad football, too. That was almost as bad as that Broncos-Raiders game a couple months ago. It was just dreadful. Denver didn't score a touchdown on offense. It was all they scored a defensive touchdown, then everything else was straight field goals.
You feeling good about your boys heading into the playoffs? Because they struggled about that against that bad Kansas City quarterback, too, that third stringer.
You know what? I think
they barely beat them.
I expect a one and done, honestly. And then it's next year is going to be their year. But
I still think this year's their year.
No, I don't know about that. They're kind of limping into the playoffs, but that's all right.
Hey,
limping in as a one seed.
Guess whose year it isn't? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, that's all that matters, Lloyd. It's no Chiefs. All right.
They looked so bad.
Let's get to it. Sports Roulette, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start spreading the news in Lubbock.
Hans, I don't know if you've seen this, but a guy that you've seen, Brandon Sorsby, is on his way to Texas Tech. He is going to get paid $5 million to be the quarterback at Texas Tech next year. And to celebrate, Texas Tech actually put up a digital billboard in New York Times Square welcoming Brandon Sorsby to Texas Tech.
What?
Yep.
Why? In New York Times, why?
I don't know. Because it's just a flex. It's just like, hey, look what we do for our players here. Look how we celebrate what you will decide. Nobody in New York City gives two you-know-whats about Lubbock, Texas, or Texas Tech, or college football in general. And yet you're going to spend probably several $100,000 to put up a billboard in Times Square announcing that a quarterback has come to your program in the transfer portal.
That's kind of wild, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you this because you've watched a little bit of that Landman.
Yeah.
Because everybody's. I watched the first 3 episodes. Everybody in that movie's got, or that show has Texas Tech caps on.
I know.
Was that before the money got spent in
Yeah.
Texas Tech, or is this after?
No, I think, it was before, but it just shows that, the majority of your oil fields are in West Texas, and West Texas is dominated by Texas Tech fans. So that part of the state, there's really not a lot of competition with UT. There's not a lot of competition with Rice or Baylor or, some of those other schools. Or Texas A&M is on the other side of the state. So, yeah, that West Texas region, that's why Texas Tech has got all that money now, is because that's square in oil country.
$5 million for Sorsby.
Now, you've seen Sorsby. Is he worth $5 million?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he was banged up I think he was banged up through the year, but I felt like BYU made him look awful. I felt like Utah made him look awful. Like not good at all. And I know he's a dual threat, and you certainly have to contain him. But I don't think he's that guy, man. I might be speaking too soon, but I don't think he's a $5 million quarterback.
It's getting so crazy right now. It's just
and
it's insane.
Conference to conference. That's an interconference exchange, and you kind of got to look at Sorsby and be like, geez, man, he was at Cincinnati for 3 years, Scotty?
Yeah.
And look at Sorsby and be like, geez, man, so you're just a mercenary? Okay,
kind of what they all are now. They're all just mercenaries now.
Could you imagine though, Lloyd? I mean, what if the station across the street called and said, "Hey, Lloyd, $5 million, let's go." It's like, what the hell do you do, man?
I know what Lloyd would do, and he would do the same thing that you and I would do. Like, let's be honest here, $5 million is $5 million, and I don't blame anybody for going and getting paid. Sorsby I don't think is going to be an NFL player. But here's the thing. Shedeur Sanders, who was drafted, 5th round or 6th round last year, is going to make $4.6 million his rookie year in the NFL. And Sorsby, next year at Texas Tech, is going to make $500,000 more than Shedeur Sanders did his rookie year in the NFL.
Shedeur made that much in his rookie year?
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at a stat here from Front Office Sports. Shedeur Sanders, full rookie NFL deal with the Browns, $4.6 million. Sorsby will make $5 million.
Holy cow, that's shocking to me.
As a 6th rounder? Wow.
Yeah, that's shocking. Speaking of exposed, ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Ooh, dogs.
Yeah, I think the NFL career is not going to be a lengthy one for him. All right, Lloyd, go ahead and spin it.
Big 12 conference openers.
And I know we're all knee-deep in football right now in the national championship and the playoffs and the NFL playoffs and everything going along with the coaching carousel. But it was a Big 12 opening weekend, and BYU goes to Manhattan, Kansas, and gets the 10-point victory, 83-73. That will be considered a quad one victory for BYU. For the University of Utah, they had the unenviable task of taking on Arizona, the number one ranked team in the country, and lost that game 97-78. Utah will be at Colorado coming up later this week. And for BYU, they will be at home against Arizona State. And then a week from coming up this Saturday, it's the Utah-BYU game. That game in Provo.
So I'll tell you what's really insane to me. We have watched and talked about BYU basketball, and we have covered everything from Richie Saunders to the signing of A.J. Debonsa to the extension of Kevin Young. And BYU basketball has been one of the biggest stories, if not the biggest storyline in Utah for quite a bit.
Yeah.
And they move up a spot to number 9. There are 3 Big 12 teams ranked in front of them. Houston at 7, Iowa State at 3, and as you just mentioned, Arizona at 1. They're currently ranked as the 4th highest team in the Big 12 with the number 1 recruit in the country who looks to be like the number 1 draft pick in the NBA, and a team that's got a beautiful roster with physicality and agility, and it's still ranked behind 3 other teams in the Big 12. Is that not insane to you?
Yeah, this conference is ridiculous when it comes to college basketball. And I wish that college basketball would get a little bit more traction outside of outside of late February and into March, because it's phenomenal basketball right now, especially in the Big 12. And I got to imagine there's going to be a demand for it. I love the fact that the Big 12 went all in on basketball and said, hey, look, you know what, football, everybody's going to talk about the Big 10, everybody's going to talk about the SEC, but when basketball, there is not a conference that will come close to touching what the Big 12 will produce year in and year out. And case in point, exactly what you're saying. 4 teams inside that range of the AP top 10, it's unheard of. It's ridiculous. And the fact that BYU has got a long, difficult season ahead of them, but look, they'll be right there, top 3 teams in the conference before it's all said and done. And here's the other thing, Alex Jensen, I feel for him, because when you're trying to get your legs underneath you and turn a program around, this is not the conference to be able to try to do that.
No, it is not. I'm just looking at BYU. So they'll play the number 1 team in the country twice, Arizona. They play Houston once, and they play Iowa State once. So at least they don't have Houston and Arizona on up air times. They play Texas Tech twice. And I'm missing the other, but that is going to be a tough game. That's coming up on January 26th. BYU versus Arizona.
Yep.
In between that, Scotty, you've got BYU's got to play Arizona State, Utah, TCU.
Utah twice.
Texas Tech, that's going to be very good, and Utah again. You know, Texas Tech will be a tough fight. The rivalry game is always crazy, but BYU should dominate that game. And you should get there 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 1.
Ooh.
You should get there to 18 and 1 facing Arizona. That, you know, at that point, Arizona should be potentially 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 0.
And that game's in Provo.
Because they got Kansas State, TCU, ASU, UCF, and Cincinnati, West Virginia. Realistically, it could be 18 and 1 versus 20 and 0. And I think the whole country should stop for just a minute and say, all right, well, what's this all about? This number 1 overall draft pick in the NBA and this Arizona team that's been holding number 1. Whoo, some good basketball on the horizon, boys.
Yeah. All right, one more, Lloyd. Go ahead and spin it.
No suspension?
I was a little surprised by this, and I'm just kind of throwing this here at the last minute, and I apologize. You're in Vegas, and we haven't had a chance to coordinate. Usually we'd coordinate this a little bit, but did you see the head coach in Notre Dame, Micah Shrewsbury, and how he acted after that Cal loss and going after the official?
No.
I am going to text it to you right now so you can watch this. And you watch this really quick. And, oh, geez, that's not it. Where's this?
No, I have not seen this.
And you tell me if this is worth a suspension. Because this blows me away that this just got a verbal reprimand by the ACC. So this is up against Mark Madsen, who's been on our show. Mark Madsen, now the head coach of Cal. And Notre Dame's leading by 3. Cal, with just a second left, hits a 3, and they call the foul. So it's a 4-point play. He hits the free throw, and the Golden Bears get the 72-71 victory. As soon as the game is over, Shrewsbury charges the official and was dropped by a couple of his players that came in and split him up. But I'm telling you, Hans, had nobody gone and stopped him, I'd be interested to see if he actually would have followed through, because he went barreling after that official with a full head of steam. And I don't know if he would have made contact with him. I don't know if he would have hit him, if he just would have bulldogged him. I don't know what was going to happen, but it was going to be ugly, because I think he was hoping somebody would stop him, and they did, because if nobody stopped him, there was going to be a lot of physical contact there. But yet the ACC just publicly reprimanded him, and there is no suspension. That deserves at least 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. So they haven't announced any suspension for this?
No, there's no suspension. It's a verbal reprimand is all it is. There will be no suspension.
Don't you want to protect your officials?
I would think so.
So you're gonna fine a guy and potentially suspend him for saying, yeah, they got the call wrong, but when I body up on you, nothing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is this after the whole football debacle?
Yeah, maybe they're trying to make it up to him on the football, a makeup call for the basketball. Yeah. Just and by the way, he releases a statement and says, I'm sorry, that's not representative of who I am, blah, blah, blah. Kind of the old boilerplate apology stuff that every PR company has. All right, 2:46. Hans and Scotty will wrap up this bad boy next right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth back in action tonight. They'll take on the New York Rangers. In fact, that game will start in just a couple of hours from right now. Andre Tierney knows his team sticking together needs to happen if they're going to get through some of these struggles.
There's no doubt about that. They proved it in the past, and the guys care a ton, and I always say that. There's a lot of pride in that room, and guys care, and they love each other, so they'll stick together. That's no doubt about it.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsson and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, you're in Vegas. You'll be back here tomorrow. I'll actually be in Colorado Springs tomorrow for a Utah State Air Force game, but I will be doing the show remotely, so I won't see your smiling face until Wednesday. I'm really sorry.
Well, we'll still be together on air.
Yes.
We'll still have some fun, talk all kinds of sports, and just kind of wrapping up the show, this Utah coaching staff is pretty much put together, with the exception of maybe a tight ends coach that'll come in, and depending on what Kevin McGivern's going to do. Does Kevin McGivern usually work with quarterbacks, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yep. And he's been a wide receiver coach too, but I think mostly he'll be dialed in on quarterbacks.
All right, so goes Morgan Scally, head coach, OC Kevin McGivern, DC Colton Swan, O-line Jordan Gross, safeties Derek Odom. By the way, Derek Odom's been with San Jose State for the last, whatever it is, 8 or 9 years as a defensive coordinator. Marky Atawaya is running backs. Chad Bumphus coming back for wide receivers. Sharif Shaw, DBs. Luther Ellis, defensive tackles. Inoke Breckerfield at defensive ends. And I don't know if I'm missing anybody, but I'm pumped to see the Morgan Scally era start, and just to see Morgan, what direction he's able to go with his legacy, because he's got a great legacy to this point as a great coordinator. And now we get to see him take those reins. Looked really good in the Vegas Bowl.
Oh, yeah. And I think that was so important for Morgan and so important for this team to look good in that game, just to give you a little bit of momentum and some good vibes going into the offseason. By the way, a quick correction. I've been notified, and I appreciate those on Twitter and everywhere else. Let me know this. The Shedeur Sanders, $4.6 million, that's over the life of his 4-year contract.
Okay.
And so,
that was shocking me.
So that's his 4-year contract is still worth less than what Brandon Sorsby will get next year.
Yeah. That makes complete sense to me. I was thinking, man, the Sanders must have worked an insane deal on a rookie contract to get to that point. But, yeah, he's going to be making as much as Shedeur will make through the 4 years, which he will not make. Yeah, he'll be on his way out. And same with Sorsby. Sorsby is not an NFL quarterback.
Nope.
So make your money now and go see if you can win a Big 12 championship and see what pieces they buy to put around you. It's not a bad deal, but that's got to be so frustrating to Cincinnati to just see him puddle jump over to different teams, same conference. And now you're going to see him. That's weird, man. Got to see this guy at some point. I think Cincinnati's on their schedule. Maybe Cincinnati's not on their 2026 schedule, but it's wild. It's so much money. $5 million in the Big 12 for a quarterback.
Is that an upgrade over Baron Morton, by the way, you think, with Sorsby? I feel like they're a very similar quarterback.
Yeah, they are. Sorsby's quite a bit more mobile, though, Lloyd. I think Sorsby gives you more to game plan for as a defense. Morton was just protected by some insane beasts, and he had so much time to throw. And maybe that's the difference for Sorsby.
Yeah.
Maybe they get an offensive line that protects him, and because Morton really wasn't – Morton would go and get you a 10-yard run when you really needed it. Sorsby is a type of quarterback that I can put a run game plan in for. The thing I don't know is if he's a champion.
That's the thing. Are you going to lead a team to victories?
Right. Is he
better
a dog
for $5 million?
Yeah. Well. All right, that wraps it up for us. Safe travels back here, and should be a fun one. Because who knows what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. Things can get turned upside down once again. But we'll see you back here tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
JJ and Alex coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Whit was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding. Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bad news, the weekend's over. The holiday's over. Back to work for all of us. Back to school. Back to the grind. But here we're here for you. We're here to help you get through the first day of this grind. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester in for Alex Keary. One more day. No days off. But who wants days off right now when it comes to sports?
I was just about to say, I was like, every day is the weekend, right? You gotta
Feels
love
like it.
You gotta have blind optimism, right? You just gotta take it like
Is that
every
why you're
day
wearing
is
those
Friday.
sunglasses,
Oh,
looking
yeah.
like Stevie Wonder in
Oh,
studio
yeah.
today?
Hey, this puts you like, I just think of Big Daddy, right? He's like, put on these shades. You're invisible now. You have ultimate confidence. That is exactly how I feel when I put my shades on. Nap knows it. I get in the building, I put my shades on, and I'm ready to go. And that's exactly how everybody should be attacking their week.
I like that. A little Monday motivation for you.
Whatever it is, you could have a keychain, your lucky rabbit's foot, whatever it is. Mine is my shades, right? I feel it. I do it. Let's get it done.
Like I said, Sly's one of those people who's so cool, his life has a soundtrack. Sly has a soundtrack.
I got to meet Corey Hart one of these days.
I have not attained that. Is Corey Hart still with us? I mean, that song came out a long time ago.
It was 86. He got to still be here. Let's look this up here.
We can't move on with the show until we know the current status of Corey Hart.
He's 63.
Okay. He's still with us.
Yeah. It's all good, man.
Corey
But
Hart.
I love it. Attack the Monday. Absolutely love it. Woke up with a smile on my face. We made it to another year here in January, another week. Absolutely awesome. So much stuff going on. Steelers game last night, I think it's probably that probably kicked me off with some good energy because seeing the Ravens demise the way it is and all the memes from last night is just absolutely electric.
Doesn't your heart go out a little bit to Tyler Loop, a rookie kicker?
It does not. It does not.
You're a true Steeler.
Yeah, no, the football players, everybody knows kickers, you got one job, bro. One job, kick the ball.
Screw them guys.
He's read the lips of Derrick Henry last night. He missed that? Yeah, you missed that. And honestly, here's the thing.
You see Lamar's presser?
No, I did not.
He was just mad.
I mean, Lamar, you missed so many games and busted up the season like crazy. So Tyler Loop you shouldn't have let. Here's the thing: is what every coach will tell you. Don't let it come down to the last game, right? Be the Broncos where you're
or the last quarter or the last. There was a lot of last night,
right,
for both teams,
right?
You're right.
Boswell missing the extra point. What in the heck is that all
that
about?
had cost them the game,
right? Because
that's one of the best kickers in the world.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes for Lamar Jackson to get 30 yards, and then they let that big kick return go. Oh man, there's storyline after storyline.
But then the Ravens are like messing around, like just. They had over a minute
and
free
I was
timeouts.
telling you what they should be doing.
What kind of plays are they running right now? Get down the field.
You were pissed.
Right
That was
down
funny.
the middle and give your kicker a chance.
You got 3
And ultimately,
timeouts
the kicker wasn't ready, but
they
were messing. They were 4th and 7 at the 50 after that kickoff.
Yeah.
How did you get to 4th and 7? I mean, this is
you
why the
were pissed
Baltimore
off.
Ravens
Yeah.
are not in the playoffs. They kind of earned it.
That was funny.
You know who earned being in the playoffs though, and is going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC? My Denver Broncos.
Hey, congratulations! I told you when they drafted Bo Nix, I like him and Sean Payton. Together,
Broncos country. Let's ride.
That's right, but not with you, Russell.
Hey, Nap, they are trying to get
You're not
over this
invited.
Russell Wilson hump, right? They are 10 first-round draft picks.
Still paying some price.
$260
I think he's
million
still getting
later.
checks from the Broncos.
He is.
Unbelievable.
$13 million from the Giants this year. What is it? $3 million from Steelers last year, and $40 from the Broncos every single year.
That's insane.
That's beautiful. To not play football.
Good for you, Russell.
Hey.
Good for you.
And he's got a fine wife. $50-60 million coming in the bank every year to do nothing.
One of the best jobs you can have in the world, backup quarterback in the NFL.
Hey, trophy husband too, man. I mean, I'm living.
Why not?
I'm trophy husband, man. I take that title very seriously, man, and wear it loud and proud, man. So you got to make it happen. And
Is that
Russell
what the
Wilson's
warden calls you?
Hey, she doesn't call me. I take that title. That's a self-aware title. All right, I call. She don't want to call it to you. I'll let her know, and then I say it enough, and then she'll start saying it.
This guy wears sunglasses indoors, and he calls himself a trophy husband.
Put it in
Life
the Louvre.
goals. Life goals right here.
Put it in the Louvre.
Good for you. We got more NFL talk coming up. We can't get too far into it because we got an NFL Blitz coming up at 3:30. What we do need to dig into, Sly, was when you were in Friday, we there was a lot of stuff that we figured was going to get itself sorted out over the weekend. assistant coaches at Utah. What was Morgan Scalley going to do? Who was he going to hire? We talked about some of the names that might be floating out there and what had developed. Well, now we have a lot of answers to those questions. And the move of Kyle Whittingham not only affected Utah in a big way, but it affected BYU even more over the weekend, and it actually affected Utah State. Even the Aggies catching strays from Kyle Whittingham. Man.
Domino effect.
Talk about dominoes. So we got to get into this because I think that Utah fans specifically want to hear your opinion on what Morgan Scalley has done to build his staff. And BYU fans want to hear as well what your thoughts are on all this change, because you're very familiar with some of these assistant coaches at not just Utah, but at BYU and Utah State as well. So let's get into it. That's going to be the cut here at 3 o'clock. Let's go.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The cut's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Our friends at Trajan Wealth. Give them a call today, your local financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Morgan Scalley is almost done building his new staff. It didn't take him long, nor should it. We were talking before the show about the urgency that these coaches have to have in this world because of the calendar, and we all love to see the calendar changed, and I think that it needs to be changed. As Nick Saban talked about on College Game Day last week, I agree with everything he said, but that's not going to help these coaches right now. You have a transition, and you've got signing day coming up in February. You've got the transfer portal that opened on Friday. You've got all these moving parts going on. And in the meantime, you've got to build a staff that you believe can get the job done at the highest level. And I know Morgan Scalley believes he can compete and win Big 12 championships. And so you need to be able to build a staff that can accomplish that goal. And I'm sure anybody who aspires to be in a major position. I'm not even just talking about football. I'm talking about in life. You want to be a CEO of a company. You want to build your own company. You want to be in the hot seat. You want that on your shoulders. You want to be in charge. You want to run the show. You don't just walk into that and fall into it and think, oh, well, what do I do now? You go into that with a pretty good idea of how you want to do things and what you want to accomplish. Sure, there's lessons you're going to need to learn along the way, but you've been in the business long enough. You've watched a mentor or two or three go through the process. Not your first rodeo, even though it's your first opportunity. So Morgan Scalley is now the CEO of Utah football. And you look at the moves that he's made. Kevin McGivern is the new offensive coordinator. He comes to Utah from Utah State. Kevin McGivern is a Utah native, grew up in Orem. He's bounced around all over the country, but he's also coached here in the state. And I think Morgan did what you'd expect him to do is he dipped in with a lot of guys that he already knows and trusts or respects. He brought back Chad Bumpus as a wide receiver coach. He brought back Derek Odom as a safeties coach. These are names that Utah fans, if you're a diehard Utah football fan, you're very familiar with. And, of course, he really dipped into the legendary Ute.
The alumni pool.
And I think he would actually like to do more of this. I think he'd love to have Eric Weddle on his staff at some point in time. It's not the right time for Eric.
If not a position, just a media darling. Can you just get Eric on the Weddle on the radio every single day?
He could have his own show
and just talk to him. I freaking love talking to that guy.
He's great. And I think at some point, Eric Weddle's going to join the staff and coach with Morgan Scalley.
him and Scalley are tight.
His son's in high school right now, and he's a great player. And I think they're having a really special experience sharing with that, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity there down in Southern California. But don't be shocked if now that this move has happened that Eric Weddle ends up on a Utah coaching staff at some point. But to bring Jordan Gross in, a potential NFL Hall of Famer, and a unanimous All-American at Utah, one of the all-time greats. If you're going to put the list together of top 5, top 10 Utes, or a starting Utah football team all-time, Jordan Gross is on every one of those lists.
He's on that list, yeah.
So it's not very often, and there's an example of Luther Ellis being on the defensive side for Utah, which has worked great. Sometimes it doesn't always work to bring back former players. Just because you're a former player and you had success as a
Doesn't
player
mean you're a good coach.
does not make
Right.
you a great coach. But Jordan Gross has not just been standing around doing nothing since he retired from the NFL.
Right.
He spent a lot of time with the Carolina Panthers organization as a broadcaster in different roles with that organization. And for the last 4 years, he's been a high school football coach. He's been in the trenches at the high school level and developed one of the top offensive tackles in the entire country, who's now coming to Utah. So the Jordan Gross hire is really interesting to bring him on staff. I like the collection that Morgan Scally has brought together. The question now is we need to see it happen. And that'll happen in the coming days and weeks and months. But right now, hot take from Sly, you've observed what he's done. I'm sure you know a lot of these guys and you support what he's done. Why do you think this collection of assistant coaches that Morgan Scally has brought into this program is going to be successful?
One is because every move that I've seen is well thought out, right? It is calculated. It is made with purpose. There's reason. And I think anybody that makes decisions and they do it with reason and thought, it's got to work out, right? It's what they tell you when you play football. There's many different ways to make a tackle, right? If you get ran over and the guy's down or goes out to push him out of bounds, that's still a tackle, right? And I think there's many different ways to go about this, coaches. There's not one single way to do it. And one, I absolutely love this because check this out. As a high school recruit or as a transfer guy or you're talking to anybody in Utah staff, to have Jordan Gross or Luther Ellis come into your living room and tell you to come to their school, tell you what they're going to do, tell you their NFL connections and how that helps people get drafted and make it to the next level. And now with NIL and what it is, you can make money at the same time. Like that just automatically enhances your value and your favorability when you're talking to people. Jordan Gross is a big name, not just in Utah, but across the NFL. I mean, I played against Jordan Gross in Carolina, and he had Joe Thomas type of a resume.
Right, and respect around the league.
Respect around the league, right? And so he has that, and then he's came back and he's recruited and he's developed one of the top O-linemen in all of the country that's just committed to the University of Utah, right? Just there's going to be a lot more of that happening. And then for the Utah community, right, there's a name you know. You're bringing guys to Utah, and this is what I love about Morgan because all his moves is totally and 1,000% Morgan Scally, homegrown, right? I'm bringing Utah to Utah. I'm bringing Utah alumni to Utah. I'm making this program homegrown, and that is how we're going to go about this with people that want to be here. And I know that's Morgan Scally's mentality. I want people that want to be here, and there's nobody else that wants to be here than alumni that's grinded, had success, and loves this university than these alumni. Right, I love it. Luther Ellis, he could coach anywhere. He's been coaching with the Broncos, the Detroit Lions. He could coach at so many levels. He's got kids. He could do what Dion does, right, and coaches kids at every level if he wanted to. But he wants to be here at the University of Utah because he's making a difference. He's making a difference in these kids' lives, and I absolutely love that. And you're just fulfilling this roster with all that stuff, right? And so on the offensive side, they got to do. I think the positions that they need to fill, which is QB coach, which McGivens can take over at the same time if he wanted to. Tight ends and one more position. I don't think those are huge positions. That is where it's just like, oh, we need to figure that out. Right, I think he's got the main positions covered. Right, from defensive coordinator to DNs because we got to bring back Sac Lake City. So I love the hire he made there. But O-line, right, that is Utah football. Right, and I don't think I didn't even have Jordan Gross on my radar until it popped up, and I'm like, oh wow, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Right, and so absolutely love what Morgan Scally's doing. I think that he's putting his touch on this program. And I absolutely love it. And I love the direction that we're going. I'm happy for the coaches that left, Lou Powell, Coach Elisaya, Harding, Beck, all those guys. I met and talking with those guys the last few years. I absolutely love all of them. and I wish nothing but their success except for when they play Utah, as I do everybody else, man. But this is great. It's trending upward, and I tell you, folks, put your money on Morgan. I really do. That guy just knows how to work, and he's very attentive. He's very smart. He's been ready for this job for some years. And we talked about it, right? What the Utah football program has gone through the last 5 years since 2020 has to be worth 15 years of experience.
For the coaches there, it probably felt like 15 years.
Right.
They've
And-
had to deal with some really
And Morgan
challenging and heavy
Scally
stuff.
has been the coach in waiting that entire time.
Right.
So he's been putting together his game plan for essentially 15 years, if you want to say that, right? He's knew who he wanted. He knows how to go into games. He knows how to game plan, man. And he knows, and I think that the D coordinator hire has to be within, and Colton Swan, I think he's been prepping Colton Swan for this job for a very long time, right? And it's something to where he can be like, Colton, or Coach Swan, I'm going to give you the keys. And then I'm going to focus on my rapport with McGivern, right? And that's awesome. And they have that chemistry and relationship that if Coach Swan has any questions or anything like that, he can ask Scally. And there will be no like, oh, I don't know if Scally will like. There's none of that. They have a relationship already. Right now, Morgan can focus that completely on this offense and get going. And McGivern, the only thing I don't like about him is it feels like this guy has been everywhere. He's been coaching.
Right.
He's been coaching for a long time, and he's been bouncing around a lot of places. And I guess the longest place he's been is San Jose State from 18 to 24, which he had a lot of success there. He did a lot of great
San
things.
Jose State used to be a joke.
Yes.
And between him and, you had the coach at Arizona was there for a while. Sorry, the name's escaping me.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Brent Brennan. Sorry.
Brent Brennan.
Thank you. Yeah, Brent Brennan was there for a while, and he was there part of that. And then, of course, Kenya Matalola was coming there, and he's done a good job. San Jose State is competitive now in football.
Oh, yeah.
They're respectable.
Right.
Now, they won a Mountain West championship, if we don't.
But you have to respect starting from nothing and going up.
To your point,
Yeah.
building something and having success somewhere that never had it before, honestly,
Right.
is impressive.
Right.
You just look at what he did recently up at Utah State. And I'll be honest, like Utah State, they're going to be fine. Bronco's going to get that thing going. Robert and I, by the way, and Bronco reunited in Logan now.
Mm-hmm.
Robert and I was hired within the hour after the announcement
was
that
a
Kevin
quick text.
McGivern was leaving.
That was a quick text.
That was like, okay, Rob, you ready? It was crazy.
I
how
see you're not
quickly
doing
that
nothing,
happened.
Rob. Come up here with me and Logan.
We got an open position, and he was probably already on the plane. But that's going to go. I think that's obviously there's a lot of rapport there and some trust and a lot of history between Bronco and Robert and I. But Kevin McGivern went there for 1 year at Utah State, and I'll be honest with you, it's really tough at Utah State to build a really solid offensive line. It's just really hard to get great offensive linemen at the G5 level.
To go to Logan, it's not a premier destination that people would want to go.
Well, the second you develop an offensive lineman there, they're in the portal and they're getting paid at a P4.
Right.
We see it every year. And there's another one.
And that's
Junior
exactly
C is in the
what we
transfer
talked
portal.
about.
Utah State
Yeah.
develops an offensive lineman and then are off to the next place. And so my point being is he went in there with an offensive line that was developing and building and still was able to run the ball all over the place and put up a really impressive offense that put a lot of points on the board. And I think Utah fans, Coach Beck was only here for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the reactions I'm gathering are from social media, so take that with a grain of salt because I don't think Twitter and social media is real life all the time. I think you get a different opinion in the real world than you would from the one percenters on social media. But there was a lot of people that were really freaked out when Coach Beck was leaving. It's like we finally got a good offensive coordinator that's giving us a dynamic offense, and now boom, they're gone.
That's what happens with success.
Right. Guys are going to move on. They're going to move on to the next challenge.
Yeah.
So I guess to resolve some concerns that some Utah fans may have, what can Kevin McGivern do with the personnel they have right now with what you've noticed about what he does? Because I think what stands out to me about what he does is he's able to be versatile and adapt to personnel. Because you had to do that at San Jose State, right?
And that's what
You
I liked
only have
about
so
Beck.
many guys.
That's what I liked about Beck, is his ability
and that's
to
what
do that.
at the G5 level,
Yeah.
that's what you have to do to be successful. And they both proved they could do that. if you're questioning, well, you're losing Beck, what are you getting him McGiven? I think you're getting very similar.
Very similar.
Very similar offensive coordinator.
Right, and look at that. What Beck was able to do at New Mexico, right? We had to translate that and see how that would work in the Big 12, and that worked out well.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's going to be the same thing with McGiven. What I like about McGiven is he's a former receiver. He wants to throw the ball.
Yeah.
Right? And now he's going to have Bird Finklin and Devin Dampier to be able to throw the football in this talented and high RPO offense.
Last I checked, those two are not on the transfer portal.
Right. They're not. I'm looking at the ticker right now, making sure they have it. We have till the 16th.
Do we have a transfer portal update in the hour?
Right.
Every hour on the hour. We should, instead of the Mammoth at 30 or whatever, we need to have transfer portal at 30 here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, so we have it till the 16th till the portal closes, and then that's what I love about this. It's one window, it's done, and we don't have to worry about another portal window after spring, right? But what I'm curious on is with Kevin McGiven, you now have resources. You now have skill. You now have a place where players want to go and play with a huge history of success and honestly fear amongst the country. I think a lot of people, have respect for the University of Utah.
They've earned that.
Yeah, in P4 in competition. And so now you have the resources. You're going to have a great defense. Right, this defense isn't going nowhere. Right, we've seen it year after year, plug and play. I know we lost Smith Snowden and Tail Johnson to the transfer portal, and I'm sure if they don't find any love in the transfer portal, Morgan will take them back. But John Henry Daly, you lose those three, but honestly, you've seen the way we played in that bowl game. We can make up for that. And I think Morgan is instilling confidence in these players and these people in the future of what Utah football is going to be, and that's what you want to back up against. So I'm really excited to see what Kevin McGiven can do with the talent pool that he'll be able to get here at Utah. And, watching this transfer portal and seeing what ads they need to have from the seniors that dropped off, Dallin Bentley's going to be a huge guy to have to replace. But I tell you what, folks, how good did J.J. Buchanan look in that bowl game? J.J. Buchanan is an absolute monster.
There's talent there.
And he is going to be a star. And if he's not preseason first team all Big Ten, I'll be very surprised because that guy is talented. He's all of 6'4". He's so fast, and he's a big body. He's a big body receiver. He's about 230, 240 receiver. And so he's that hybrid tight end, the Dalton Schultz that you see from the Houston Texans, but even more athletic. J.J. Buchanan is going to be an absolute beast. And so this offense, we are primed and ready. I am very, very excited for Utah football right now. I don't even know how to put it into words, but just the moves that we have to do, we got time. Of course, you're just watching the ticker for the transfer portal because you need assets. And as players leave, you got to have time to get other players to replace them. That's the only hard part right now. But what Morgan Scalley's doing on the coaching staff, and it starts top down. Everybody tells you. It starts from the administration down, right? Administration, coaching staff, players, equipment staff, strength staff, all of those all play a key part into what it is. And I think Morgan Scalley has done exactly what he needs to do to get started this year.
So is the notion that Kyle Whittingham left the cupboard bare or he left the program worse than when he did? Do you feel that way? Do you feel like damage was done, or do you feel like this is how college football works and both sides are going to benefit just fine?
I'm glad you asked. I am tired of hearing Utah fans right now talk about how Kyle Whittingham has left this program and try to rummage through stuff. I don't know. As I said, I'm not on these boards, but it's just what I've been hearing. You guys need to stop, right? Kyle Whittingham has done so much for this university. He has left it in great, great condition. We went 11-2 this year. He's been working with Morgan Scalley. Honestly, here's the thing that you fans need to ask yourself. Was the coaches that left, Beck, Detmer, Harding, Freddie Whittingham, were they a part of Morgan Scalley's plan of the future? Do you think that they were? What if they weren't? And they knew that. So they just went with Coach Whittingham, right? And so I think Morgan Scalley's done a tremendous job of understanding what it is, and he knows what he wants, and I love that. But Coach Whittingham has done nothing but put this program on a pedestal and made sure that it is done right time after time. Even the way that he stepped down, right? It could have been a lot more chaotic than it was. And he gave grace and was like, I'm doing this respectively. I'm doing it the right way. I love this university. I love what it's done for me. I love this community, and this community needs to love him back. It's that simple, right? He didn't do anything detrimental to this program. We've done some great things. As we said, what Morgan Scally has done from the coaches that he's wanted to replace the coaches that left, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's exactly what you need. With a new regime, you're going to need new energy. And I think that Jordan Gross is going to bring some great energy. He's going to bring some great resume to this coaching staff and rapport. Morgan Scally has relationships. I didn't even think about Kevin McGivern as being an option, but it's a great option. He's got experience. He knows exactly how to run an offense. Now they have to build rapport together. He's hired from within. He's promoted his guys. And I just think that this is just awesome. Coach Whittingham done right by this program. This is great for all sides. Coach Whittingham got another opportunity to coach and got a huge pay raise. Morgan Scally got the ultimate position that he's always wanted in life, and the program is in great spirits.
And got to hire the guys that he wants.
And got to hire the guys.
Built the staff the way he wanted instead of just having to roll everything over.
When you transition, it has to be what you want.
Right.
Right? And you don't want the last thing that anybody wants to hear is, oh, Morgan Scally's only having success because of what Coach Whittingham left. But you guys are sitting here telling that Coach Whittingham had rummaged through everything. And it's not. It's not that way. I think that this transition is beautiful. I don't know who's responsible for it, whether we can say Mark Harlan, we can say Morgan, we can say Coach Whittingham. I think as far as any transition that's happened, it's been extremely amicable and very professional how it's happened. And I got to commend all sides because this has been beautiful, and I cannot wait for the future.
There you go. That's
Simple.
Sly's take on the situation. I think that the bigger concern maybe for Utah fans when rating the cupboard is concerned is coming in and getting a bunch of players off the roster. But as of right now, you've seen 3 guys in the transfer portal. There's more.
Yeah.
Racine Guillory ended up at LSU, but that's a freshman that redshirted last year. I'm talking about
Dallas
starter
Vakalagi,
impact players that are of value in the transfer portal that would feel like massive losses.
Mm-hmm.
Losing John Henry Daly, an All-American pass rusher, is a big loss.
Right.
Smith Snowden feels like a loss.
Mm-hmm.
Hale Johnson, a multi-year starter, feels like a loss. If you're really digging into the film and you know personnel, I know some people would argue that maybe it's not.
Or maybe you can get somebody in the portal that could be able to replace it, right? You still
can have that opinion.
Sharif Shaw is an amazing coach. He's an amazing developer, and he'll be able to do it. But I want the Utah fans to make sure that whoever's coming to this university, transfer portal or high school recruit, understands the community that they're coming into. We are a great community, so stop over here talking bad about Coach Witt or anybody. Just make sure people understand we are a top-notch program and we have a top-notch community, and that's exactly what we need to be acting like. And so all these fans need to nut up and make this happen.
There's not been a mass migration of players to Michigan.
No.
So it's probably, barring some kind of crazy wild change to all that, I think those concerns can go away too. And it's probably time for everybody to adjust to the new changes, accept them, and see how it all plays out. We will see. But Morgan Scally worked quickly and got the guys he wanted. And on paper, it looks like a pretty darn good staff. And also on paper, not massive departures in the transfer portal of impact players. So if you're a Utah fan, you've got to be thrilled about that. Specifically, guys,
they had their team meeting
today.
So let's watch the transfer portal here in the next couple days. I don't think it's going to be mass exodus, but there's a lot of excitement around the university right now and that football program in that building. So we will see exactly how that turns out. But again, we have time to develop. And as I said, I put my money on Morgan Scally because he's a guy who's prepared, he's smart, he wants to be here, and he's ready for the moment.
Morgan Scally's introductory press conference will take place tomorrow, and you'll be able to hear some of that press conference right here on JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, it was a huge weekend for the NFL. Week 18 is in the books. The playoffs matchups are all set. We're going to go through all of that next on the NFL Blitz on JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Larry Markkinen talks about where the Jazz can improve following the loss of the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think we were really good communicators today. Obviously, Curry takes us away from the paint a little bit. You want to contest those three-point shots, but they kill you with the layups and off-ball screening, and they're really high up in the NBA of points in the paint, and that's mostly off of cuts, and I think we can do a better job of communicating screening actions and rebounding the ball. So we got a little bit too many offensive rebounds for them.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love the music, love the time of year. We are turning the calendar to 2026, which means it's playoff time in the NFL. The matchups are set. But before we get into the matchups, there was a lot of carnage in the league, and a lot of guys got fired. We're going to run through that list in a moment. But first, I want somebody out there to win a little cash.
Ooh.
Let's give something away. And you know what we're giving away.
Got to have
It's
the
Monday.
green.
Oh, yeah. It comes in the form of a gift card, but that's very 2026, right? I mean, no one actually has cash
I
anymore,
don't.
right?
I was in Vegas. I was like, I can't tip anything. I don't.
How do you
carry
give tips
cash
anymore? I feel bad
Yeah.
for those that depend on tips because I don't have any cash to give you.
Venmo.
There you go. That seems uncomfortable and clumsy, but
very.
Anyway, call in now at 801-575-ZONE with the Chevy Strong Play of the Week to win a $20 Amazon gift card. Now, if you were listening to DJ and PK in the morning, you know what that play is. So call in right now and win some cash. 801-575-ZONE with an impressive lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs. It's no wonder that people are switching to Chevy. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, America's fastest growing full-line brand. Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. That's 801-575-ZONE. Get that $20 Amazon gift card if you know that play of the day. All right, before we get into everything that happened, we got to I feel like it's like one of those in memoriam things at the end of the year, but it happens in the NFL where we have to pay tribute to all the coaches that didn't make it, that were left behind. I feel like we need like some Sarah McLachlan or something while we do this, some sad music.
Hey, Nap, you got a tiny violin. We need some tiny violin audio for all of this.
It's kind of hard to play that over the NFL film stuff, but
there we go.
Oh, that's
There
more
it
like
is.
it, yeah. All right.
It's a bigger violin, but we'll take it.
Here on JJ and Alex, we want to take a moment to pay tribute to those NFL head coaches who woke up this morning unemployed. Now, there were already 2 coaches in the NFL that had lost their jobs this year. The first was Brian Callahan. You're wondering, who's Brian Callahan? I think everybody wants to know and doesn't remember who Brian Callahan was. He was the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, but not for long. He was fired on October 14th. He went 4-19 with the Titans, including a 10-game win streak. Then after that, on November 10th, the next coach to go was Brian Dable of the New York Giants. The Giants lost 8 of their first 10 games. We knew they would be bad, but I don't think the owner expected them to be that bad. 11-33. Brutal. Brian Dable had to go. And then this weekend, it didn't take long after the games ended. In fact, for Raheem Morris of the Atlanta Falcons, it was almost immediately following.
I don't even think he left the field.
Their win. They won.
Oh,
You're
out of here.
They won 4 in a row to end the season.
Right.
Not good enough. Owner Arthur Blank's in his 80s. He's not patient. He wants to win a Super Bowl. They haven't been to the playoffs in a long time. So, Raheem Morris, gone. Kevin Stefanski of the Browns, gone. It was him or Shador.
Oh, yeah.
And the Browns made their choice.
Stefanski needed to go.
But Stefanski's going to have a job here in the week, next week, I promise you that.
Head coaching?
Yes. Yep. Don't be surprised. And I think there's going to be some more. There you go. And there's rumors that the Packers may have interest as well because their head coach does not have a new contract. LaFleur needs to win badly. Let me just say that. So there's a lot of pressure on some guys this week. Pete Carroll, no longer with the Raiders.
Everything with the Raiders.
I don't know how Lloyd feels about that today, but 3-14. I don't know what was expected of Pete Carroll with that roster, but it did not go well. Pete Carroll, I don't know where he's going to end up at age 74. Is he looking for another job? I don't know.
I mean, they decided to do Geno, and you had a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah.
And you don't lose the last game to get the number 1 pick. Like, what are you doing?
Well, they ended up getting it, but it was weird that I don't know. They had a 10-game losing streak before winning on Sunday. Yeah. So maybe Tom Brady has an eye on somebody out there, but obviously Pete Carroll was not a long-term option anyway.
Right.
And then another coach you probably never heard of before lost his job. Could you guys tell me? Here's a little bit of a top 10 or a would you rather type feel, but can you name the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Go.
Oh.
I got an O.
Jamarcus Russell.
You got it.
Wow, Nap.
He's an NFC West guy.
He's studying.
But
oh yeah, you're at Rams, huh? That's your Rams. Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon is he's unemployed. He went 15-36 in 3 years with the Cardinals. Every year we're like, the Cardinals are going to turn it around. This is their year.
Well, at least they gave him some years. It wasn't just a one and done like Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
you know,
he got 3.
Yeah.
But 3 very forgettable seasons. So those
Do you
are
move
6
on from
jobs.
Kyler Murray?
Yes. How's that worked for you? That's not working
at all.
It hasn't. You haven't made
He's
the playoffs.
always injured, and
you're not winning games. He's been there long enough. It's not like he's developing still.
Right.
It's time to move on. And I think that the Cardinals, whoever's running the show there, I don't know who is. They've always suffered from very poor ownership.
Yeah.
I don't know what direction they want to go in now because there's never been direction there. So, and I think it's tough to find a coach that wants to be there because they know I'm not going to be here long. We get fired because we're not going to win games because no one ever wins here.
What's great, they're in a division that is interchangeable, right? I think there's a different division
it's
leader.
A tough
It's not like the
division,
AFC West.
But look at the Seahawks.
Right.
Look how quickly they
Ascended.
rebuilt.
Yeah.
And that's a GM there.
That's in 2
Schneider
years,
that
right?
knows what he's doing. Yeah.
2 years, yeah. Gino came in there, did great. Jackson Smith and Jiggo's
They were
year.
good. They were competitive last
And
year
they
in
got
what was
Sam
supposed to
Darnold.
be a rebuild.
Yeah.
With Geno Smith. I mean, Geno resurrected his career then. Then Geno goes to the Raiders. You see the difference.
He's got a good paycheck.
Same player.
Yeah.
What was different? It's the organization. It's the guys around you.
It's crazy. That is so crazy. The
it's
New
so
York
important.
organizations, right? I commend the New York quarterbacks that actually had success at the Jets or Giants.
It's hard.
It's hard because they are a terrible organization.
Yeah.
And the Cleveland Browns.
That's where quarterbacks go to die.
That's where everybody's career goes to die.
Except for Myles Garrett, who just set the NFL sack record.
Just imagine if he was in Dallas or
Can you imagine him
Philly.
at the 49ers?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like one of these organizations that are, I mean, what if he was on the Ravens? The Ravens are probably in the playoffs right now.
Go to my Steelers. Just go to
But
the
he's still, he's made the choice to stay there.
And that is loyalty. One, he's paid, so that's great.
Yeah.
But like,
you can get, you're Myles Garrett. You can get paid anywhere.
But that's crazy because Joe Thomas was the same way.
He did stay there.
And just stayed
That's a
there
Hall
the
of Fame
entire-
guy that
yeah.
never made it to
And
the playoffs.
You could have been Andrew Whitworth and go to another team, win a Super Bowl, and end your career that way. And Joe Thomas he's like, no, I don't want to do that. Hopefully, Myles Garrett gets one before he retires.
It's not
but
going to happen in Cleveland.
It won't be in Cleveland.
Not going to happen in Cleveland. Do we have time to go through a few playoff? I'll try to make it quick. We'll break it down more tomorrow, but the playoff bracket is interesting. Let me do this. You look at the people if you're an NFL fan, you know the bracket by now. The Broncos are the number 1 seed in the AFC. The Patriots are the 2 seed. They'll play the 7 seed Chargers. The Jags get the 6 seed Bills, and the Steelers, the champions of the AFC North, because somebody had to win it. Although that was an amazing game last night.
It was
It was
awesome.
fun, but
That's how you end the season.
Both teams tried to lose that game. Honestly, right? It was not.
It was Ravens Steelers-esque.
It was, but these Ravens and Steelers are not the old Ravens and Steelers. And then in the
because
NFC,
Jalen Ramsey.
he's washed.
That's another story.
The Seahawks are the number 1 seed in the NFC. The Bears will host the Packers for the third time this season. Eagles will take on the 49ers, the 3-6 game, and then the Panthers will host the Rams. Those 4 or 5 games, it's just hard to pick the 4. And I think both of the teams that are in the 5 spot and both the AFC and the NFC can get to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
I believe
Rams
that.
and Texans, for sure.
And no one's paying attention to the Texans or talking about the Texans, but they quietly put together a 9-game win streak to end the season. 9 games.
Yeah, because that offensive coordinator to start the season, I'm just like, I didn't realize that they got a new offensive coordinator. Yeah. I was like, that defense is going to be electric. C.J. Stroud now in his 3rd year, he's going to be
He looks like
awesome.
himself again.
And that start of the season, I'm just like, what in the hell? And then I found out that they have a new offensive coordinator.
Stroud regressed last year. He didn't start this year well, got banged up.
But they are trending right now.
No question.
At the right time.
What travels in the playoffs? It's defense. And
defense wins championships, baby.
And I'm saying this as a Broncos fan.
You want that AFC championship to be Texans Broncos. That's going to be amazing.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it can be because you're probably getting a Broncos Texans divisional.
I don't know. Chargers could surprise
if the
you.
Chargers
beat the
Bills.
Patriots,
The Bills
then that would
could-
change.
the
Or
Bills-
the Bills beat
yeah.
the Jags or whatever combination
It's
thereof.
possible.
But man, as a I'm sitting here as a Broncos fan. The Texans are the team I don't
you're
want to
worried
play
about.
the least.
Yeah.
That's the team because that defense is unbelievable. And the Broncos struggle to score. And I just look around the AFC, and it looks like the Texans could take down anybody on that list.
Yeah, man. Broncos got the ultimate home field advantage, though, with the
Yes, they
elevation
do.
being up there. But yeah, and so it's great that they got the number 1 seed, and it's been
They
since,
needed it more than anybody else in that bracket.
since Super Bowl 50, right?
Yep.
And so there's just everything comes full circle.
It feels like that.
Panthers are in the playoffs.
Right. I don't give the Panthers a chance, though. But I bring up the Rams because does anyone want to play the Rams?
I don't know, but the Rams be losing it.
They're kind of messing around a little bit,
Yeah.
and Devontae Adams was injured,
But he's going to be
they're
healthy
banged up
going
a
in,
little
and I
bit.
think he's huge.
Massive.
They need the 1-2 punch.
Yes.
Right? Puka's great, but again, this is football, ultimate team sport. You can't win it all by yourself. But when you have somebody on the other side to compliment you, and that other somebody is Devontae Adams,
Yeah.
that makes your offense. And Matthew Stafford, I've always been high on him, and he's the Hall of Famer. But the Rams are dangerous, especially if Devontae Adams is healthy.
So if you're looking for some teams that aren't the number 1 seed or, I think those 5 seeds are the teams to watch
right
in the NFL playoffs. I like both of them, and I like their path. And I think that they both have what it takes to win Super Bowl. Can't wait, though, for the playoffs to start. We'll dig through all the matchups and all the details throughout the week here on JJ and Alex on the NFL Blitz. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get you ready for the Utah Mammoth. They are at Madison Square Garden tonight taking on the New York Rangers. You're going to be able to hear that game right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and all of our KSL Sports Zone stations. We'll get you ready for that next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? Consider Salt Lake City Fat Loss as a way to accomplish that. The Salt Lake City Fat Loss program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes again, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves. So what's the secret with this program? You've heard me and Alex talk about it for over a year now, and it's a program that worked for us. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program, and they've helped me keep all that weight off. Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without drugs, without the injections that are very expensive, or some kind of wild and crazy exercise plan or any gimmicks. You're just losing weight by eating healthy food. Right now is the perfect time to start this program. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, whatever your weight loss goal is, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Give them a call today or go to their website, slcfatloss.com, get a free consultation, and lock in those savings. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCWs. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCWs, quality and a lot of it.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, Utah Mammoth defenseman Sean Dursey talks about what the team has to do to be more consistent in this crucial month of January.
A lot of it's mental. I think just some plays aren't going to go your way, whether it's your fault or not your fault. Goals against here and there. You can point fingers, point that, but we don't do that in our group. I think it's owning everything we do out there and moving on and being focused for the next shift.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. Mammoth in New York taking on the Rangers. We're going to get you ready for that game next. And the Jazz in Portland tonight taking on the Trailblazers on JJ and Alex. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a busy night of sports here on the KSL Sports Zone. And it's going to start at 5 o'clock with the Mammoth at MSG taking on the New York Rangers. Their one trip to Madison Square Garden. We remember what happened last year. It was magical. Let's hope the Mammoth can create some more magic again this time around. They would really, really be nice to end that trip with a 2-1 record, especially after that dud in New Jersey the other day on Saturday. That was gross. After probably one of the best performances of the year against the Islanders last week. So on New Year's Day on Thursday. So the Mammoth really need to get a win before they come home and get this homestand going. Sly, this is a chance for the Mammoth to really, really get hot. And, you know, and no matter what sport you're talking about, you have certain opportunities when you have a long stretch of home games before a break. You gotta strike while the iron's hot.
You got to, and I think it starts on the road, right? As you said tonight, if they can get a solid win, even if it's an emotional win, and then get back to the barn here on Wednesday against Ottawa, man, and start this homestand, that's going to be huge, man, because I think Utah fans want to start their year off right with some good home wins. I know I'm going to try to get to some Mammoth games this year, and I think this is just going to be huge for this hockey team to start the trajectory of getting ready and getting into the playoffs.
This team needs to be consistent. You can't have one good game and then a stinker the next.
Yeah.
It's getting old because this team's better than that. And I like that Sean Dursey felt the need as a leader on this team to say something after the last performance. This team needs to get and find consistency. They're better than this. They can put together a nice run of games. If the Buffalo Sabres can win 10 in a row, come on, Mammoth. You don't have to go on a run like that, but you can win a lot of games, and you can get rolling here at home. We'll see if they can do that. And it starts tonight. If they can get a win to end up road trip against the Rangers, that'd be nice. Also, the Jazz tonight in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. So after Mammoth hockey, roughly, you can figure out on the signals. I don't have it listed in front of me, but you know where to find the Jazz, you know where to find the Mammoth tonight. They're both on the KSL Sports Zone on the different channels, so you'll find each game and the pregame and postgame shows. The Mammoth postgame show here starts right now. Adrian Denny is going to take over here in just minutes. Again, Jazz Trailblazers tonight at 8, Mammoth at 5 right here on the KSL Sports Zone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.